Chapter 490. The cat by the canal was still called Kitty, but she was no longer a servant for Brusco the fishmonger. The daughter of the noblest duke had been reduced to the lowliest fishmonger's maid. Going from noblest to lowliest was the best way to erase her past as Arya. When Kitty could do the lowliest things with a peaceful mind, Kitty's training by the canal came to an end. Half a month ago she had begun the next phase of her training, to observe with her eyes, to learn the movements and characteristics of every person, every type of person, and to integrate herself into that identity, to adapt herself to any situation that suited her current identity. She was the cat by the canal, the cat who sold oysters along the canal. Scallops, mussels, clams. That night, as usual, Kitty pushed a wooden cart along the canal that led to the old clothman's wharf, and whenever someone passed by, she would shout, "Oysters, prawns, fat green mussels." She would smile at them. A smile was the best way to convey friendliness and lower one's guard. The kind man had taught her that. Kitty believed him. Many times when faced with her now dry, long, black, ugly face, people would stop and buy a few oysters because of her smile. The kind man had also taught her that words could deceive a person's heart, but the slightest of expressions and subconscious movements could deceive a person's soul. A smile was also an expression that could deceive a person, far more so than words. At first, only people with a heart of compassion would be affected by Kitty's ugly smile. Gradually, Kitty's smile became more and more varied. She was learning, she was imitating, she was summarizing, she was innovating. Her smile was natural and sincere. Now the cat can discern the likes and dislikes of people by their appearance and habitual little gestures, and can accordingly give sweet, pitiful, flattering, humble smiles that make the other feel noble, noble enough to bestow upon the cat a few pennies, according to their liking. When she could see people's hearts and minds, when she could adjust herself to suit them, Kitty began to succeed. For example, there was an actress named Sloane on the opera ship, shrewd, stingy, and vain. She knew that most actresses would be miserable in their later years, so she put her salary in the bank for old age. However, she hooked up with Alaco and Quince, who were from the same theater, so that the two male companions could take turns paying for her luxurious city life. But even Sloy would often spend a silver coin to buy oysters from the cat. Another example was the Madam of the Happy Wharf, known as Mary Mary. Every time she saw a cat pushing a cart past the brothel, she would buy a dozen oysters and give them to the girls in the brothel. When the lanterns were lit, May Rueline was standing at the door, shaking the biggest breasts in bravos. Suddenly, she saw the ugly girl smiling shyly at her. She waved her hand out of habit and shouted, "Kitty, give me a dozen oysters. Send them to the backyard and share them with my babies." Mauer readily agreed. After leaving the happy pier, the cat did not have many oysters left. He could go home now. She began to walk in the direction of the Divine Islands. However, she would not go directly to the Divine Islands. It was still early, and the kind people did not let her sell oysters. Instead, they let her see more people by selling oysters and teach her to become more people. She walked in a circle and continued to push the cart. "Scallops, mussels, clams." Mauer called again. She met an acquaintance. She often met him at the happy pier. He liked the 14-year-old blonde girl named Lana the most. May Rueline priced Lana at 3 times the price of an ordinary girl, and he never tired of it, because he was a very clever thief and assassin. He made money quickly. However, she rarely saw him recently. When she was delivering the oysters, little Lana asked the cat, "Have you seen Rogo? I haven't seen him for a long time." Mauer was also very curious. Did Rogo have a new lover? So she leaned over and showed the innocent charm of Lolita. Her face was thin and dark, but her eyes were big and bright. She knew that he liked this type. In the past, she had even used this smile to make him teach her his unique skill, the hidden sword in his sleeve. "Go away." But this time Mauer miscalculated. Red Rogo only glanced at her coldly and strode away. No, it was not a miscalculation. She knew that there would be such an ending. Through his steps that had lost the rhythm of the water dancer, and the faint murderous aura buried deep in his expression, she knew that he must have killed someone and was injured himself. She had seen similar situations several times. After all, he was a thief and an assassin. Of course, an assassin had to kill. If he did not kill, how could he find the money to find Lana? Mauer looked at Red Rogo's figure and whispered, The smell of blood is very fresh. The battle happened 2 hours ago. Left palm, right leg, an inch below the base of the leg. The injuries were treated by a doctor. His face was pale and he lost a lot of blood. There was a bag behind the cloak. Inside it was an object that weighed 10 pounds. He did not pay much attention to it. His mission should have been successful, but he is in a bad mood tonight. Her eyes flashed. Mauer pushed the cart near the river. She looked left and right and lifted the cart. Crash! Lobsters, scallops, clams, and more than 10 oysters were all poured into the canal. Then she pushed the shabby cart into a side alley and tilted it beside a pile of messy wood. Pa pa pa! Mauer patted her thin face a few times. Her clothes did not change, her face did not change, but the cowardly peddler was gone. Now anyone who saw her would think that Mauer was a little hoodlum on the streets. Before Red Rogo reached the next intersection, Little Hoodlum caught up with him and easily followed behind him. Mauer's goal was never to sell oysters. As for kind people, if she could bring him a piece of information that even he did not know, he would not blame her for throwing 10 carts of oysters. Red Rogo was a powerful water dancer, but the person who followed him out of curiosity was a faceless. So, he did not know that a pair of bright gray eyes in the darkness watched him stop. He stopped at a stone bridge where there were few people. He untied the bag and hid it in the rubble under the bridge. Winter was coming, and the canal had entered a dry season. Slippery rocks were exposed on both sides of the river. Mauer did not follow Red Rogo anymore, because her curiosity about the bag surpassed the assassin's next move. When he left, she immediately walked over, looked at the rocks, untied the bag. Demon Mother of Dragons. She shouted a slogan that was currently popular in Bravos, and used to express shock. Red Rogo, that bastard, even killed a baby. He often bragged in front of Lana that he was the most gentlemanly assassin, that even kings and generals would not tremble from his sword. But when faced with women and children, he always turned and left. Looking at the corpse of the baby whose skin had turned gray, and then at the featureless dagger in the baby's heart, Mauer's expression changed. Mauer returned to the dark alley, threw the bag on the cart, and pushed it to the island of gods. The Black and White House received a large number of corpses every day, and was also responsible for dealing with the corpses that no one took care of. The wooden boat quietly approached and quietly sent Mauer to the dock of the Black and White House. During this time they did not say a word, and did not even give each other an expression. I was very curious, so I followed and finally found this. Every night when she returned, Mauer would report her findings to the kind man, as well as the news she heard on the streets, on the dock, and in the brothel. Yes, the kind man smiled kindly. He was very satisfied with her performance today. He would not feel any heartache even if 100 carts of oysters fell into the river. Red Rogo killed a baby, he deserved to die, Mauer said. The kind man was no longer kind, and the smile on his face turned into a stern expression. We kill people, but we have no right to judge. And we have no right to go over the God of Thousand Faces and decide the life and death of a person. Mauer lowered her head and humbly listened to the lecture. But she was still punished. Mauer stood on one leg, using the thumb of her left foot to support the weight of her whole body. Her left and right hands were holding a tray, and the vagrant kept adding and adding weights on the tray. Mauer's body tilted, and the vagrant pinched the soft flesh on her buttocks. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Mauer tired and fell asleep. Actually, Mauer should have continued to follow him, because not long after, Red Rogo saw the gray-robed man who hired him in a narrow alley. Mauer had guessed that he might have gone to meet the person who hired him, but she was not interested. "You're late," Red Rogo said coldly. In the darkness, his expression could not be seen clearly, but the gray-robed man could clearly feel his mood. Very irritated, suppressed anger. "I'm not late, I rushed over as soon as I received your message," the gray-robed man said lightly. "Let the wings of death eat you, bastard. That's not a corpse demon at all. I've been to Kor and seen the stitched monsters of the necromancers." Red Rogo cursed softly. "Then what do they look like?" the gray-robed man asked curiously. "You don't know?" Red Rogo raised his voice, his tone full of disbelief. "Let me see the head," the gray-robed man said. "Haha, you've been at the dock all this time, right? Didn't you see the fire?" Red Rogo sneered. The gray-robed man did not deny it. He patted the money pouch at his waist and smiled faintly. I'll pay and you do the work. When you see the head, I'll pay. That's the agreement. Red Rogo's uninjured right hand unconsciously pressed on the hilt of his sword. He said softly, Sir's head is too big to carry, but I brought back the baby's body. Give me the money, and tomorrow I'll leave a letter telling you where I hid the body. With my reputation, I won't lie to you over such a small matter. The gray-robed man took 2 steps forward, and his eyes flashed with understanding. He nodded and said, I see you're heavily injured. Red Rogo's right hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. He said in a low voice, I killed 4 night watchers before, and now I can kill 2 more. No. The gray-robed man shook his head. I'm just stating the facts, nothing else. You're heavily injured and can't carry too many heavy things, I can understand. But you're too cautious. I only want them dead, and I only want to see the bodies to confirm this. You don't have to hide the bodies to threaten me. I won't be greedy for your reward, and I won't kill you to silence you. Is that so? That's good. Red Rogo's right hand moved away from the hilt of his sword. The gray-robed man took off the money pouch at his waist and tossed it over. He said, 15 gold radiance coins. Pay me the balance and we're even. Red Rogo shook the money pouch and nodded with a smile. The amount is correct. We're even. Goodbye. As he spoke, he cautiously took a few steps back and turned to leave. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in the darkness and blood splattered. You! Chapter 491. You, of course I'm going to kill you. Hung Rogo sneered. Just as the man in the gray robe turned around and took 3 steps toward the other end of the alley, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He looked down and saw that a rapier as wide as a fingernail had pierced through his heart. From his back to his chest, a foot-long blade stained with blood was exposed. Kill me? The man in the gray robe was confused. Idiot, can't you tell that I'm mocking you? Hung Rogo stepped forward and supported the man's body to prevent him from falling. He chuckled softly in his ear. You tried to kill me, so I killed you instead. If my peers know, I'll explain it this way. But I don't think they'll care because we've already completed the deal. I fulfilled my mission. Why? The man in the gray robe spat out blood. Why? Haha, in Bravos there were many assassins who would kill for a silver coin, or even for a good-looking cloak. And you gave me 20 gold coins. Then you should have at least 1 gold coin on you right now, right? 1 gold coin is enough for me to kill you 10 times over. As he spoke, Hung Rogo used his shoulder to push the man in the gray robe's body, while his right hand quickly searched the man's clothes. Soon he found a money pouch, a dagger, a rapier, and an exquisite sheepskin pouch hidden in the man's inner pocket. Wow, what's this? You hid it so well? Hung Rogo tossed the pouch. It clattered and felt heavy in his hand. Bravos people can't be trusted. They even violate the rights of guests. I should have known. The light in the man's eyes began to fade. Hung Rogo's smile disappeared. He said coldly, actually, I'm killing you because I'm pissed. This evening I did something against my principles. I killed a baby. I've never killed children or women. Killing you will make me feel better. You hypocrite. The man in the gray robe was furious. Hung Rogo was stunned. He slowly laid the man in the gray robe flat and pushed out a small single-wheeled cart from the darkness. After half an hour of work, the man in the gray robe's body was tied to a rock and thrown into a canal called a baysad. Red Rogo squatted under the arched bridge and opened the money pouch with an expectant expression. Let the mother of dragons devour his soul for only 30 copper coins. He cursed in a low voice. Then he used the dagger to cut open the sheepskin pouch and took out a chain made of gold, silver, iron, copper, tin and lead. The hope in his heart turned into a fragrant smell that gushed out of his mouth. Forget it. At least there's 1 section of gold and 1 section of silver. I can still sell them for some money after melting them. At last he cut off the chain, took only the gold and silver, and threw the rest into the river. Gulp! The chain fell into the water and coincidentally landed on the neck of the gray-robed man. You actually brought deviant ghosts to Bravos? Let the mystic dragon eat you. Sea King Tormo cursed angrily. The new Sea King was a well-built man in his early 30s. He was tall and sturdy with long, slender limbs. "We're just passing by Bravos. We're going to the old town," Sam said. "If we can find a boat, we'll leave tonight," Darian continued. At this time, a purple-robed general entered the guest room and reported to the Sea King. "Your Majesty, someone at the dock saw a man in a green cloak leaving the night watcher's boat. He was limping and was holding a black wool package in his right hand." "Ah, the deviant ghost didn't burn to death. Was he kidnapped?" Sam exclaimed. Oma immediately bowed and said, "Your Majesty, please help us." The Sea King frowned and said, "I can help you. After all, the person was lost in Bravos. However, you can't announce that you're looking for the deviant ghost. Bravos is the world's largest and most prosperous harbor. There are many foreign merchants. I don't want the citizens and merchants to panic. Do you understand?" Yes, Sam nodded. "We'll just say that the thief kidnapped the baby." That night, the Sea King's purple-robed army began to patrol the city. They were looking for suspicious people. The old clothes merchant's wharf was almost locked down. After a thorough search, it was lifted before dawn. Whose child was kidnapped? Why is there such a big commotion? Some merchants were puzzled. It must be the Sea King's son. Someone swore. No, the purple-robed army said that the child was brought by the night watchers. What, the night watcher's son? 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. The more the news spread, the more out of control it became. The next day, when Kat was pushing the handcart to sell oysters in the canal, she heard the owner of the fruit stall and the owner of the sesame seed stall talking. "Have you heard? A boat of night watchers died last night. The fire lit up the sky and even the boat sank," the old man selling fruits said. "Yes, the purple-robed army even went to my house. I heard that the son of the night watchers went missing," the old woman replied. Sigh, in today's world, even the commander-in-chief of the night watchers has started to raise illegitimate children. The old man shook his head and sighed. The commander-in-chief of the night watchers, Jon Snow, has an illegitimate child? Kat couldn't help but interrupt. Seeing that it was a little girl selling oysters who didn't seem to be a competitor to their business, the old man and the old woman's expressions softened a lot. "I don't know Jon Snow, but the Sea King did say that the commander-in-chief's illegitimate child was kidnapped," the old man said. "The mother of dragons, Jon, is a night watcher and has an illegitimate child. Father is the strictest. If he's still alive and knows that Jon went back on his words, he might cut off his head with ice." Kat turned back into Arya and muttered in disbelief. "What did you say? You know the commander-in-chief of the night watchers?" the old woman shouted. "Oh, I've heard of him." Arya's expression didn't change. She said calmly, "I'm curious. Night watchers can't have children." The old man sighed. "The host can't violate the guest's rights. Now the mother of dragons." The old woman screamed in horror. She stepped forward and covered the old man's mouth. "Are you crazy? How dare you speak ill of the Sea King?" Whoa, the old man blushed and struggled. Her chest was rubbed a few times. The old woman blushed and quickly let go of her hand. Her cloudy eyes flashed with shyness. "I'm talking about the City of Knowledge." The old man noticed the expression on the old woman's face. His skinny old face became hot. He sneaked a glance at her. She was also looking at him. Immediately, both of them looked away. The old man muttered, "Aren't all the singers and poets in the streets of Bravos spreading the story of how the City of Knowledge killed the Dragon Queen?" "Oh, you said it clearly. I thought you were talking about..." The old woman looked left and right. When she saw that there was only an ugly girl in front of her, she spat out the last 2 words. The Sea King. Arya was stupefied. But she understood what both of them meant. She didn't know why, but recently, almost every tavern in Bravos had a singer singing the story of the City of Knowledge's 7 deadly sins. Especially when the City of Knowledge violated the guest's rights. It made everyone recall the fear of being dominated by the wings of death. Ugh, Bravos was self-defeating. Hearing the story of how the City of Knowledge violated the guest's rights, the citizens and merchants thought of how Bravos violated the guest's rights. Big news could suppress small news, but the constant small news could only create an atmosphere and remind people not to forget about the big news. Compared to Bravos, the largest city in the continent of Ursos, Westeros was not the center of civilization. It was a rural place in the free cities. Who would pay attention to a remote city of knowledge in the countryside? If it wasn't for the Dragon Queen, the City of Knowledge would not even be on the hot search list. Now, the Sea Palace had been buying hot searches for the City of Knowledge. Naturally, Braavos itself had been on the headlines every day. In the process of the City of Knowledge and Braavos hurting each other, Wade Fry was laughing. Why is the Sea King's Purple Army helping the Night Watchers find the illegitimate child? Arya asked. I heard that the child is the illegitimate child of the Night Watchers and the Sea King's daughter. Of course the Sea King is worried, the old man said. The woman waved her hand and said, No, the Sea King's daughter is only 13 years old. The child is the illegitimate child of the Night Watchers Commander-in-Chief and the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen's son is missing in Braavos. How could the Sea King not be worried? Do you want to die? The old man anxiously stepped forward and covered the woman's mouth. How dare you spread rumors about the Dragon Queen? Aren't you afraid of her eldest son, the Wings of Death? He is the dragon god who can pluck stars. Bastards, what are you doing? Just then, a loud shout came from the corner of the street. It was a white-haired old man with a hunched back, holding a lunchbox in his hand. Copy one, how dare you hug my wife in public? Looking at the four old men who were fighting, Arya turned into a cat again and pushed the handcart away silently. Well, it was noon. The wife of the old man from the fruit stall came to bring him lunch. After that, the cat purposely went to the old clothes vendor's wharf. There were many guesses about the mother of the kidnapped child. The Sea King's daughter, the Sea King's sister, the Sea King's 7 aunts, the Dragon Queen, the daughter of a noble in the Northern Territory, Cersei, Marjorie, the princess of the barbarians. In short, the mother must be of noble status. Otherwise, why would the Purple Shirt Army help her find her son? That's right. Other than the Dragon Queen, even Cersei and Marjorie were innocent. Many of the citizens of Braavos had never been to the Westeros. They only knew who the Queen and Queen of the Westeros were through hearsay. It was all thanks to the Queen's parade that shocked the world. In the hearts of the citizens who were ignorant, it was as easy as the Sea King secretly bringing the Dragon Queen's niece into the palace to have a relationship with the King's Landing's queen and the Night Watchers on the Great Wall. The small island nation always liked to use their own way of thinking to infer the big country next door. Fine. The Westeros had a big territory, but it was not a big country. But regarding the child's father, almost everyone agreed. The Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers, Jon Snow. In fact, the person who was looking for the child was the Night Watchers. Combining all the information, the cat was sure of one thing. Other than the child, 4 Night Watchers were dead, the ship was burned, and Red Rogo was the murderer. Then she was furious. Red Rogo killed a ship's worth of Night Watchers, and possibly Jon's son, her nephew. The House of Stark and the Night Watchers were very close. Every time a Night Watcher passed by Winterfell, Ed Stark would hold a banquet and lead the whole family to welcome the dirty and sloppy Night Watchers. Arya also inherited her father's feelings for the Night Watchers. Her uncle and brother were Night Watchers, and the Night Watchers had saved her before. Red Rogo, she muttered. Red Rogo had officially joined her death list. That afternoon the cat became Arya again. She took out the sewing needle hidden in the gap between the steps of the House of Black and White. It was a gift from Jon before he went to the Great Wall. All mortals have to die. Chapter 492. The second day after Jon's illegitimate child was kidnapped. Night. Cat pushed open the weirwood door of the House of Black and White and entered the hall. She was greeted by a pool of 10 feet in diameter. Along the wall there were 30 statues of different gods. Beside the feet of the statues, there were flickering candles. There were many holes in the wall, and in the holes there were dead people. A kind man stood by the dark pool, facing the door, as if waiting for someone. You're back. He smiled kindly. The moon is dark. Cat said respectfully. The moon is dark was a slang used by faceless believers. It meant it's late or it's late. Cat wandered the streets, so she was proficient in the slang of many professions. Between them, she could often determine each other's identity with just one sentence. The benevolent man nodded and said, Tell me the 3 things you learned today. The Night Watchers lost a ship's worth of people. In fact, only 4 died. They lost a baby, the one Red Rogo killed and I brought back. Cat said. The kind man's eyes flashed with a dark light. I see. Then Cat began to talk about the second thing. The Blue Lantern Theater planned to write a play called Deathwing's Roar. But the Purple Army came and arrested the scriptwriter. Tonight, they will continue to perform the play called Dark Bat Layla. The kind man said numbly. I see. Seeing the man's face, Cat, who had practiced her reading skill to the max level, became nervous. Her hands clenched into fists in her sleeves, and she couldn't help but bite her lips. Slap! The kind man slapped her. Cat covered her cheek with one hand, more frightened than in pain. What happened? The person who has a habit of biting her lips when thinking is Arya Stark. Are you Cat, or Arya of the House of Stark? The kind man asked. I'm a nameless person, Arya said alertly. At the same time she told herself for the nth time, you're Arya Stark, but don't let anyone know you're her. You can't bite your lips anymore. Tell me one last thing, said the kind man. She was going to tell him that Kapiwan, the fruit seller at the fishing wharf, had an affair with Billion, who sold sesame cakes, and that their respective partners had discovered it. But at this moment she did not hesitate at all. Red Rogo is dead. He killed a ship's worth of Night Watchers and the illegitimate son of Jon Snow, the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers. They pierced his genitals with one sword and slit his throat with the second. Then they wrapped a rock around his body and threw him off the Abathard Arch Bridge. The benevolent man kept a straight face and did not speak. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with the process of killing and discarding the corpse. Arya continued. They also took his new peacock feather cloak. Tomorrow or the day after, that cloak will appear in the second-hand market. The kind man said. Beautiful cloaks are very popular among assassins. That's right. Arya grinned proudly. She gave the cloak and Red Rogo's purse to her former employer, Brusco the fishmonger. He was also a believer in the God of Thousand Faces. He knew what she meant without a word. She had guessed Brusco's identity herself. The kind man would not have given his apprentice to an unbeliever. But the next moment she realized that she was smiling. She stopped smiling. The kind man's favorite smile is not to smile, not to show any emotion. She warned herself. The kind man forgave the trainee's momentary triumph and did not slap her again. When Red Rogo's cloak appeared on another person's body, anyone who knew Red Rogo would know. Red Rogo had been killed and dumped in some canal. There were assassins and bravos who would kill for a silver coin or a new pair of boots. Similar things happen every night. No one cared for long. I wonder who they are and who has done this, asked the kindly man. Arya became the cat. Then she looked into his eyes and said, word by word, Arya of the House of Stark. So it was her. I thought she'd disappeared from Bravos long ago. The kind man smiled and nodded. Now who are you? The Nameless One. The Nameless One said. Wanderer, the kind man called out, and a short and pale girl walked out of the darkness silently. Get me 2 glasses of red wine. No, give me a glass of red wine. Our little friend Arya is still young. She needs a glass of hot milk, he said. Arya was a little startled at the glass her senior sister handed her. But it was only for a moment. She took the glass and gulped down all the milk. It was bitter. Go to sleep, cat, the kind man said. Early to bed and early to rise. Remember, Bess, all mortals must serve. Oh, I'm not cat anymore. From tomorrow on I'm Bess. Arya fell asleep with the anticipation of her new identity. She did not dream of the wolves. She was still in Bravos. Meow on the old clothes merchant's wharf, on the roof of Red Rogo's rented house. A black cat shook her tail and stood up, her blue eyes shining with a human light. Like a queen patrolling her territory, she walked gracefully, leaping from roof to roof, weaving in and out of the crowd, listening to the city's secrets. Arya was no longer a wolf. She was a cat. The Black Cat Inspector, or perhaps the Black Cat Killer. If she asked the waif for a bottle of tears of bliss and smeared it on her paws, she could kill anyone, including the Sea King. But she couldn't do that. She risked exposure. She wasn't sure she could hide her thoughts from the kind man. Red Rogo wasn't worth it. Only Cersei, Walder Frey, and the Dragon Queen were worth it. No, cross out the Dragon Queen. She was too scary. Even wolves couldn't face her. Cats couldn't even get close to her. After a good night's sleep, Arya woke up the next day blind. At the same time, she knew who Bess was. She was a blind beggar on the streets. "You must see with your heart and feel with your soul," the kind man said. When Bess knocked on a blind cane and begged along the cobblestone street by the river, the kind man pulled out a stone box from a hole in the wall. Bravasto Island, but many of the islands were also mountains. The House of Black and White was built on a rocky hill, and there were countless tunnels dug inside. The main hall was where the believers were received. There were many caves dug into the stone walls on both sides. There were corpses waiting to be processed or skinned. The corpse of John's bastard son was put into a stone box and placed in one of the caves. The priests' and acolytes' bedrooms were on the first floor below the main hall. The servants slept on the second floor. Arya hadn't been qualified to change faces yet. She was both a trainee and a servant, so she lived on the second floor. The lowest floor was where the holy room was. The House of Black and White collected many faces for disguise and hung them on the walls of the rooms on the third floor. Except for the priests, no one was allowed to enter the third floor. At this time, the kind man brought the stone box to the third floor and put it on the stone platform. He carefully opened the lid of the coffin, revealing a cold corpse with gray skin. There was a dagger in the corpse's chest, but there was no blood. In fact, there was light blue blood, but it had evaporated. So this is a deviant ghost. The kind man looked from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. He looked left and right, front and back. It seems to be no different from a human being. The old priest was a little disappointed. He flicked the little deviant ghost with his finger. It was very elastic and bouncy. Then he noticed the dagger in the deviant ghost's chest. He reached out his right hand and held the hilt. Chi! The blade was pulled out. The ice blue blood on it splashed on the stone platform, and a drop fell on the face of the kind man. Chi! 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 The blood quickly eroded a light blue ice mark on the old man's face. "Ah!" the kind man exclaimed. His face suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the original face appeared in his left hand. This is really a deviant ghost. Suddenly, the little deviant ghost's closed eyes opened. There was a light blue glimmer in them, and the temperature in the basement dropped rapidly. "It's alive!" The kind man exhaled a mouthful of fog and took 2 steps back in shock. The little deviant ghost looked at him with its emotionless eyes, like a mentally disabled baby looking at a stranger. After a while, the kind man's beating heart calmed down along with the temperature in the room. He walked forward again and gently tapped the little deviant ghost's face. It was cold and bouncy. The little deviant ghost did not respond. The kind man was emboldened. He gently poked the little bird. It was cold and bouncy. The little deviant ghost still did not respond. This time the kind man was emboldened. He picked up the little deviant ghost and looked left and right. He looked up and down, pinched its butt and pinched its face. Other than its low body temperature, it was almost no different from an ordinary baby. 2 more days passed. The kind man found that the little deviant ghost did not eat, nor did it cry out in hunger. It did not seem to grow either. Facing such a fantasy creature, he became more and more interested. Other than eating, sleeping, and teaching Bess, the kind man spent the rest of his time studying the deviant ghost. He also collected a lot of books related to deviant ghosts. In those legends, a story fragment attracted him. Ghouls gnawed on the flesh of the living, deviant ghosts tracked pregnant women and swallowed their babies. Gradually, the kind man began to have an idea to try to raise deviant ghosts. Of course, he was not blind. He found 4 faceless people, including himself, and everyone was wearing a steel sword. The Black and White House had this condition. Then, at the end of the deepest tunnel, he built a stone room with 4 layers of steel fences. The steel bars of the fence were as thick as a child's arm. There were 4 layers of doors, each guarded by a faceless person. The last layer had a hole dug above the door and buried a lot of kerosene and gunpowder. P.S. As for the little deviant ghost's food, every day, there were believers of the God of Thousand Faces who came to the Black and White House to seek relief. Dying old people, patients tortured by diseases, bankrupt businessmen, hungry beggars. The kind man would represent the God of Thousand Faces and randomly provide them with a way to escape. But this time, He took them to the deviant ghost feeding room. All mortals have to die, and all mortals have to serve. Use your blood as a sacrifice to the holy son of the god of thousand faces. The kind man said. The old priest was not lying, nor was he confused. The god of cold was also a god of death. Wasn't the deviant ghost the holy son of the god of cold? In theory, the god of thousand faces represented all the gods of death, and the deviant ghost was the holy son of the black and white house. I'm willing to serve, please help me. A withered old man knelt under the stone platform where the deviant ghost was worshipped, kowtowing devoutly. The faceless person standing on the side received a signal from the kind man's eyes and immediately walked forward. His sleeves hung down and a cold light flashed. With another wave of his sleeve, the old man's head flew up, and a thin mist of blood sprayed out from his neck, landing on the deviant ghost's face, lips, and chest. Smack! The deviant ghost licked the blood on its lips, and a strange blue light flashed in its eyes. Chapter 493. The ordinary people were guessing who the missing baby belonged to. However, the benevolent man was definitely a member of the upper echelons of Bravos, and he definitely knew that the night watchers were looking for the other ghosts. However, from the moment Arya brought the little other ghost back to the school of black and white to bury it, the benevolent man would never hand it over again. Not to mention that the little other ghost itself was a precious magic material. Even the red-robed woman Melisandre was reluctant to send it away. Previously, the red-robed woman had been taking care of and studying the baby. Even if it was no different from an ordinary baby and was of no use to the benevolent man, the faceless man would still kill it with a steel sword. He would not send the other ghosts back. Even 100 mouths would not be able to explain the situation clearly. The Night Watchers, the City of Knowledge, and the Westeros had nothing to do with the School of Black and White, so why would the benevolent man care about their lives? Therefore, after a week of continuous searching, the Sea King began to treat this matter lightly. The Purple Army was lazy, and even the Night Watchers like Sam and Ulma were numb and did not have any expectations. Send a letter to the Great Wall and Dragonstone Island. Let the Commander-in-Chief and Her Majesty Dany Alice deal with this matter. Ulma said dejectedly. Bravos only had a direct Raven connection with the cities with sea trade ports, and it could not reach Dragonstone Island and the Great Wall directly. To send a letter to the Great Wall, one had to transfer from White Harbor and use the route Bravos, White Harbor, and the Great Wall. To send a letter to Dragonstone Island, one had to go to King's Landing or Seagulltown first, and then ask the scholars of those two places to help deliver the letter to Dragonstone Island. When the Dragon Queen received the news, more than half a month had passed since the day of the incident. So what's the use of looking for me now? Dany sighed helplessly through the glass candle. Could it be that the Braavosians stole it? Marwyn asked. Why not the City of Knowledge? Dany asked in return. When I received the news from Seagulltown, my first reaction was also the City of Knowledge. This is very much like the City of Knowledge's style. However, the City of Knowledge only needs to kill the other ghosts. There's no need to kidnap the little other ghosts, Marwyn said. So, you want me to burn Bravos again? That won't be necessary. Samwell said in his letter that the Sea King really did his best this time, Marwyn said awkwardly. I'm about to start the first phase of the anti-invasion war, Dany reminded him. To be honest, she was not too concerned about whether the people of the Seven Kingdoms could realize that the night was coming. First of all, she had done everything she could and could not do. She had already fulfilled 500% of her obligations. What else could she do? Secondly, she really didn't know what to do. If the deviant ghost was lost, they would either find it or go to the Great Wall to hunt for another one. Even the Sea King, that local dragon, could not find it. She knew magic, but she did not know the 1,000-mile tracking technique. Moreover, no one could be sure whether the little ghost was dead or alive. One had to know that after deviant ghosts died, they would turn into water and evaporate. Even their corpses could not be found. As for finding another one, no matter what, Dragon Queen would never go on a rampage beyond the Great Wall. Winter is coming. Are you going to deliver vegetables to the Great Wall? Finally, the war at Slaver's Bay was about to begin. She did not have the time or energy to accompany the Westeros. Night Watchman Sam hopes that you can go to Bravos. If you really can't find the little deviant ghost, then go to the Great Wall to discuss the future arrangements with the Night Watchman's commander-in-chief. Marwan could hear the impatience in Dragon Queen's voice, but he could only brace himself and repeat the contents of the letter. Did that fatso eat something wrong in his brain? How dare he give me a mission? Moreover, how would I dare to go to Bravos now? If I really go, I might violate the guest's rights a second time, Dragon Queen said cowardly. She did not tell Marwan that she was not the one who went to Bravos the last time. Without the three-eyed crow's twisted will, Dragon Queen was more stable than anyone else. Are you going to start the war here soon? Marwan asked. We can start the war at any time, but I'm looking for a better opportunity. Then, Dany explained her battle plan of plundering Tauros, damaging the Alliance's naval forces, and drawing out the Alliance's trump card. Your Majesty, if you're fast enough, going to the Great Wall will be beneficial for you. Compared to the time you'll waste, it's definitely worth it, Marwan said after some thought. What benefits? Shapeshifters, Marwan said in a low voice. Dany's expression changed. She frowned and fell into deep thought. She did not know the power of shapeshifters? No, she knew a long time ago that even the weakest shapeshifters could change the direction of a war. But, for some reason, she subconsciously rejected those who could easily take over people's bodies. Like normal people, Dany also felt that shapeshifters were monsters. However, shapeshifters could only be born in the Westeros. In the Ursos continent and Slaver's Bay, the power of the old gods would be suppressed. Perhaps they could not take over people's bodies? My White Knight Jiro Dane is currently at the Eastern Sea Watch. He can represent me to discuss a solution with Jon Snow. Dany was still unwilling to make a trip personally for such a small matter. Marwan also vaguely guessed that the Dragon Queen might have the ability to contact White Knights remotely, so he nodded and talked about another matter. Your Majesty, there are two other matters that are related to the Great Sparrow. Your bounty for the professors is very effective. Recently, the City of Knowledge has become the battlefield of the castle. Many wild knights call themselves honorable knights and sneak into the City of Knowledge day and night to capture the professors and scholars who were named by the Great Guardian of Light. 1,000 gold royals each. Jaime Lannister's bounty is only 500 gold royals. Now, 5 professors and 4 scholars have been captured and sent to the King's Landing Cathedral. Dragonstone Island has also paid the honorable knights 9,000 gold royals as promised. How can those professors be in good condition after falling into the hands of the Great Sparrow? They will soon all confess. Just violating the guests' rights and interfering in the politics of the 7 kingdoms is enough to take their lives. Thinking about how his former colleagues were hunted like rare animals by the mercenaries, Bull-Neck Marwan sighed. Ha ha ha. Dragon Queen clapped and laughed. This is good news. Marwan's mouth twitched. The Great Sparrow is extremely angry. He wrote to ask you how to deal with them. He strongly suggested that we kill them immediately or imprison them in the church's dungeon to repent for the rest of their lives. It would be a pity to kill or imprison them. Send them to the Great Wall according to the original plan, Dany said. Your Majesty is merciful. Marwan heaved a sigh of relief. No, I am not merciful. I want equality between men and women. Tell the Great Sparrow that before sending them to the Great Wall, he will do the same to those professors as he did to Cersei, Dany said while holding back her laughter. Ah! Marwan's expression changed drastically. He said nervously, but wouldn't that be too insulting? Dany sneered. Violating the guests' rights is the biggest crime in Westeros. If Cersei can parade, why can't the professors? You tell the Big Sparrow that it must be done beautifully. It doesn't matter if you adjust them for a period of time. But there must not be any martyrs who can't bear the shame and kill themselves halfway through the parade. I want every professor to walk the entire parade obediently, then go to Dragonstone Island and wait to be sent to the Great Wall. Before the parade, the professors have to stand on the podium and talk about their sins and the sins of the City of Knowledge. Every professor has to talk about it. It's okay to repeat the content, Dany added. So ruthless. Marwan shuddered. When the City of Knowledge hears the news, the professors will probably commit suicide together. He sighed. Dany immediately said. Then we will do our best to spread the news that they committed suicide out of fear of punishment. What better scapegoat than a dead person? I promise that every person who commits suicide will be famous for eternity and become an existence that surpasses Rat Chef. You can write a letter or pass a message. Try to let the city of knowledge know this. Whoever commits suicide will be the scapegoat. Sigh. It was too tragic that they couldn't even die. By the way, what's with Jaime's 500 gold royals bounty? Dany asked. Jaime Lannister went missing in Hudgien for a few months. Prince Regent Kevin is very worried about him. Was he killed by Madame Stoneheart? Dany shook her head. She didn't have time to care about such trivial matters. The Great Sparrow was shocked that you could develop the Church of the Seven Gods in barren land, Marwyn said. Well, Buchang was still in Volantis, but he told the Great Sparrow about being promoted to the Archbishop of the Seven Gods and helping the Dragon Queen develop the Church of Barren Land. Look at how powerful the 7 gods plus dragons equals 7 gods method is. Not only did it establish a foothold in Slave Bay, but it also developed to barren land. Why don't you learn from me? Then is he willing to follow my method and put the dragon robes on the 7 gods? Dany asked. He said that when he's free, he'll find time to pray to the 7 gods, Marwyn said. Dany face-bombed. Forget it. That's all for today. After ending the online communication with Marwyn on Dragonstone Island, Dany immediately contacted the reserve White Knights in Eastwatch. To facilitate transportation, I'll send 10 ships to the Stone Steps archipelago as soon as 10 ships are loaded. So far, 4 groups of 40 ships have been sent away. According to your previous request, the first batch of 10 ships will be filled with soldiers who can fight. They will also be fully armed and equipped with armor. However, the speed will be much slower in the future. The barbarians in Eastwatch are almost all gone. We have to wait for Mansred to continue recruiting barbarians from beyond the Great Wall, Geralt said. Almost all? I remember that when I left, there were more than 15,000 barbarians at the Great Wall. How many can a ship carry? Dany asked curiously. It depends on the size of the ship. Our smallest ship can carry 400 tons and at least 500 people. The bigger ones can carry up to 1,000. That's a bit much. People aren't goods. They need space to live, Dany said with a frown. Geralt pursed his lips and explained. The barbarians are tough. They even set up tents on the deck. When it rains, they'll be forced into the cabin so it's not too crowded. Actually, this is Mansred's suggestion. It's best to transport all the barbarians in one go. The sooner we leave Eastwatch, the more barbarians will survive. He thinks that the barbarians' food reserves are about to run out as the night is coming. There's probably no time for a second trip. All right. You can discuss it with Mansred. Dany nodded and asked, how many shapeshifters are there among the barbarians who signed the 3-way rental agreement with us? Most of the shapeshifters who came to the Great Wall signed the agreement. Shapeshifters can't integrate into the Night Watchers. The Northerners see them as monsters. They've all been transported away. Dany frowned. Seeing her expression, Geralt's heart skipped a beat. He asked, you want to recruit shapeshifters? Is the battle at Slave Bay very tense? I want to add a trump card. Shapeshifters are the strongest among the barbarians. They left with the First Fleet long ago. But I can ask Mansred to help you recruit another batch. Then the reserve White Knight suggested, actually, giants are not bad. They can put on iron armor and make heavy cavalry despair. You've captured the Giant King. And now there are more than 150 giant warriors loyal to you. 150 rice buckets. They're so big that even the Black Dragon can't transport them by air. Chapter 494. After Blackie sent Kuei-Shi to Thunder Island, it circled above barren land for 3 days to promote the establishment of the 7 Divine Dragons sect. Well, Buchang was still in Volantis, so Bution used his name to establish the 7 Divine Dragons sect. It wasn't the national religion of barren land, but it had more advantages than other sects, because the Bo dynasty officially supported this newly established 7 Divine Dragons sect. Blackie was like a loudspeaker with unlimited stamina, preaching believe in the 7 Divine Dragons, get the Holy Dragon Essence, in the sky of barren land. Redwood County was the place where the Grey Plague outbreak was the most serious. The Holy Dragon Essence was an antidote to the Grey Plague, made with dragon essence as the main ingredient. Blackie didn't just shout slogans. He also had the 7 Divine Dragons sect to cooperate with him to cure diseases and recruit believers. That's right. A large number of 7 Divine Dragons sect cultivators had appeared in barren land. They wore white coats with the emblem of a 7-pointed black dragon, set up tents, and treated the patients who believed in the 7 Divine Dragons sect. Every morning, noon, and night there were 3 prayers. The sect hadn't been established yet, so they prayed to the 7 wooden statues with black dragon tattoos. This was the effect of the official support. Those 7 Divine Dragons sect cultivators were mostly doctors arranged by the Bo dynasty, and there were even many necromancers from the Necromancer Association. They changed into the 7 Divine Dragons sect cultivator robes, and temporarily, until the epidemic ended, acted as fake cultivators. But fake cultivators could develop into true believers. Every barren person who was cured by a fake cultivator would turn into a follower of the 7 Divine Dragons. For example, Saint Danny was also a fake member, but under her rule, Slave Bay still had a large number of devout believers with a faith level of more than 10. Thinking about the development of the 100 Lotus sect at the end of the Celestial Dynasty, the Dragon Queen's 7 Divine Dragons sect was much stronger than White Lotus. There was the Holy Dragon essence that cured incurable diseases, and there was the Black Dragon that appeared like a god. 7 gods above, that Black Dragon could speak human language. If it wasn't a god, then what was it? Blackie and the anti-epidemic medicine were so effective that when Blackie was about to leave barren land, the Baron Prince Bohau secretly found him. Well, Danny was a good mother. She protected her son well. During barren land's time, Blackie never landed in a densely populated area with complicated buildings. It would either fly above 200 meters in the sky, or meet the barren people at the peak of Dragon Mountain. Dragon Mountain, 5 kilometers away from the outskirts of Barbarian country, was a 700-meter-tall mountain peak, the same name as the volcano on Dragonstone Island. From halfway up the mountain to the peak, there was not a single trace of green. It was a huge grayish-white rock. Danny asked for it from the Bo dynasty, and it became Blackie's temporary residence in barren land. Emperor Bo, what for? Danny entered Blackie's consciousness and looked down at the Fat King who had dark circles under his eyes. The giant dragon was lying on a wide rock that was 7 to 8 meters tall at the top of the mountain. Below it was a stone path that was 40 to 50 square meters wide that had been flattened out by the Earthlings. The Fat King on the stone path chuckled and said, "Dragon God, it's rare for you to come. Why don't you stay for a few more days? I haven't properly entertained you yet." Dragon Blackie Dragon. Tion was. Could it be that this fatty wanted to learn from the Bravos people? Danny became vigilant and reminded Dahe to keep its eyes wide open and look around. If there was any movement, it should immediately spray the fat man in front of them to death. This Emperor Bohau did not seem to be as bad as Kueishi and the others said. He dared to use himself as bait, and he was much braver and more decisive than the people of Bravos. She became even more cautious and vigilant. "Emperor Bu, how do you plan to treat this dragon god?" The Fat King's eyes flickered and there was an unnatural expression on his face. He stammered, "Go to my palace. There are delicacies, beautiful women, thousands of acres of gardens, tens of thousands of palaces, and the Bo clan's treasure pavilion. I will give you whatever you like." Using a peerless beauty to lure a black dragon, even a pig would not say such a thing. He must be smarter than a pig, so he must be pretending. Well, this Fat King was indeed cunning. He actually planned to lower Dahe's vigilance by pretending to be crazy. One could not judge a book by its cover. Bohau might be the legendary pig's face and fox's heart. Even Kueishi and Butian seemed to have been deceived. Danny became even more vigilant. "This dragon god does not need treasures or beauties. I will leave tonight." Then, the Fat King looked hesitant and stammered, "Some of my officials want to see you. Can you let them come up?" Officials or fully armed dragon-slaying warriors. If he could not hold a Hongmen banquet, he would kill by force. Let them come up. In the soul space, Dahe's 9-colored vortex was spinning rapidly. Magic power was surging, and the dragon flame was ready to be released. Soon, more than 20 strong soldiers climbed up along the narrow mountain path. 2 of them carried more than 10 palanquins. They must have hidden the crossbows in the palanquins. How cunning. Unfortunately, the Dragon Queen had seen through everything. Dahe crouched on the ground and spread its wings on the rock. Its muscular legs were ready to move. The next moment, he could use the dragon flame to clean the narrow stone path below the huge rock. The Fat King noticed the Megalosaurus movements and hurriedly said, "Dragon God, don't be in a hurry to leave." "Okay, I won't leave." The loud and rough voice suddenly became a little evil. Yes, he had switched to the role of Smog. "How can I leave without killing all of you bastards?" "What, Dragon God is leaving?" There was a cry of surprise from the palanquin. The curtain in front of the palanquin was immediately lifted, revealing a few white-haired old men in luxurious clothes. Danny was stunned. "Not the dragon-slaying crossbows?" "Dragon God, don't leave. We have something to say." 10 elegant old men came out of the palanquins and jogged to the huge rock that Dahe was crouching on. They said, "Dragon God, we are willing to convert to the Church of the Seven Gods." "What?" Danny was stunned again. "It's like this." The Fat King rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly. "The Azure Dynasty is not stable now, and we heard that the Eternal Night is coming. So we were thinking, can we make a secret agreement with the Dragon Queen?" He emphasized the word, secret agreement. "What agreement?" Danny asked strangely. Was it a deeper conspiracy, or was she too sensitive before? The Fat King turned to look at the leader of the old men with a flat nose. "Prime Minister, I'm not good with words. You explain to Lord Dragon God. This old man is Moldo." "Greetings, Your Majesty Dragon God." The old man with a flat nose stepped forward and bowed calmly. "Your Majesty Dragon God's wisdom is as deep as the abyss. We mortals do not dare to use clever words to deceive you. If the Eternal Night is real, the Alliance will lose, and the Azure Dynasty will not survive the Eternal Night. So we hope to borrow the power of the Dragon Queen to avoid this calamity." "Interesting." Danny was interested and said, "Tell me about it." "We hope that the Dragon Queen can marry the Bo family." The dragon aura descended as if it was real. The old Prime Minister bent his body and almost fell to the ground. President Bo Tian was not lying. This is really a god. Moldo screamed in his heart as he explained, "Dragon God, please calm down. It's not that His Majesty Bo Hao wants to marry the Dragon Queen. It's a marriage between their children. The Dragon Queen is in her prime. Sooner or later, she will have many children and grandchildren. His Majesty Bo Hao hopes that the Dragon Queen's daughter or granddaughter can marry into the Bo family and become the Empress." What's so special about the last Empress? Danny immediately understood two things. First, she seemed to have become a dragon startled by the bow, because she was repeatedly violated as a guest. The barbarians did not want to slay dragons and misunderstood Bo Hao. He was an idiot who was stupider than a pig. Second, the last dynasty of the barbarians wanted to rely on the Dragon Queen to prolong its life. As long as the Seven Dragons sect becomes the national religion of the barbarians and preaches the Eternal Night from now on, you can also survive the Eternal Night if you are brave. The Holy Dragon rumbled. The Prime Minister was silent for a moment and sighed. "We want to sign a secret agreement with the Dragon Queen. After all, the Eternal Night may not come and the Alliance may not lose. The barbarians do not dare to stand on the Queen's side before the situation is clear." "Then that's it. I'm leaving." The Holy Dragon stood up and planned to leave. "How about the Queen's son comes to the barbarians to marry the Bo family's daughter and inherit the Azure Dynasty?" An old man wearing a silver-embroidered robe hurriedly said, "You are?" The Holy Dragon climbed down again. "I am the Bo family's great-uncle." Danny noticed that although Fatty Bo Hao looked unhappy, he didn't say anything against it. "A sacred oath?" she asked. "The 9 ministers here come from the 9 famous clans. They and I are all witnesses of the oath." The great-uncle said solemnly. "Okay." She had no reason to refuse a free throne. No matter what the Bo family's plan was with this sacred oath, she could openly intervene in the matters of the barbarians in the future. In fact, if Danny knew more about the history of the barbarians, she would not have the slightest doubt. During the time of Valeglia, the emperor of the barbarians had a marriage alliance with the 14 Fire Peak families. Otherwise, how could the barbarians have survived the conquering Dragon King's dragon flames? A noble lady of Valeglia married the emperor of the barbarians, and her dowry included a dragon. The Bo family's Azure dynasty was really at the end of its rope. The emperor's decree could not even leave the walls of the capital. The country's power was now in the hands of a few hundred princes. Bandits, wizards, and warlords ran rampant in the country. The people had no way to make a living. Anyone with a bit of intelligence could see that the country was about to die. If the Dragon Queen defeated the alliance, the Bo family, who had a marriage alliance with her, would definitely be able to keep the throne. They would then use the Dragon Queen's power to sweep the world and revive the Azure dynasty. The great-uncle was still hoping that when the son of the Dragon Mother came to the barbarians, he would also follow the old rules and bring 1 or 2 dragons. It would be best if he could establish a family of true dragons. As for whether it was the son of the Dragon Mother or the daughter of the Dragon Mother, it did not make much of a difference. After 3 or 4 generations of marriage alliances with the Bo family, it was guaranteed that the descendants would not even have the silver hair and purple eyes. Soon, Prime Minister Mordo personally wrote 2 copies of the contract on the jade silk. Fat Bo Hao, the great-uncle, the Prime Minister, and the rest of the 11 people signed together and stamped each family's emblem and seal. From then on, the future surname of the Azure dynasty would be changed from Bo to Targaryen Bo. For example, if Bo Chung could live for another 40 years, when Dany's grandson went to the barbarians, he would have to change his name to Targaryen Bo Chung. Why does it sound like a country bumpkin like Nicholas Xiaoxi? Great-uncle Emperor Bo Hao, don't worry. During the long night, the Dragon Queen may not be able to provide much help to you, but as long as one descendant of the Bo family survives, the Azure dynasty will not be destroyed. The Holy Dragon used his finger as a pen and signed his and the Dragon Queen's names on the contract. That's great. The worry of the country being destroyed is completely gone. I can let go of my hands and feet and do whatever I want. Fat Bo Hao heaved a long sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His entire body was filled with energy. Your Majesty! The flat-nosed Prime Minister's face turned red as he shouted angrily. Sigh, don't you know what kind of person I am? In front of the Dragon God, there is no need to pretend. The fat son of heaven waved his hand and said nonchalantly, all the ministers. Chapter 495. Other than the Bo family and the Divine Dragon, the other 9 ministers also represented their families and reached a secret agreement with the Dragon Queen. The reason why the 9 ministers came and why the Bo family was not worried about this deadly sacred agreement being leaked was because everyone here wanted to betray their country together. We have to think about our families too. The Prime Minister sighed. We are deeply involved with the Bo family and the Azure dynasty. We are bound together for good or ill. There is also the deadly long night. As the leaders of our families, we have to plan early. As if worried that the divine Megalosaurus would look down on their betrayal, the Prime Minister also explained the relationship between the 9 families and the Bo family in detail. It was very complicated and Dany was confused, but it could be explained in one sentence. The relationship between this group of people was similar to the 4 families of Jia, Shi, Shui, and Wang in Dream of the Red Chamber. Now they wanted to live together. The Bo family sold the throne to protect the Azure dynasty, and the other 9 families sold the faith of the barbarians to ensure their prosperity. They transferred their children to the 7 Gods sect to build the framework of the 7 Gods Church for the Queen, at least 107 Gods churches. The Dragon Queen guaranteed the continuation of their families and allowed some of the children to take refuge in Slave Bay, ensuring their status and power in the barbarians in the future. In fact, Dany did not care much about the 7 Gods sect in the barbarians. She just wanted to take advantage of them and come up with a set of good revenue data to cheat the investors. Just like how a certain Lucky tricked the Americans, the Dragon Queen wanted to trick the Big Sparrow. Look at how good the 7 Gods add dragons is, why don't you learn? But the plan of Bo Hao and the 10 ministers did not seem to waste too much of her energy, so she could not find a reason to refuse. It was a true win-win situation, and the cost of both sides did not seem to be too high. Blackie flew for a day and a night, returning to the Great Pyramid of Astapor with a yellow cloth package. Only old Ymont was at home. Aegon, Tyrion, and Missandei had followed the Queen to Nan and town. The old scholar raised the dragon, Little Red, received letters from Raven, and went to the yamen on the first floor to try cases in place of Missandei. His days were leisurely and fulfilling. 7 gods above, we Targaryen have another kingdom. And it's a world empire like the barbarian lands? Old Yamant felt like he was in a dream when he saw Dahe handing him a stack of documents. Becoming a king is so easy. Then why are we still cooped up in the Westeros? Coming back to his senses, the old scholar began to recall the dance of the blood dragon that would cause any Targaryen to feel pain in their hearts. He began to regret it. He regretted it for his ancestors. With dragons, the world is free to roam. Why exterminate the entire race for a broken chair that pokes in the butt? This was what the Dragon Queen had said back then. Now it seemed, Dany might really be able to turn the Targaryens into world royalty. The Alliance naturally had more than 300 warships. Volantis alone could gather 500 warships, and the various cities of the Alliance had more than 2,000 large ships. However, the Alliance only had 3 fleets at the moment. Each fleet had 100 ships, and they were a mix of paddling longships and large warships that fought for control of the sea. The reason was simple. The Alliance was formed by the alliance of vassals. The current situation was very much like the 18 vassals asking for Dong the United version. The Dragon Queen was Dong Feifei's role. The vassals' forces were united, but they would not hand over all the troops to Yuan Shao to command. Rhys' fleet belonged to Rhys, and the Alliance's fleet belonged to the Alliance. Although everyone had the same goal, they did not want to be cannon fodder. There were only 300 warships under the direct command of the Alliance's command. The Alliance countries that joined the Alliance provided varying numbers of warships for the Alliance's service, according to their national strength. For example, Prince Rhys-Treg brought 250 warships from the Three Sisters Kingdom to New Gith, but only 50 of them were distributed to the 3 major fleets of the Alliance. The remaining 200 were still under his command. On paper, Treg alone was comparable to 2 Alliance army fleets. However, in reality, one could not calculate it that way. The fleets that joined the Alliance army had strict standards: age, load, maximum speed, number of paddles, sailor configuration, etc. The 3 major fleets of the Alliance army had the heaviest responsibility, and they were the main force that was not afraid of sacrificing themselves. The various city-states also sincerely contributed their strongest warships to the war effort. In this aspect, the 18 vassals of the Alliance army version had more awareness and integrity than Yuan Shao and the others at the end of East Han. Of course, the pressure that Dong Feifei gave the vassals was far less than the pressure that the Dragon Queen gave the slave owners. If Dong Feifei had a dragon, even Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, the 2 most selfish brothers, could also be as selfless as Chao Mengda. Old Chao was really hot-blooded during the period of the 18 warlords. The 18 vassals of the Alliance army version did not have a leader, and they were led by many heads. Just talking about the navy, the 3 heads of the Alliance army were Commander Zanetti of the New Gith Iron Legion, Zero of the 13 heads of Quills, and Governor Ilias of Volantis. After discovering that the Dragon Queen's White Dragon had been spying on the port of New Gith recently, the Alliance Army's internal meeting decided to summon Toro's First Fleet back, ambush them in the open sea, and find an opportunity to cut off the Dragon Queen's fleet's return route. The highest goal was to kill a dragon, while the lowest goal was to clear out the Dragon Queen's fleet and seize control of the seas. The day he received the messenger crow from New Gith, Ilias immediately reorganized the army and ordered the sailors to load the ships with food and water. In the afternoon, he led the 100 warships of the First Fleet out of the harbor. That night, when she went to the Toros harbor to check on the enemy, the Dragon Queen found out about this. Late at night, Southam Town, the Queen's command post. All the generals gathered around the map table to discuss their next strategy. "Why don't we ambush Ilias' First Fleet first?" John Clinton said. To be honest, Dany also had the same idea. However, compared to the overall battle situation, she felt that the First Fleet was not that valuable. The giant crab pointed on the map and said, "We can wait for the enemy to be exhausted. We can ambush a fleet in the middle of Liberty Maiden Island and another in Southam Town, pincer attack. With the help of the Megalosaurus, nothing will go wrong." Garth nodded in agreement. "Although Ilias and I are proficient in naval warfare, this is our first time in Slaver's Bay. Our soldiers are brave but lack experience. Let us practice together and familiarize ourselves with the strength of the Alliance Army's navy. Tyrion, who was standing on the stool, laughed. Yes, he was now a rank 2 official and qualified to participate in the Queen's Imperial Conference. Dany glanced at him and asked, "What do you think, General Wildfire?" "Your Majesty, what is the purpose of this phase of the battle?" Tyrion asked. "Just say what you want to say. Don't talk nonsense," Dany said calmly. Tyrion shrugged and said slowly, "We are here to test the Alliance Army's trump card. That's why you moved the fleet to Southam Town. Toros is the Alliance Army's material transfer center. If we attack it, the Alliance Army's trump card will be exposed because they can't afford to lose it. The First Fleet only has 100 ships, so they can afford to lose it. When we encircled the First Fleet, our strategic goal was exposed. Toros will be more alert after receiving the news. When we take down the First Fleet and go back to attack Toros, the opponent's trump card may cause a lot of damage to us. It's not worth it." Clinton's expression changed and said, "I don't think there is any trump card that can reverse the advantage of the Megalosaurus, but the little devil's words make sense. Our goal in this battle is not to kill the enemy's fleet." Dany looked around and saw that no one objected. She said, "After a week, we will attack Toros." "A week? Is it to prevent the First Fleet from coming back? If we take down Toros, we can rob the Alliance Army's supplies." The big crab was deep in thought. "Yes, without the First Fleet, our mission will be much easier. Other than that," Dany's eyes flashed and she smiled faintly, "we can also take this opportunity to get a few more helpers." Model worker Blackie left Southam Town that night and arrived at the Great Wall 1.5 days later. On the 3rd day, he threw a corpse ghost into the Great Cathedral of Bel. On the 5th day, he secretly brought back 3 shapeshifters, 1 man and 2 women. Gisela, a 30-year-old spearwoman with a face full of hardships, a weak shapeshifter with a goat as her partner. Because of her weak ability, she was not in the first batch of barbarians to go to the Queen's corner. Her ability was especially suitable for herding. She was now a shepherdess, helping the free people manage the flocks of sheep. Polo District, a 55-year-old white-haired old man, a medium shapeshifter with a wild boar as his animal partner. The old shapeshifter had a stronger ability, and was the right-hand man of the giant's nemesis, Tormund. After knowing that the Queen needed shapeshifters to fight, Mansret personally asked Tormund for them. Well, Tormund's team was found by Jon's crows. Seeing that the Dragon Queen kept her promise and brought 80 ships, Tormund immediately led his tribe to the Great Wall. However, Tormund was on good terms with Jon, and did not plan to farm in the Stone Steppes archipelago. Instead, he chose to stay at the Great Wall and cooperate with the Night Watchers to defend against the deviant ghosts. The third shapeshifter was White Mask Morona, a barbarian Chiliarch who had joined the Night Watchers temporarily. After knowing that Dany needed shapeshifters, she handed over the position of Chiliarch to her daughter and volunteered to come to Slave Bay to serve the Queen. She followed Jon Snow's path and used her shapeshifting talent to practice the shadow binding meditation. After her last animal partner died 3 years ago, it happened that the magic revival happened. She focused on blood witchcraft and had not found a suitable animal partner yet. Dany held a birdcage in her left hand and a cat cage in her right. She said to the 3 barbarians who had changed into clean clothes, "Forget the goat and the boar. Tame a petrel first. If you have spare energy, tame a cat. If you have spare energy, tame a lobster." The spearwoman Gisela and the tall old man were not satisfied. However, before coming here, they had already given up on the goat and the boar. They had to give up. The Megalosaurus could carry people, but it could not carry wild boars and goats. Before they could get close to the Megalosaurus, the goat was scared to death and the boar went crazy. "Queen, what's the use of the lobster?" Morona asked curiously. This Chiliarch was not only the first barbarian chieftain to sign an agreement with the Queen, but she had also followed the Queen to fight deviant ghosts. She was an old acquaintance. "Sharp blades are installed on its claws to help my white dragon clean the fishing net wrapped around it," Dany said strangely. The Dragon Queen's idea was beautiful, but the reality was very unfriendly. Even the weakest Gisela found a petrel and a cat as partners. Polo and Morona also contracted a meter-long lobster at the same time. The lobster was found by Blackie in the sea. It swam fast, strong, and tasted delicious. After the blades were installed, its claws were very inflexible and its center of gravity was unstable. By the time the lobster cut the fishing net on Whitey, the enemy's second and third nets would have been cast. However, Danny did not steam and eat the two shapeshifters' lobster partners. The lobster's efficiency in cutting the fishing net was low, but the effect of laying mines, it was worth a try. However, it was difficult for the lobster to detonate the wildfire jar. In the end, Danny promised Morona, "How about this? Take down Toros first. If the lobster is really useless, I'll help you catch a few eagles." With the Megalosaurus, the strongest and fiercest eagle in the world is not much different from a sparrow. Chapter 496. On the 8th day after the first fleet left Toros, the white dragon that had been hiding in the clouds and secretly observing New Gis City disappeared. At this time, the first fleet of the Alliance army had already left Slave Bay and the Free Maiden Island, entering the wider Bay of Sorrows. That night, the city lord of Toros, Baylor Terrylease, called all the city defense commanders over for questioning as usual before going to bed. Terrylease was also one of the 14 Fire Peaks and managed Toros together with another Fire Peak family, Valoris. Originally, the city lord should have been Piero of the Valoris family. Piero was young and strong, and he was also Baylor's son-in-law. He was just right to deal with the Dragon Queen, who was getting stronger and stronger. However, a month ago, an invitation came from Mat Eris. It was a letter from Ginny herself. "We need Valeglia warriors with noble bloodlines." Toros and Illyria, like Mat Eris and Orlos, were all directly under Valeglia. It was very strange. Compared to Mat Eris, Toros and Toros were closer to the 14 Fire Peaks. But these two cities were not affected by the curse at all. Even so, Toros did not lose contact with Mat Eris in the Cursed Land. In the past 400 years, many living resources were transported from Toros to Mat Eris along the main road of Valeglia. Thus, information between Toros and the Land of Long Summer was not blocked. The people of Toros knew about Jenny Bellaris of Orlos and Benny Mirasis of Mat Eris. After receiving Jenny's letter, Piero did not hesitate. He led a group of young men with noble bloodlines to Mat Eris. The position of City Lord fell to the old but wise Baylor. "City Lord, everything is normal at the West Gate. No outsiders entered Toros today," the commander of the West Gate reported. Baylor, who was sitting behind the red sandalwood table, scooped up a spoonful of human milk and lotus seed soup with a white jade spoon. He put it into his mouth and slowly swallowed it down his throat before asking, "Are the mercenaries in the West Camp safe?" Stirring up trouble as usual. Today, 3 more mercenaries stole the manor's sheep. 4 of them were strong, and one of them was a young girl of Valyrian bloodline. The silver-haired, purple-eyed garrison commander suppressed his anger as he spoke. Bang! Crash! The veins on the back of the old man's hand bulged. He suddenly swept the table, and the soup bowl and spoon fell to the ground. "That group of trash will be sent to Meereen as cannon fodder sooner or later." Lord Baylor cursed. The West City garrison sighed inwardly. He understood the mayor's meaning. "We still need mercenaries to deal with the Mother of Dragons. Let's turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing." Then, he silently bowed and left. Everything is fine in the northern part of the city. There are no disturbances, no spies, and the granary and armory of the northern barracks outside the city gate are also safe. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Shoemaker Gilo Regis Pike Regiment, a total of 1,600 pike cavalrymen and 4,000 infantrymen, came from Mat Eris along Valeglia Avenue. They also brought 500 scorpion crossbows, dragon-slaying crossbows, reported the commander of the North City garrison. "I know Jig the shoemaker. He's a guest at my mansion." A bowl of lotus seed soup was placed in front of Baylor. It was his habit to drink a bowl of breast milk every night before he went to sleep. Including the Pike Regiment, Toros has almost 30,000 soldiers and 2,000 scorpion crossbows. "Now I can finally sleep in peace," sighed the old mayor in satisfaction. After the North City garrison left, the South City garrison came. The south of the city faced the sea, and the South City garrison was also responsible for the safety of the harbor. Lord Mayor, 7 ships from New Guise entered the harbor today. 4 of them were grain transport ships, and 3 of them were carrying Astapor liquor, white sugar, and white paper. Very good. Lord Baylor nodded and smiled easily. Ever since the first fleet left, I've been worried that the Dragon Queen would create a diversion. She likes to do this the most. For the past 8 days, the number of ships coming to Toros has been almost constant. This means that the sea route from Toros to New Guise has not been blocked. Lord Mayor, you are wise, praised the South City garrison. However, I heard that Slavers Bay has sealed off all trade. Can we still buy their white sugar and liquor? Asked the mayor curiously. The headquarters of the Alliance Army was too far away from Slavers Bay. Materis did not produce grain, and the nearest Toros was more than 1,000 kilometers away from New Guise. Even if they went by sea, the cost of long-distance transportation of supplies was too high. Without a doubt, buying supplies from the Dragon Queen was not only cheaper, the Dragon Queen was doing a promotion, but the distance was also very close. If the Dragon Queen was willing to sell food, the Alliance Army would probably be overjoyed. Buying food from the Dragon Queen, transporting it to Toros on the other side, and then feeding the Alliance Army from Materis to Murine was simply too whimsical. The Dragon Queen never sold food. She sold olive oil, sweet potatoes, wine brewed from grapes, sugar from sugar beets, refined salt, textiles, and even bronzeware. She did not sell iron, she only bought iron. However, she did not sell wheat or rice. She did not even sell potatoes or dried sweet potatoes. Yes, she sold high-concentration white wine brewed from sweet potatoes, but not dried sweet potatoes. That sounded a little weird. Because of that, Astapor was exceptionally prosperous. Merchants bought goods from the Dragon Queen, transported them to New Guise, and sold them to the Alliance Army. New Guise was only an island with a radius of 100 miles. It was unable to supply the Alliance Army with hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The wine that the Alliance Army drank was all from Astapor. The salt and white sugar that the Alliance Army ate also came from Astapor. The Alliance Army officers wore beautiful silk and brocade robes that came from Slavers Bay. Even the Alliance Army soldiers' monthly wages, copper and silver coins, also came from Slavers Bay, which was produced by the Dragon Queen's mint. Why did Danny do that? Because the sea merchants did not come to Slavers Bay empty-handed. They also brought things that Danny needed. Refined iron, finished swords, cooked cowhide, sheepskin, whale oil, and even rice and wheat. That's right. There were sea merchants who sold the Alliance Army's rations. Because the Dragon Queen offered a high price, she even subsidized them. 100 caddies of rice for 10 caddies of high-concentration white wine. 10 caddies of white wine for 200 caddies of sweet wine. Because rice was a subsidized item, not only was it exempt from tax, they could also get a 30% discount coupon. For example, if Zhang San sold $100 worth of rations at Slavers Bay, he would buy $100 worth of white wine. Before leaving, the Dragon Queen would compensate him with $30 of gold. Who could resist the temptation of this business? Even the Alliance Army knew that the sea merchants were selling rations to the Dragon Queen. They turned a blind eye to it and even encouraged them. The reason was simple. Between transporting 100 caddies of rations from Volantis to New Guise and 200 caddies of sweet wine, which one was more expensive? After all this trouble, the Dragon Queen's rations actually increased. The military clothing also changed from high-value and low-cost silk cloth to low-value and high-value fur. Fur was the only way to survive the winter. Although Queers, Volantis, New Guise, and other southern coastal city-states never survived the winter, they wore silk clothes and brocade robes. Coupled with the export of materials such as white paper, table salt, and coins, even if the Dragon Queen crazily subsidized them, the gold in her treasury was increasing day by day. This was actually a win-win situation. Targaryen, your words are like a mountain, the city's South Guard said seriously. Oh, I've heard of this before. What does this have to do with us being able to continue buying supplies from Slavers Bay? City Lord Baylor asked curiously. Back then, the Dragon Queen had signed a contract with Volantis, New Guise, and Queers. At any time, Slavers Bay would not reject VIP customers. Speaking of this, the city's South Guard could not help but sigh. The small merchants back then relied on the sea trade with Slavers Bay to grow into influential sea merchants in a few years. Take Volantis Fotdoxim for example. First he was just a slave. Later, he became the son-in-law of a small merchant family. Now, he has the qualifications to run for consul. Fotdoxim? I know him. That fatty is despicable. He benefits from both our Alliance army and the Dragon Queen, City Lord Baylor said in disgust. The city's South Guard shrugged and did not comment. He only continued, the Dragon Queen still sticks to her promise. Even if the city is sealed due to the epidemic, she still opens the exclusive port for VIP customers and continues to do business. I see. Baylor scooped a spoonful of lotus seed soup with Astapor white sugar and swallowed it in satisfaction. After the city's South Guard left, Baylor also finished the last mouthful of soup. He stood up and stretched his back. He sighed and said, it's another dull but stable day. I hope, boom, 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 3 consecutive explosions rang out in the silent city. Rumble. The castle of the city lord's residence shook slightly. That's Baylor's expression changed drastically. He turned to the window on the left and saw that about 4 streets away, an 80-meter-tall tower that could be considered a city landmark was burning. It was like a torch that had been lit. All the residents in the city could see it. That's the crow's nest. The crow's nest was being attacked. Baylor was stunned for a moment and exclaimed in shock, the demon mother of dragons is attacking. She wants to launch an all-out attack on Tolos and deliberately cut off Tolos's connection with the outside world. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out in the city. Accompanied by surging waves, a series of flames lit up the pitch-black night sky. He saw the demon dragon's figure flash past quickly in the flames. The speed was really fast. The 3 Megalosaurus did not hesitate at all. They seemed to be flying according to the planned route. They soared and changed their direction gracefully, looking for their target and spitting fire to burn the tower. In the instant that the old city lord was stunned, 7 or 8 towers were ignited. They were all towers. Damn it. They're all the towers that were built for the crow's nest in the city. After looking through the window for a while, the old city lord, who had lived in this city for more than 50 years, understood that the towers that were being attacked were all crow's nests. What did this mean? The old man shuddered. Boom, boom, boom. The fires in the city started to become irregular. Some places did not seem to have crow's nests. At least that was the impression that the old city lord had. What the old city lord did not know, the 3 cats and 3 petrels would definitely know after a thorough search. In just 20 seconds, more than 40 stars that were either bright or dark rose from Tolos, who was covered by the black curtain. From afar, the burning tower looked like a flickering star. Then boom. The old man's expression changed again. A mushroom cloud-like green flame rose from the dragon-slaying crossbow, hidden around the residential houses in the west of the city. It was 15 meters tall, and covered the city walls that were 6 meters tall. Almost all the nearby city areas were covered by the green flame. Even though they were a mile away, the flames reflected the pale face of the city lord. Wildfire, Baylor said softly. Chapter 497. That's wildfire. Dragon Queen is using wildfire to burn the crossbow formation? Mayor Baylor's face was distorted. In an instant he thought, if Dragon Queen can find every crow's nest in the city, even I, the mayor, don't know about the crow's nest, then it wouldn't be strange for her to find every scorpion crossbow position in the city. Yes, wildfire. Greetings to you on behalf of the queen, a young girl's voice replied. In the next moment, Chi. The sharp blade pierced his flesh. A cold feeling came from his back, and all the strength in Mayor Baylor's body was sucked away by the bone-piercing cold. He turned his head with difficulty. In his blurry vision, he could only vaguely see a masked person who was as tall as his waist. Where did Dragon Queen find this dwarf? What an amazing assassination ability. He sneaked into the mayor's castle without a single guard noticing. Could it be the legendary General Wildfire? This was the last thought in the mayor's mind. His brain was damaged by the poison on the dagger. It was clearly a female voice. How could it be the General Wildfire? Could it be that the General Wildfire was already so famous that people subconsciously thought of him when they saw the dwarf? The light blue dagger returned to its sheath. The little assassin pushed down the candlestick. When the fire spread and the guards outside the door began to shout in panic, her figure flashed and disappeared outside the light. The 3 city defense commanders of the South City Guard, North City Guard, and West City Guard were unable to return to the garrison camp safely. Danny C. was not the only assassin who sneaked into the city. In the past, every good lord, great lord, and virtuous lord in Slave Bay had the habit of raising gladiators. These people had zero tactical ability on the battlefield, but they were all very strong in one-on-one combat. With a little training, they could become top-notch spies or assassins. After they were liberated, they were indeed incorporated into Dragon Queen's assassin group. The mayor and the garrison were not the only targets. The shape-shifting cat knew the location of all the officers. Under the leadership of the cat, the assassins seemed to have opened a full-view map. All of them were 007. 50 dragon-slaying crossbows were in a group, and each group had a position. There were a total of 30 positions, distributed in every corner of Tauros. It was impossible to cover the city with a radius of 2 kilometers, but with 2,000 ordinary crossbows, the barracks, granaries, armory, mayor's mansion, city walls, docks, and other key places were all protected within the range. Unfortunately, the little bird already knew everything. The Megalosaurus could not attack the crossbow formation like Burning Crow's Nest, but it could wait on the wildfire. Danny knew the location of every crossbow formation. In tonight's battle, Dragon Queen's side had complete air supremacy and complete information suppression. After the air raid, Tauros was engulfed in flames. The citizens who were caught in the fire were crying and fleeing. The city guards who had lost their leader were running around randomly. Under the leaden sky, scarlet dragon flames and demonic green wildfires illuminated the city in a hellish glow. Hiss! Surrender and you'll be spared. Dahe roared after a round of burning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless crossbow bolts flew in the direction of the sound, regardless of how far away the other party was. In the darkness, the fear in the hearts of the soldiers was as pervasive as the fire in the city, but their determination to resist did not disappear. You mortals are courting death. Danny decided to go on a killing spree tonight. She has the ability to do that. A few days ago, the animal companions of the 3 shapeshifters helped Danny draw all the military defenses of Tauros into a map. Danny herself had been monitoring Tauros for half a month. Even in the night, she was familiar with every position in the city. Compared to the military defense map, she could accurately attack the other party, but the other party could not see the Megalosaurus in the darkness at all. For example, at this time, the Megalosaurus was slowly passing by from 300 meters above the ground, like a ghost harvesting souls. A dark green glass bottle the size of a honeydew melon was thrown out from the queen's hand. After calculating the weight, the bottle containing 5 kilograms of wildfire fell right on the crossbow formation. Boom! The green flames rose 7 to 8 meters high and covered the surrounding 20 to 30 meters. Where the wildfire splashed, nothing could not be burned. The wooden crossbows burned in the flames, the bowstrings broke, and dozens of crossbowmen were covered in green flames. They screamed miserably, struggled and rolled, melted into meat juice and burned into skeletons. No, not even a bone would be left. Dragon Queen turned into a bomb maniac this time, and it was very similar to Dedale's style of riding a clay duck to attack the sand-hidden village. She tied a large basket on Blackie's back, lined the basket with rice grass, and covered it with a layer of crushed ice. The wildfire bombs were neatly stacked on top of it. When she encountered a crossbow or scorpion crossbow formation, she would quietly fly over, reduce her speed, and silently throw down a bottle. Flying bombs was a high-tech job. In order to make the wildfire bombs accurately hit the target during the flight, Danny also trained for half a month. At night, she would ride the dragon to scout the enemy camp, and during the day, she would ride the dragon to practice throwing bombs. Even if she made 1 or 2 mistakes, it would not matter. Danny could turn around and throw another one. Well, if one was not enough, she would throw 2. If it really didn't work, she could throw a bottle of grape bombs. 10 bottles of grape bombs would always hit the target. At this time, the wildfire bombs could withstand 50 degrees of heat, and they would not explode even if they were shaken hard. Of course, they still could not be exposed to the sun for a long time. Under Dragon Queen's suggestion, The transparent glass bottles were replaced with dark glass. Dark brown, dark green, a bit like the brown bottles used to store pesticides in his previous life, which had a certain sunproof effect. And the wildfire general was not paid for nothing. Although he did not understand the principle of combustion requiring oxygen, he had seen with his own eyes that wildfire without contact with air was more stable. But it was very troublesome and dangerous to fill a wildfire bomb without air. When filling it, the wildfire must overflow, and then the cork must be slowly stuffed in. The person who did this was probably nervous and sweating, breathing heavily, and breathing out close contact with the overflowing wildfire. Boom! To solve this problem, Tyrion designed a new wildfire filling model. A mixture of wildfire and olive oil. Wildfire was denser than olive oil, and the two were not compatible. So the wildfire sank to the bottom, and the olive oil floated on top. There was no need to worry about the olive oil spilling onto the table, and there was no need to worry about the intense friction between the cork and the mouth of the bottle. Based on this principle, Tyrion designed a special insulating layer that could insulate, absorb heat, and extinguish oxygen, according to the fire-repelling ointment of the fire mages. Dragon Queen even named it Tyrion oil to reward the wildfire general. Don't doubt, it was invented by Tyrion himself. That guy's survival ability was very strong, and in order to survive, his potential exploded. Recently, he had been studying potioneering ointment, scar removal ointment, wildfire, white phosphorus, and so on. First, 4/5 of wildfire was added, then 1/20 of Tyrion oil, and finally 3/20 of olive oil. It was tightly sealed with a willow cork and sealed with wax. After a period of time in the cellar, even if there were rice-sized bubbles in the bottle, the wildfire was terrifyingly stable. The oxygen in the bubbles was reduced to other chemicals by Tyrion oil Dragon Queen's language. Thus, the wildfire bomb could be used on a large scale on the battlefield. Boom boom. Ha ha ha, explosions are art. Dragon Queen began to understand Adale's happiness. Standing on Blackie's back, she had a wildfire bomb in her left hand and a string of grape bombs in her right. Looking at the balls of evil green flame mushrooms below, she was so excited that her cheeks turned green. The city gate tower, the crossbow machine formation, the camp outside the west gate, and the sentry post guarding the granary outside the north gate were all bombed. Balls of green mushroom flames rose from the dark ground, and the mercenaries and guards were turned into ashes in the fire. Tauros is finished, wildfire plus Megalosaurus, almost unsolvable. On the sea outside the port, the wildfire general stood on the bridge and observed the situation with a telescope. This was a fast ship transporting wildfire. The cabin was filled with waist-deep seawater, and green and brown bottles of wildfire were neatly stacked in the seawater. Even with such tight protective measures, it was floating alone on the sea, 1 kilometer away from the nearest ship. Until now, the Queen has already come back to replenish wildfire bombs 6 times, more than 500 kilograms. General, there's not much wildfire left in the cabin. The consumption is too fast. The fire mage Pogba frowned. It's okay, our people have already boarded the dock. Tyrion didn't care. Kill, kill, kill. Long live the Dragon Queen. Long live Her Majesty Dany Rise. Megalosaurus is invincible. The shouts of the Unsullied came from the dock. Other than the 5,000 Unsullied brought to Meereen by Grey Worm, the remaining 3,000 came. Together with them were 10,000 Wings of Liberty and 5,000 Marines. Cleaning up the crow's nest was the first step, and removing the 12 crossbow machine formations from the dock to the south gate was the second step. Then the 3 dragons split up. Dany rode Blackie and cosplayed as Dead Ale, burning the city with wildfire. Little White and Little Green changed classes to attack machines, spitting dragon flames at the dock area. The enemy no longer had dragon-slaying crossbows and ballistae, but Little White and Little Green wore undergarments from the neck to the chest. There was a layer of carboized steel scales, and ordinary arrows couldn't hurt their vital parts at all. There were thousands of ships outside the dock, like a dense forest. Little White and Little Green opened up a path of fire in the forest for Dragon Queen's troop transport ships to enter. There were more than 100 large ships and 300 speedboats. The Big Crab and Garth led 2 fleets to seal off the port, and the troop transport ships were escorted by Little White and Little Green. Whenever an enemy warship attacked a troop transport ship, the two dragons would immediately descend from the sky and burn them into a group of torches on the water. Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the Dragon Queen! As the 18,000 warriors landed and spread out from the dock to the sea, the tens of thousands of Long army participating in the battle cheered loudly together. Surrender and you'll be spared. When the south gate was burned down by wildfire, the Unsullied began to enter the city, and Blackie persuaded them to surrender again. This time the effect was much better. The Toro soldiers who had lost their commander resisted slightly. They were completely no match for the orderly Unsullied, so they put down their weapons and surrendered. The 20,000 Allied soldiers in the West Camp were composed of large and small mercenary groups. They refused to surrender, but they didn't resist stubbornly either. At this time they displayed their mercenary nature and began to flee in all directions. However, the Pike Regiment in the north of the city had received orders from the Allied forces to garrison Toros, and had just arrived at Materis today. They were tired and couldn't escape, but they didn't escape either. Instead, they took control of the granary and the armory, and requested to negotiate with the Dragon Queen. The leader of the Pike Regiment, Shoemaker Gilo Regia, happened to be a guest at the city lord's mansion tonight. After the banquet, he had a hangover and didn't return to the Pike Regiment's camp in the north of the city after the chaos. Dragon Queen, I know that everyone praises Targaryen. Your words are like a mountain. As long as you release my father and a few deputy commanders, and swear not to pursue us, the Pike Regiment will leave Toros tonight. Danny was preparing to take Little White, Little Black, and 500 light cavalry Wings of Liberty to chase after the mercenaries who escaped in the west of the city. The young commander of the Pike Regiment in the north of the city, Jack Rhea, rode alone and entered the city to negotiate. Chapter 498. At the top of the Blackstone Tower of Babel, Dragon Queen received Deputy Commander Jack. It was a young man about the same age as Aegon, with a hooked nose and a hint of stubbornness in his youthful face. His red eyes were clear and firm, and his thick body was covered in dark gray plate armor. He was tall and steady. If I don't agree to your request, what will you do? Danny, who was riding on Blackie's back, asked. I will order the granaries and armory to be burned. Before coming, I have already ordered my subordinates to pile oil barrels in every warehouse. You only need to throw down the torches, and you will suffer a great loss. The shock in the young man's red eyes when he first saw the Dragon Queen disappeared quickly. His face was expressionless, as firm as a rock and as cold as ice. Clap, clap, clap. Dragon Queen clapped 3 times, and 2 Wings of Freedom immediately carried a stretcher over. Father! Looking at the stretcher, the young man's firm expression instantly turned into anger and grief. Looking at the young man who was holding back his tears, Danny said indifferently, Burn it, I don't care about that bit of food. It doesn't belong to me anyway. Jack's father was dead. He was assassinated by Danny's men before she attacked Toros. The Long Spear Troop was a well-known large mercenary group. Therefore, their commander and mayor were the top targets. After that, it was the 3 guards and the commanders of the West Camp mercenary group who entered the city to have fun. The commander of the Long Spear Troop, Shoemaker Gilo Regia, died in grievance. He traveled thousands of miles from Toros to Volantis, recruited and trained for more than half a year, and traveled more than 4,000 miles east in a few months, passing through the Demon's Avenue and arriving at Toros. In the end, he did not even see the Dragon Queen, nor did he even pull out his sword, and died in his drunken dreams at the hands of the little assassin Danny C. The hook-nosed Jack hugged his father's gray-green corpse, and his eyes were so red that it was almost dripping blood. After a moment, he turned his head and stared at Danny, and said word by word, I will not let you get a single grain of rice. Brat, accept reality. Your resistance is destined to be futile. The queen has never lacked food. Tyrion could not help but say. For some reason, when the dwarf saw the young man risking his life for his father, hugging his father's corpse, holding back his tears and stubbornly resisting the Dragon Queen, he could not bear to see him die under the Dragon Queen's wrath. At least I can make her heart ache. If she doesn't cherish those resources, she won't waste her time meeting me here. Jack's face hardened. His eyes filled with determination. Are you sure you can leave this place and give your men an order? Little Aegon asked curiously. Yes, little Aegon had also participated in tonight's battle. The matte white steel armor on his body was splattered with dark red blood. His swordsmanship was not bad, he fought bravely, and his equipment was good enough, forged by the blacksmith grandmaster Tobu Mott. He had killed 2 soldiers at the dock, so he had seen blood. I really hope that the queen will kill me right now. The young man smiled bitterly. Why? Aegon asked with interest. Hurting the negotiator will hurt the queen's reputation more than the value of the food. He is willing to use his life to take revenge on the queen. Old Face explained to his adopted son in a low voice. You can go. I will return the corpses of your father and the deputy commanders, Dany said calmly. Jack gave her a deep look, then carried his late father's body and walked downstairs. When the hook-nosed man's figure disappeared, Dany ordered in a clear voice, Miss Sand, take the Unsullied and surround the warehouse in the north of the city. Morono, commander of the Wings of Liberty, take 5,000 archers and cooperate with Miss Sand. Miss Sand, stay in the City Lord's manor and temporarily take over the position of City Lord. Sir Clinton, take the sailors to clean up the dock and collect the unburned ships. Simon, commander of the Wings of Liberty, command the remaining soldiers to search the city and arrest the Tauros officials and nobles. In addition, collect the remaining Scorpion crossbows. Chui Luo, take 500 light cavalry and follow me to sweep the west camp. Yes, the generals promised. Wait a moment, Your Majesty. Seeing the black dragon get up and about to take off, Tyrion hurriedly called out to the Dragon Queen and quickly said, Why don't I suggest the long lance spear? Why don't you let me persuade the Pike Regiment to surrender? Just as the shoemaker's son said, it's always beneficial for you to obtain a batch of food and armaments. Dany looked down at the dwarf below, a faint smile in the depths of her violet eyes. You can tell the long lance spear that if they dare to burn a single granary, the demon mother of dragons will kill everyone. His Blackie leaped and flew into the dark night sky. That night, the Dragon Queen let loose and went on a killing spree. The 3 dragons chased after more than 10,000 mercenaries in the night. Tauros had 3 city gates in the south, north, and west. The east side was higher, and there was no dock on the cliff facing the sea. The reason why the west camp was built outside the west gate was not because there was a large piece of land to the west, but because the west side was close to the dock and convenient for sea transportation. Therefore, when Tauros' control of the sea fell into the hands of the Dragon Queen, the mercenaries in the west camp could only run north through Valeglia Avenue to Mat Eris, or leave the avenue and enter the wilderness. The Dragon Queen chased along Valeglia Avenue and burned the troops with torches when she encountered them. She did not persuade them to surrender at all. She had done so long ago. The fact that they could run here meant that they had refused to surrender. It was too late to surrender now. She chased them until the dawn of the second day. They were 80 kilometers away from the city and almost at Mat Eris. Along the way, they left behind an endless stream of charred corpses. Chui Luo, Little White will stay behind to help you. Capture the captives along the way, and let the captives clean up the corpses. Chui Luo and the 500 light cavalry followed her for the whole night. They did not kill many enemies, but tied up several thousand mercenaries who surrendered. Dany returned to the mayor's mansion. When she was having breakfast in the bright and spacious hall, Tyrion came back with a face full of smiles. Your Majesty, I took down the warehouses in the north of the city for you. None of them were burned. There are at least 300,000 tons of food and thousands of tons of iron ingots. There are also 500 brand new Scorpion crossbows and tens of thousands of sets of steel swords and iron armor. Especially the elephant armor. There are a total of 5,000 sets. The dwarf said happily. Dany swallowed half a boiled egg with milk and asked, How did you do it? I secretly told Missandei not to arrange for the corpses to be sent to the north gate. You only promised to return them, but you did not say where, did you? Therefore, Jack, who lost his father, could only go to the backyard of the mayor's mansion and find a handcart to push his father's and the other deputy commanders' bodies back to the Pike Regiment. At this point, Tyrion was so proud that he could not help but chuckle. I took advantage of the time difference and rushed to the warehouse station before Jack. I told all the mercenaries in the Pike Regiment that the young commander wanted to take revenge on the Dragon Queen. He wanted to use the lives of more than 5,000 people in the regiment to perish together with the supplies in the 20 warehouses. It seems that you also know the conduct of mercenaries very well. Danny chewed on the bacon and sighed vaguely. Of course. Otherwise, how would I deal with Bronn? Tyrion shrugged and continued. The leaders of the Pike Regiment have all been killed by your assassins. The regiment originally only had 800 Pike cavalrymen. Now their cavalry has doubled. At first, they didn't even have any infantry. Now they have 4,000 more. They are all new recruits recruited in Volantis. Mercenaries have never had honor. At this time, the new mercenaries have no friendship with the old commander. Of course, none of them are willing to die under the dragon's flames. Even the old members may be willing to take revenge for the old commander, but they are not willing to perish together with a few sacks of wheat. I clearly told them that you do not care much about the grain. Everyone in the world knows that Slave Bay is engaged in large-scale grain production. Burning the grain is useless other than provoking the wrath of the true dragon. When the young commander huffed and puffed, sweating profusely as he pushed the handcart back to the camp, what welcomed him was the swords and chains of his comrades and my proud smile. That fellow only hates me and thinks that everything is the work of the deformed devil monkey. You do not know about this matter, so you are still glorious. Your honor is not at all affected. The dwarf quickly added. Danny wiped her mouth with a napkin and looked at him meaningfully for a while. She said, "All right, I will let him go. I will give him a bag of dry rations and let him leave at noon." Tyrion and Aegon were stunned at the same time. "You heard?" Tyrion asked. "Heard what? Then how did you know that the condition of the spear cavalry's surrender was to spare Jack Rhea's life?" Tyrion asked in surprise. "Didn't you go through all this trouble just to save that kid's life? Even if the spear cavalry did not state this condition, you would have given them this option." Danny said calmly. "Your Majesty is wise." Tyrion rubbed his nose that was missing its tip and said awkwardly, "Aunt Danny, how can you let him go now? Didn't you burn the crow's nest to cut off the news of Tolos from the outside world?" Aegon was confused. "We cannot stay in Tolos for long. It will take us at least 3 days to reach Mat Eris, which is 300 kilometers away on foot. It might even take us longer," Tyrion said hesitantly. When encountering a major event and having personal feelings in his heart, did the dwarf habitually do something stupid? Danny drank the milk in the glass and was deep in thought. The next morning around 10 o'clock, the weather was clear. The northeast wind was weak. Looking down from the sky, there was an endless stream of carriages between the warehouse in the north of the city and the pier in the south of the city. The soldiers of the Unsullied and the Wings of Liberty were like diligent worker ants. They carried rations, furs, and iron ingots from the warehouse, drove the ox carts and carriages, and moved to the ships with the true dragon flag on the pier. Very good. The Mother of Dragon's troops have not left yet. They are rushing to transport rations. Piero Valoris put down his binoculars. He seemed to be talking to someone, but there was no one around him. "Mercenaries," Piero muttered. He picked up the single-lens high-power binoculars again and looked carefully. At the original location of the West Camp, a pigsty-like camp was rebuilt. It was full of captive mercenaries, a total of 15,000 people. "Master Benny, the West Camp has become a captive camp. Only half of the mercenaries are left. The rest are either dead or escaped into the wilderness. If what Jack Rhea said is true, I guess most of them are dead. The Mother of Dragons slaughtered at least 10,000 people the night before yesterday." "What about the dragons? Did they notice you?" There was no sound, but this message clearly appeared in the mind of the Baylor City Lord's son-in-law. "I saw them. 3 dragons. The white dragon is above the north of the city. It seems to be guarding against enemies from the Valeglia Avenue in the north." "Ha ha ha, Mat Eris is north of Tolos. But who said we had to come from the north?" After laughing wildly for a while, Piero continued to report, "The black dragon is circling above the pier. The green dragon is lying on the top floor of my black tower, basking in the sun and sleeping. Did you see that woman? You want to kill her?" Piero was shocked. "Give him a taste of his own medicine." "Haha, good. She used similar methods to kill many of our noble companions. She should be given retribution. Piero laughed excitedly. Chapter 499. The sky above the clouds was shockingly blue, revealing a clear vitality. A proud golden eagle spread its wings and soared. Below in the clouds there was a terrifying shadow. It was curious and wanted to explore, but the fear from the depths of its soul made it subconsciously stay a few kilometers away. After a full 15 minutes, Piero put away his binoculars and said regretfully, "I don't see the demon mother of dragons, but I guess she's in the main castle in the center of the city right now. Then, let's set off, burn the main castle first, and then kill the 3 dragons. The first team will kill the white dragon. The second team will target the blue dragon. The rest will follow me to kill the black dragon." At the dock, in an ordinary house, White Mask Morona woke up from her coma. She said to the Dragon Queen, who was sitting on the armchair with her chin resting on her hand, "They're here?" "Okay." Danny stood up and said, "You guys retreat through the sewers. Enemy attack at the same time." Blackie roared in the sky above the ship. Yes, the Eastern Dragon language. Other than their own people who were informed in advance, no one could understand it. They only thought that the Megalosaurus was used to making cause. The people in the city didn't change. Those who were supposed to transport food continued to do so. The captives in the West camp were still tied up and sat listlessly under the sun. 5 minutes later. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sky above Tauros was covered by dark clouds. Clay pots as thick as water tanks fell from the sky. Dragon, so many Megalosaurus. The mouths of these Megalosaurus are a little weird. The Unsullied who were driving the carriages to transport food heard the roar of the falling objects and felt the sky suddenly darkened. They stopped and looked up. They were all stunned, frightened, and confused. The Megalosaurus were even bigger than the Black Dragon Queen. They were 40 to 50 meters long, and the left and right wings were more than 70 meters long. Their bodies were like giant whales leaping out of the sea. Moreover, it was not just 1 or 2 dragons but a group of 10, 20. There were a total of 30 Megalosaurus, and even the smallest of them was about the same size as the 30-meter-long black dragon. They were different from Megalosaurus. First of all, they were duller in color, grayish-white, grayish-green, green and white. Their scales were not as shiny as Megalosaurus. Secondly, their mouths were not as blunt as Megalosaurus. They were more like a bird's beak and looked more ferocious. Moreover, their leathery wings were wider and seemed to be able to cover the sun in the sky. Pterosaurs, they were all pterosaurs, a group of pterosaurs from Sosrath rainforest. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, and the Unsullied and Wings of Freedom below were all dumbfounded. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, the sound of a bugle horn pierced through the air from the back of the leading old green dragon, spreading across the land and sky. His voice was like a sharp blade, instantly cutting through the angry roars of the dragons, loud and fatal. The urgent screams made people's bones tremble. The sound waves drilled into people's ears like ocean waves, tightly grabbing onto people's souls, tearing them apart and chewing them up. Ah! It was as if someone had used a soul-manipulating technique on the long army below. Their faces were filled with fear, and their bodies were stiff. They stood on the spot, unable to move. Boom 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 boom. The earthen jar, which was as thick as a water tank, finally fell and covered the main castle at the center of the city. The jar was smashed open, causing kerosene to splatter everywhere. White phosphorus burned, and waves of flames rolled as it exploded with a loud bang. One explosion. The explosion covered the entire building. The 30 Megalosaurus were much stronger than Big Black, and each of them carried 3 or 4 jars. The main castle, which had a radius of 100 meters, seemed to be covered in a layer of bright red fire. Raging flames and thick smoke billowed. Gardens, towers, fruit trees, lawns, and even fountains were burning. Ha ha ha, good burning. Piero was riding on a grayish-white Megalosaurus that was the same color as the clouds. He laughed crazily and was extremely carefree. Woo woo woo. At this moment, The bone-scraping and soul-scraping bugle horn still did not stop. 30 dragons suddenly appeared from the west and threw down version 1.0 kerosene bombs that were the same as the dragon queens. Immediately, in the sound of the bugle horn, the team split into 3. 5 Megalosaurus rushed toward the white dragon in the north of the city, and 5 Megalosaurus only rushed toward the green dragon on the black tower of the Valoris family. The other 20 strongest Megalosaurus, under the lead of the old green dragon, spread out and surrounded the black dragon. Woo woo woo, the sound of the bugle horn suddenly became 10 times more terrifying. Previously it was like the wind of hell, bone-scraping and soul-crushing. Now it was like the sharp teeth of a demon, vicious and sharp, almost causing one's soul to scatter. Amidst the cries filled with pain and anger, the frozen people in the city felt as if they had been shot in the chest. With the sound of the bugle as the center, their bodies spread out like dominoes, radiating in all directions. The sound waves moved with the old green dragon, and the center of the radiation also moved toward the harbor. In the sewers, Morona, Polo, and Gisella's reactions were far more exaggerated than the others. They covered their ears with all their strength, and their eyes rolled back. White smoke with the smell of burnt blood came out of their mouths. Bo 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 bo. Outside Mat-Era City, there was a cat in the Allied camp, 3 petrels in the northeast of Toros City, 2 cats in Toros City, and a prawn in the bay outside the harbor. The 7 animal companions all bled from their orifices and died on the spot with a cry. Only Morona's eagle, after falling a few hundred meters like a kite with a broken string, flew away with a will that was far stronger than the cat and the petrels. It escaped from Morona's restraints. Its soul was injured, but it regained its freedom. Bang! 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 Like 3 dried reeds, the 3 shapeshifters fell straight to the ground. Their cries stopped, and only wisps of white smoke came out of their orifices. Dragon's horn? No, it's 10 times stronger than Loon's dragon binder. In the bungalow at the harbor, Danny's expression was serious. Ginny had once told her that Valeglia had 3 authentic dragon's horns. They were Dragon Binder, Dragon Prisoner and Dragon Slayer. All 3 horns could control dragons, but their enchantment skills were different. Dragon Prisoner could punish disobedient Megalosaurus with the sound of the horn, causing Megalosaurus to suffer. Dragon Slayer could kill disobedient evil dragons and wild dragons with the sound of the horn. Ginny had also said that the dragon's horn was the heirloom of the main family. It was destroyed in the cataclysm along with the 14 fire peaks. Then where did this horn come from? Was the horn on the back of the old green dragon, a dragon slayer or a dragon prisoner? There was no time for her to think. 20 Megalosaurus had already crossed the harbor and chased after Dahe, who was flying south at a low altitude. The strange thing was that they were clearly several times bigger than Dahe, but their flying speed was not as fast as Dahe's. One had to know that Dahe was not at full speed yet. Should I go easy on him? Just as Danny was thinking about this, the sound of the horn changed again. Impassioned killing was no longer enough to describe its terror. The sound waves seemed to have turned into an invisible machete, slashing at Dahe's head. Wuwa Danny, who was in the dragon spirit state, also felt a little pressure. Just the aftermath of the horn that killed 3 shapeshifters across the air, but it only made Danny feel a little pressure. This was not strange. Dahe was now a demigod, a dragon god blessed by the faith pool of the 7 gods. However, Dahe still pretended to be injured. He shook his head and slowed down by half. He seemed to be unable to hold on and was about to fall. In order to make room for the Long family army's ships, thousands of ships were densely packed on the deep blue sea outside the harbor. Under the attack of the horn, the black dragon swayed and swept over the ship with its body slanted. Because its flying height was too low, it broke 7 or 8 masts. As a result, its speed was even slower. Behind the black dragon, 20 Megalosaurus that covered the sky sped up. Like 20 dark clouds, they surrounded Dahe. It was very strange that they were within 30 meters of Dahe, but they did not spit out dragon flames. Not to mention the 2 magic dragons, Little White and Dahe, even Little Green, a muggle dragon, had a 20-meter dragon flame killing range. Ready! Dahe, who had dodged sideways to avoid the masts of the giant ships, suddenly shouted. Its voice shook the wilderness and was heard by the entire city. It was also the Eastern dragon language. Moreover, the voice carried the soul-suppressing meaning of the true dragon roar, which instantly eliminated the influence of the dragon horn within a few kilometers. In fact, the souls of Dahe and Danny in the dragon spirit state were already stronger than the dragon soul in the dragon horn. Benny and the others on the old green dragon's back were only stunned for a moment, but they did not care. They all knew that Dahe was a demigod, otherwise, they would not have specially gathered 20 dragons to kill him. At the same time, these people did not understand Dahe's words. Even Balerion did not understand. They only thought that the black dragon was howling. Whoosh! Like a whirlwind, 21 pairs of huge fleshy wings flapped with all their might. The whistling wind blew the sails, masts, and ropes until they were crackling. After roaring ready, Dahe's body turned sideways. Like an airplane that had lost its speed, it directly inserted itself between the two ships. Boom! With a splash of water more than 10 meters, the black dragon plunged into the sea. The waves caused by it caused the ships on both sides to shake violently. The 20 megalosaurus that were chasing after it were at a loss because of their shock and bewilderment. Dozens of ships nearby suddenly had brick-shaped holes on the flat and smooth decks. A plank that had been laid on the deck was lifted. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Scorpion crossbow arrows with barbs were densely packed together like spilled water. In the blink of an eye, they hit their targets. The 20 megalosaurus were like dark clouds that covered the sky and the sun. They were also like large magnets that absorbed all the arrows that were shot at them. There were more than 1,000 ships, and the cabins were empty. There were 800 scorpion crossbows seized from Tauros. Of the 1,500 in the city, only 300 were usable. The remaining 500 came from the spear regiment. There were also 6,000 normal crossbows. 2,000 were seized from the Battle of Tauros. The other 4,000 were shipped from Kayuan. The Guy's Alliance had ordered them from Koer that day. This was a death trap. The dragons flying close to the surface of the sea barged in without any warning. Of course, Benny knew that the Dragon Queen had dragon-slaying crossbows, but he thought that he had launched a surprise attack. He thought that as long as he fought with Dahe, the Dragon Queen would not dare to shoot arrows into the sky. After all, their dragons were older and had thicker skin. Dahe would definitely die before them. Thud 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 thud. It was not the chi-chi-chi sound of an ordinary crossbow arrow hitting a human body. Instead, it sounded like the sound of an old cow's skin being pierced. Occasionally, there was also the sound of cloth being torn. It was the sound of the barbs on the crossbow arrows tearing the flesh membrane when they pierced through the wings. An endless rain of arrows and 7-foot steel crossbows pierced the 20 dark clouds in the sky into hedgehogs. Golden sunlight shone through the holes in the wings and fell on the sails and the deck together with blood. Roar! The dragons cried out in grief. Dark red sticky blood splashed out. It dyed the sails, the deck, and the nearby sea red. Chapter 500. Kacha-boom! A 50-meter-long green pterosaur beside him wailed. It lost its speed and crashed into the mast, smashing the deck and the side of the ship. Wood shards shot out like bullets, and the red seawater splashed everywhere. The pterosaur fell into the sea like a plane that had lost its speed. The dragon knight on it was pressed against the ship and rubbed against it. It was like a mosquito on a thigh that was suddenly slapped and rubbed. It became a pile of flesh and blood on the red dragon's back. The sea waves surged, and the deck of the ship split open, revealing the panicked but excited crossbowmen inside. They were the Wings of Liberty, dressed like mercenaries in all kinds of leather armor. Benny's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. In just a few breaths, he saw several pterosaurs fall. They were either hit in the eyes, neck, or other vital points, or their wings were torn apart. They were heavily injured and could no longer fly, so they fell down. He didn't even know how many of his companions were left, but he was sure that his old green dragon was about to die. Although after the mutation he immediately flew higher, hoping to fly above his teammates and use their dragons as shields, there were too many arrows, and the distance was too close. The crossbow bolts could easily penetrate the double layer of flesh wings. The old green dragon he was sitting on was not seriously injured, but its flying wings were like a cicada's wings that had been burned. It was like a bedsheet that had been hung outside the house in the wind and rain. In the past 10 years there were holes everywhere. The old green dragon was panting rapidly. It flapped its wings hard, trying to fly higher, but the surface area of its wings was reduced. Trap, this is a trap. The Spear Regiment betrayed us, Jack Rhea betrayed us. Benny roared in grief and anger. There's no time to care about this now. Go, leave this place quickly. This was Jenny's voice in Benny's mind. High Priestess. My lord, protect me. Benny seemed to have grabbed onto his last life-saving straw, and cried out eagerly and expectantly. You've already rushed out of the ambush. Head west immediately. There's no time to go back to Mat Eris. Go to Illyria 50 kilometers away. There's a garrison there, a Scorpion crossbow base, and the Grand Cathedral of Belerion. If the Black Dragon dares to follow, he'll never return. Jenny warned. Benny pushed his sweaty silver hair away and looked around. Only then did he realize that there was a vast expanse of blue in front of him. The sea was vast, and there was no more demonic rain of arrows below. Even he himself could not believe it. The green dragon had withstood the flying arrows like locusts and flew past the crossbow formation set up by more than 1,000 ships. But when he looked left and right, his heart sank. There were only 2 companions left beside him. The abdomen of the megalosaurus they were sitting on looked like moldy bread. Black hairs grew on it, and they were all arrows that pierced through the hard scales. They must have used their teammates as shields to avoid this fatal trap. Evil dragon. Where do you think you're going? Boom! With a splash, the ferocious black dragon leaped out of the sea like a missile launched from a submarine. It chased after them at twice the speed of the old green dragon. Steve, Windrow, it's your turn to sacrifice yourselves for the revival of the great Valeglia. Using Jenny's faith channel, Benny gave his 2 companions an order. No, I don't want to die. I'm Prince Keyless. I have thousands of acres of land and many beautiful concubines. I'm the richest in the world. I still have countless riches to enjoy. I know. No matter how Prince Keyless Windrow shouted, his mount changed direction in midair and fearlessly pounced on Blackie. No, your majesty Belerion, my value is greater than Benny's. I'm from the Keyless royal family. I have the wood throne in the Keyless palace. The platinum dragon flame gathered in Blackie's throat. Before it was spat out, the pressure wave that belonged to the gods made the souls of Windrow and the megalosaurus tremble. At this point, Danny did not hold back anymore. She would not save the power of faith. She had already regarded the faith pool of the 7 gods as her own. She knew that power was hard to come by, so she was usually very frugal. With the blessing of the great guardian clergy, the blood-red dragon flame turned into platinum subdivine power. Power level lower than a true god, higher than ordinary magic power. The power of the dragon flame now compared to before was like the difference between the magic of Naruto, Rasengan, and ordinary Rasengan. The power had at least doubled. Damn it, divine power, this is divine power. Where did the black dragon get such strong power of faith? Feeling the terrifying power wave behind her, Jenny and Benny's sea of consciousness was shocked and angry. This change made her more afraid and fearful than the mother of dragons, knowing in advance that the dragons were coming and reminding her to set up a trap. Although the pterosaurs were rare, as the ancestor of Valeglia, she was too familiar with their habits in gathering places. If she could find one nest, she could find another. As long as the bloodline of Valeglia was not cut off, she could have as many pterosaur knights as she wanted. But the black dragon had become a true demigod, with a stable source of power of faith, which meant that the other party was of the same level as her. If it was just an ordinary demigod, Jenny would not be afraid. But Blackie also cultivated the perfect inheritance of the great wizard. There was no doubt that he would not be invincible in the future. After all, the Dragon Queen did not receive the full set of inheritance and had internal techniques. At this time, Blackie was still 2 levels below Belerion. Prince Quill's Windrow shouted in horror, "No, Dragon Queen Black Diamond, don't, we are acquaintances. Your mother even walked through my back door." Back then in Quill's, Danny gave him 777 gold coins as a gift and asked him to put in a good word for her when she met the royal family. In the end, this guy took the money but did not do anything. Now, he even had the face to talk about old times with the Dragon Queen. But Prince Quills was smart enough. As he shouted, he unbuckled the leather buckle on the dragon saddle. Before the dragon flame attacked, he flipped his body and smashed into the deep blue sea, creating a bright white splash. Then, it was a 50-meter-long pterosaur versus a 30-meter-long black dragon. Boom! Before the collision, the platinum dragon flame covered the pterosaur's head, like a welding torch spraying aluminum ingot. The azure dragon's fist-sized sky-blue eyeball immediately exploded into a ball of green-red juice in the dragon flame. Its tough dragon skin, which could withstand arrows, actually melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dragon's angular face dripped with juice, like a braised lion's head that had been simmering for 2 hours. Bang! The azure dragon's body tilted and fell diagonally downwards. Its wing bones touched Big Black's body, causing it to stagger. Big Black's body tilted and its speed slowed down. Benny took the opportunity to distance himself. The azure dragon could not breathe fire, but its physical strength was stronger than Big Black's. It was overwhelmingly strong. Danny, in her dragon spirit form, instantly understood that she could not fight the pterosaurs head-on. "Steve, it's your turn," Benny ordered his last companion. Benny had let 2 of his companions attack together, but Steve's dragon was more seriously injured than his and Prince Quill's dragon. It was not fast enough and it was not high enough. Its movements were very difficult, and it was 1 or 2 kilometers behind Windrow. Now it was desperately trying to increase its altitude. Otherwise, it would not be able to be cannon fodder. Big Black would fly over its head. "Don't give up on me, Great High Priestess Jenny. My surname is also Belarus. You are the main family, and I am the branch family of Mill. We are of the same family, and our blood relationship is closer than that 2-headed monster Benny. Let him fill in the hole, save me." Steve wailed. "Idiot, you are a branch family of Belarus. How can you be more honorable than me? A direct descendant of Miracis?" Benny sneered in his heart, but in his mind he was urgently shouting, "High Priestess Jenny, the black dragon is fast. It will catch up with me in 20 minutes, but it won't reach Illyria in 20 minutes. If it does, I will blow the dragon slayer's horn, but it may not work. If it doesn't work, you should face the sacrifice calmly." Jenny said calmly. "Benny, squeak!" Little Green wailed. Danny, who had been hiding in the basement of a bungalow at the docks, suddenly heard Little Green's dragon cry behind her. He was injured. Anxious, Danny activated the double dragon spirit and brought the second soul into Little White's body. Little White did not send any warning, so she did not use the dragon spirit with him. Little White was indeed not in danger, since she knew that the opponent was going to ambush her. How could Danny not make preparations for Little White and Little Green's safety? There were thousands of ships at the harbor to set up traps to protect Big Black. There were also 100 Dragon Slayer crossbows around the Black Tower where Little Green was sleeping. There were also 100 Dragon Slayer crossbows and 500 ordinary crossbows hidden in the warehouse in the North City. Danny knew that the opponent's main target was her, and the secondary target was Big Black, so she hid and let the 3 dragons separate to disperse the opponent's forces. As for attracting all the dragons to the bay, that was not realistic. If too many pterosaurs gathered together, they would form overlapping spaces. For example, the Megalosaurus on the lower level would block all the arrows for the upper-level Megalosaurus. In fact, 20 pterosaurs were already overlapping. Otherwise, with thousands of crossbows shooting within 100 meters, how could 3 dragons escape? Little White and Little Green did not need to kill many enemies. As long as they could keep their lives and at the same time, they would have completed their mission. The surveillance along the way made Danny understand that her dragon flew faster than the other party. There was only one thing that she miscalculated. The old pterosaur skin was too hard, and the Dragon Slayer crossbows were not effective. She was tricked by the finale of Game of Power again. In the last episode of Game of Power, Yuluan's scorpion crossbow shot through Little Green's neck and head from hundreds of meters away. It was as easy as shooting a chicken with a normal crossbow. She had underestimated the power of the Dragon Slayer crossbow against the Megalosaurus. She had overestimated it. Of course, Danny had the Dragon Slayer crossbow, but she dared to experiment with her 3 dragons? Alright, Danny did not overestimate the scorpion crossbow. Little Green was still a 3-year-old dragon, so it was not strange for it to be shot through the head. However, the dragons led by Binny were all adult dragons. The biggest difference between pterosaurs and megalosaurus was that pterosaurs had no magic power, while megalosaurus had magic power. Their physical fitness and physical resistance were almost on the same level, except for demigods. Pterosaurs were to megalosaurus what Barristan was to Danny. Danny knew magic, but old Bart did not. Danny's swordsmanship and physical strength were in the category of ordinary people, and so was old Bart. Therefore, Little Green was in for a tragedy. When the 5 pterosaurs rushed over, the hundreds of scorpion crossbows that were lying in ambush all hit their targets. However, the 5 pterosaurs were all injured but not killed. They blocked Greenie's escape route. Danny could not fight Greenie's dragon spirit. Greenie could only fight by instinct. At first, Little Green had the geographical advantage. It spat out a mouthful of dragon flame and killed an old pterosaur with little HP, and beat the other 2 to a pulp. The dragon knights on the opposite side were even more miserable. 4 of them were burned to death on the spot. But then, the pterosaurs also landed beside him, and Little Green had to engage in a cruel hand-to-hand battle with them on the Black Tower. Little Green's dragon flame kept burning the opponent's skin and flesh. The pterosaurs had low magic resistance, but they were strong, and their claws and teeth were sharp, scratching bloody marks on Little Green's body. Little Green was young, and its physical skills were not a match for the pterosaurs. In a moment its scales were broken, its muscles were torn, its wings were broken, and it cried out in pain. Fortunately, there were 100 dragons slaying crossbows nearby, and Little Green was barely on par with the 2 pterosaurs. The problem was that the old dragons had a long HP bar, so even if they were on par, they were the ones who gained. Now Little Green could not stand it anymore and began to call for help. He had not forgotten that he had 2 brothers and a mother. Chapter 501. At this time, Little White had already kite 5 pterosaurs with 7 or 8 arrows in their abdomens 15 kilometers to the east. Come back and save Little Green. Danny called Dahe. Give up chasing the old green dragon with Balerian's aura, and come back to pick her up so they could save Little Green together. Dahe didn't turn back immediately. He still had an opponent to deal with, the gray-green pterosaur. Dahe was small but very fast. Before they collided, he suddenly jumped up and flew over Steve's pterosaur head. Bang! A black thunderbolt flashed across the sky. When Dahe flew over the pterosaur's head, he suddenly whipped his tail like a sharp axe and a bladed whip at the pterosaur's neck. At the same time, Dragon Knight Steve was split into 2 and the pterosaur's bones were broken. Then Dahe easily circled behind the pterosaur that had fallen into the sea. His pale golden eyes flashed with bloodlust and he swooped down like a sharp arrow. Bang! He actually rode on the pterosaur's back and grabbed its 2 wing bones with his 2 claws. He opened his mouth and bit the pterosaur's neck crazily. Cracked scales and minced meat flew into the sea. Blood was like tap water that had been cut off. Hiss! Ow ow ow! The pterosaur screamed in pain but couldn't struggle. Ow! Danny was about to persuade it to leave it alive. Dahe's claws were full of power. Rip, like a child tearing a piece of hard leather paper. The pterosaur's wing that was bigger than Dahe's body was torn off by him. Trash, how dare you challenge me? Dahe had minced meat in his mouth and hot blood dripped from his lips. He roared ferociously and his voice spread everywhere. Danny gaped. She had not taught him to do it. She had not taught him to say it. What Dahe did now was all out of instinct. She felt the terrifying anger in his heart like a volcanic eruption. It was the anger of the mystic dragon after being insulted. You damn kid, hurry up and save third brother. Mother Dragon was stunned for a moment and immediately scolded him. Idiot wastrel, is it cool to bite off a wing? Isn't it good to use it? You bit my dragon to death. A pterosaur is also a dragon. The hostility in Dahe's heart was like a pool of water that had been opened. It quickly poured out and spat out the minced meat in its mouth. It didn't eat raw meat, so it lowered its head and flew to the dock dejectedly. When Dahe passed by the tower on the city wall, Danny, who was waiting at the top of the tower, jumped down and landed on Dahe like a swallow. When he arrived at the Black Tower of the Valoris family, Xiao Lu was being pressed to the ground by a grayish-white scaled pterosaur. Lil Green's dragon breath didn't stop, burning the other party's butt and wings. The two dragons rolled into a ball, their flesh and blood badly mangled. It was a complete mess. The other pterosaur was struck in the eye by an unsullied lying in ambush nearby. It was easy for the crossbow formation to kill the two pterosaurs. They were within the encirclement, but the unsullied were worried about accidentally injuring their allies, so they were very cautious. However, seeing that Little Green was at a disadvantage, they had no choice but to take a risk. Under the premise of avoiding Little Green's vital points, they attacked the pterosaur's vital points. Well, Little Green's flesh wings were also pierced a few times. Roar, submit. Dahe pounced forward, roared, and spat out dragon flames. This time Danny was present. The dragon flames turned into a golden rope of light, accurately wrapping around the pterosaur's wings, legs, and neck, roasting it with a sizzling sound. Little Green was rescued and dragged its injured leg to the side. Submit or die. Dahe roared again. The pterosaur was still struggling desperately. Seeing that its milky white eyes were turbid, Danny's heart stirred. Dahe cooperated with the second soul to launch a soul attack. Howl, the soul storm easily swept into the pterosaur's spiritual space. Roar, a mini red dragon came over, exuding an ancient aura and a trace of divine pressure. It let out a soul-shaking roar at Danny and Dahe. This is the dragon soul in the dragon horn? No, it's just a spiritual imprint. The other party is also a demigod. Danny was surprised. How did the other party control the pterosaur with a spiritual imprint? With a thought, she opened her mouth wide and swooped over. Like an ordinary person eating a shrimp, she swallowed the mini red dragon opposite her in one bite. Well, in the spiritual sea, the volume was determined by the quality and quantity of the soul. The next moment, she and Dahe left the pterosaur's spiritual sea and returned to her own spiritual space. The mini red dragon's eyes lost their luster after being swallowed by her, as if a real dragon had turned into a toy dragon built with building blocks. Crack, crack, the building blocks fell off one by one, and the mini red dragon scattered into a pile of runes in Danny's spiritual sea. Valeglia's runes. Danny knew all of them, but she could only remember 1/3 of them. In reality, the pterosaur's eyes regained clarity, and it no longer struggled. It only crawled in front of Dahe and wailed. It was surrendering to Dahe, voluntarily surrendering. Danny was excited and urged, "Go to the south. My 5 pterosaurs want to escape." One day later, 1,500 ships raised their anchors and raised their sails. Like patterned blankets on the blue sea, they were slowly being dragged to the southeast by the gods. The ships carried food, iron, gold, cloth, and other valuables plundered from Tolos, 70,000 Tolos slaves, 45,000 sailors and sea merchants who served the alliance, and 20,000 mercenary captives. When the ships completely left, there were only 20,000 Valeglia's free citizens left in Tolos. The first phase of the plan against Tolos had never been to take over the city. Tolos was too close to Mat Eris. It was only 200 kilometers away, and it was connected by the convenient Valeglia Avenue. If it was a fast horse, it would take half a day. If it was a pterosaur, it would only take an hour. However, Tolos was too far away from Danny's headquarters. It was 600 kilometers to Astapor, 700 kilometers to Kayuan, and 900 kilometers to Murine. It was too difficult to provide support. Therefore, Tolos was never Danny's first choice for the final battle. The main goal of this battle was to find out the opponent's trump card, which had been completed. The secondary goal was to plunder the alliance's supplies, which had been perfectly achieved. Since both goals had been achieved, Danny had to leave. However, even though Tolos could not be taken over, the slaves in the city had to be liberated. This was Danny's responsibility as the shackle breaker, the Misha of the slaves. There were 2 types of captives, the Dragon Knights and the nobles of Tolos. Even her old friend, Prince Windrow, was not given any preferential treatment by Danny. She directly sent him to the hands of the Whip of Dugu, and interrogated him for all information related to the pterosaurs and Mat Eris. The centaur Meijichi secretly told the Whip of Dugu that Windrow had taken 777 gold radiance coins from Calixi. Calixi was very unhappy. Then the other type of captives were the mercenaries. Not a single one of them escaped, and all of them were sent away. Before the ransom was paid, before the war ended, they had to obediently farm in Slave Bay and work as coolies. It was the same for the sea merchants and sailors who served the Alliance. 45,000 sailors and 1,300 ships were basically the main artery for the Alliance Army's hundreds of thousands of troops. The sailors who were slaves would regain their freedom and join Slave Bay. They would be given houses, land, and wives. The free sailors would become captives and be treated the same as the mercenaries. As for the merchants, let me go, I want to see the Dragon Queen. My father is Faust Doxim. The captives and plundered resources were all shipped to Astapor. The 10,000 soldiers of the Wings of Liberty and 2,000 Unsullied also left Tolos, but Danny remained in the city. Danny and a group of officials, 1,000 Unsullied and White Knight Garth's Second Fleet were temporarily stationed in Tolos. Big Crab's First Fleet went to the south, New Gith. The city lord's mansion was burned, and Danny temporarily stayed in a hotel by the docks. Unless your father is Targaryen. This was Tyrion's playful voice. Let him in. Danny left the map table and walked to the door to order the Unsullied. In the courtyard, a young man in a blue velvet sweater with a standing collar was struggling to be pressed to the ground by two Unsullied. The Wildfire General with a green helmet, green armor, and green cloak stood by the side with a smile. Your Majesty, is this kid really someone you know? The dwarf asked in surprise. My father is Faust Doxim. He has the Supreme VIP card of Slave Bay and can request to see the Queen. The young man was still shouting. Danny immediately lost the mood to exchange pleasantries with the son of an old friend. She waved her hand in disdain and said, Forget it, get him out. I still have to eat lunch later. What's the use of the Supreme VIP card? The dwarf walked to the door and asked curiously. It can exempt you from being a prisoner of war. Merchants who have this card, even if they serve the enemy of Slave Bay, can leave without charge after being caught by me. They can even get compensation. Of course, meeting the Queen is also a privilege. Danny smiled. The fact that the young man could walk to the Queen's courtyard meant that he had escaped punishment with his special identity. The other sea merchants were loading their ships and preparing to ship to Astapor. This is really... Tyrion's mouth twitched. You're really confident. You're not afraid that your goods will feed the enemy. He actually wanted to say, You're really a weirdo. You should be asking what's the condition to get the Supreme VIP card. Danny smiled faintly. In this country where iron ore was scarce in Slave Bay, who did she rely on to forge 10,000 sets of fine steel armor, 20,000 iron plows, and 300,000 swords including kitchen knives and hatchets, in just 2 years? The young man was struggling again. He struggled and refused to leave. He begged, Your Majesty, give me some time. I have something to say, something important. What do you want to say? Danny raised her hand and stopped the Unsullied's movements. Fat Faust's son didn't even bother to pat off the dust on his body as he jogged over with his messy hair and reported, Your Majesty, I've been requesting to see you since last night, but your Unsullied kept stopping me. I already told them that I have a Supreme VIP card. Your father has the card, not you. Let's get down to business. I'm very busy now. Dragon Queen said impatiently. Are you going to send the merchants to the labor camp to farm? He asked. Danny nodded. Your Majesty, I want to ask you for a favor. Can you let those merchants go? And those merchant ships, there are more than 1,000 of them. You have no use for them. Why don't you return them all? Little Doxim smiled fawningly. Do you have a big face? Danny said faintly. Little Doxim's thin face turned red. He said awkwardly, Your Majesty, the merchants are weak. They eat a lot but do little. It's better to exchange them for money. I guarantee in my father's name that the ransom will not be a single copper coin less. What will your father get? Danny asked curiously. Little Doxim rubbed his hands and said proudly and shyly, My father plans to run for the next senator. Most of those merchants are from Volantis. They have votes. Senator from Volantis? Danny had a strange expression. Fat Faust was born a slave. Yes. Then did your father join the Tiger Gang, or the Elephant Gang? Danny asked again. The Tiger Gang. In recent years, the Tiger Gang has a strong attitude towards Slave Bay. It's easier for them to get votes. Little Doxum said seriously. Tyrion's mouth twitched. Dany thought for a while and nodded. That makes sense. I'll give your father face. Those merchants are free. When they reach Astapor, as long as the ransom is paid, they will be released along with the ships. Haha, thank you, your majesty. Thank you, your majesty. Ha ha ha. Little Doxum did not expect the Dragon Queen to be so reasonable. He was so excited that he could not control himself. After he left, Tyrion touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "You're going to make a move on new guys next? What do you think I'm going to do?" Dany smiled. Tyrion smiled proudly and said, "After the merchants are free, they can only go to new guys. Just like how you hid the crossbows in the cabin to ambush Matari's pterosaur unit, you'll let a group of merchants leave one after another. When the guys' people let down their guard, you'll send a few transport ships over to take over New Guy's port." Good idea. Dany nodded with a strange expression. Right, I still don't understand. How did you know that Mat Aris has pterosaurs? Tyrion asked. Chapter 502. You knew when the pterosaurs would come, where they would come from, and even guessed their tactical arrangements like a mind reader. How did you do it? The little devil asked curiously. Why don't you ask me how I know every crossbow formation and every hidden guard in Tauros? Dany asked. For the past half a month, you've been riding a dragon to Tauros every day to gather information. Isn't that how you got it? But yesterday, when the pterosaurs attacked, the 3 dragons didn't leave Tauros. But you knew exactly when they would arrive, Tyrion said with certainty. I'll take you to see a few people. Dany greeted Missandei, Morono, and the other generals in the hall and announced the end of the meeting. She then took the little devil to a spacious room on the 2nd floor. There were 3 beds placed side by side in the room. There were mats on the beds, and on them lay a fierce-looking middle-aged woman, a masked female mage, and a white-bearded old man. The 3 of them were pale, and their lips were dry and cracked. If it weren't for the hot environment of the bay and the lack of rotten smell, Tyrion would have thought they were dead. Who are they? He asked. Shapeshifters. Tyrion was from the western region. Grandma rarely told stories about shapeshifters, so he was stunned for a while before he found the name and its meaning in the corner of his memory. You must be joking. Are there really shapeshifters in this world? He said so, but he couldn't smile. After the first Allied fleet left, I sent Blackie to the East Sea to find 3 shapeshifters. The 3 of them found 3 petrels, 3 cats, a lobster, and an eagle as their animal companions. After seeing the efficiency of shapeshifters, Dany decided to let them join the regular army, so she didn't plan to hide their existence anymore. Shapeshifters can really turn into beasts like the legends say? That's not wrong. Their bodies don't change, but their souls do. Then, Dany told Tyrion about the abilities of shapeshifters. Ah! The dwarf was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. I understand now. You never intended to cut off the communication between Tolos and Mat Aris. Setting the crow's nest on fire was just a smokescreen to make everyone think that you were trying to buy time to move the supplies out of the warehouse. If the higher-ups in Mat Aris knew about this, they wouldn't allow you to leave so easily. However, your main goal in attacking Tauros was not to plunder resources, but to test the Alliance's trump card. Since the trump card is not Tauros, then you have to continue probing. Otherwise, you won't be able to achieve your strategic goal. So, even if I didn't let the young leader of the Longspear Regiment go, you would have purposely leaked the news. At this point, Tyrion's expression was dejected, and he smiled bitterly. To think that I was trying to be clever in front of you. You must be laughing at me, right? No, I admire you. Dany shook her head. Do you appreciate my sympathy for a young man who has lost his father? The dwarf mocked himself. Can't I? In this world, it is rare to be able to sympathize with people who have nothing to do with you. Tyrion shook his head without saying anything. Dany skipped the topic and said, I didn't have to purposely leak the news because this matter couldn't be hidden at all. Tauros is the center of the Alliance's supplies. Every day, there will be food sent to Mat Aris, and every day, there will be mercenaries coming to Tauros. The young leader of the Long Spear Regiment needs 3 days to walk to Mat Eris, but he will meet mercenaries or caravans coming to Tauros in half a day at most. I see. Tyrion was enlightened. After that, Morona's eagle sent the Black Cat from the Polo district to the outskirts of Mat Eris. The Black Cat found the Blowing Wind Regiment. I think that since the Blowing Wind Regiment dared to bet on the Alliance, they must know the Alliance's trump card. Unfortunately, the Blowing Wind Regiment's camp was filled with small fries. The higher-ups who knew the secret lived in the city, but the Black Cat couldn't enter. Luckily, there was the eagle. At this point, Dany couldn't help but feel relieved. The ordinary soldiers and generals of the Alliance didn't know that Mat Eris had pterosaurs. For example, the mayor of Tauros, Baelor, only knew that a month ago, Mat Eris sent a letter to recruit a group of nobles with the bloodline of the 14th Fire Peak family. However, Baelor didn't know that these people were going to Mat Eris to train the dragons. Unless they had the bloodline of the 14th Fire Peak family and were selected as dragon knights, the Alliance's big shots like war god Yuan Kai were also kept in the dark. Moreover, the training camp for the dragon knights wasn't in Mat Eris. It seemed to be on an island in the Sea of Sighs. Dany didn't dare to let Morona's eagle enter the land of long summer. Just like what Tyrion said, only the Megalosaurus could deal with the Megalosaurus. Dany guessed that the Alliance had dragons. Even if Lalo could really help them hatch dragons, they wouldn't be able to mature in a short period of time and become enemies with Dany. Then Dany thought of the dragon worms. If Ginny could control the dragon worms, then could she control the pterosaurs? Everyone knew that Soros had pterosaurs. However, Soros was full of miasma and plagues. Ordinary people would die if they went there. Soros' rainforest was too vast, so it was difficult to find the place where pterosaurs lived. It was said that they lived in a swamp where no one could walk. However, Valeglia had Jenny. She would definitely know where the pterosaurs were. Dany had her doubts, so she arranged for the Black Cat to sneak into the mercenary camp outside Mat Eris. She arranged for the eagle to patrol between Illyria and the land of long summer, and arranged for the petrel to guard Valeglia Avenue in the south of Mat Eris. Other than the Black Cat, the mercenaries also raised cats. The eagle and petrel didn't enter the cursed land of long summer. After the cataclysm, the level of magic radiation was too high. There were no living birds there. Actually, there were ravens. It was too conspicuous for an eagle to enter rashly. Nevertheless, the birds managed to keep watch on the path from Mat Eris to Tolos. A group of pterosaurs covered the sky. It was difficult to not see them. Of course, Dany also considered the possibility that there were no surveillance cameras to attack the enemy. The Unsullied and Wings of Liberty, who were transporting supplies from the warehouse to the dock, were all mercenaries. They wore the t-shirts of the Long Family Army. The white dragon circling in the sky above North City, and the black dragon above the dock were actually supervisors. The mercenaries didn't know that the Allies had pterosaurs, and they didn't know that the dragons would attack Tauros. They were very obedient under the surveillance of the Megalosaurus. The mercenaries in the West Camp were all residents of Tauros who had changed into prison uniforms. After the young captain of the Long Spear Regiment entered Mat Eris, Dany hid. Her civil and military officials who didn't need to command the battle also hid. This way, even if the enemy's air force suddenly attacked, it wouldn't cause much damage to her army. Why can't the Black Cat enter Mat Eris? Tyrion asked curiously. Dany pointed at the shapeshifters on the mat and said, "See? They can't withstand the dragon's horn. Entering the residence of a demigod is courting death." The shapeshifters' ability to steal information was very strong. Their animal companions were almost undetectable by ordinary people. Even most mages couldn't detect the shapeshifters' souls in the animals. But nothing was absolute. If a mage's mental power was strong enough and knew soul attack skills, not only could they sense the shapeshifters peeping through the animal skin, they could also damage the other party's soul from thousands of miles away. For example, the red-robed woman. Even the powerful Six Forms person Valamir couldn't hide in front of her. With a few hundred meters between them, she could beat him to a pulp with just a look. I also heard the horn. It's so scary. The little demon was frightened. Before yesterday, I never knew that magic could be so powerful. It was powerful enough to change the situation of the battlefield. Danny's eyes flashed and said lightly, "That horn is very unusual. It's most likely a dragon slayer, and it's driven by a demigod's divine power." In the end, they gave up chasing Benny's old green dragon because Little Green was in danger. But at that time, she wasn't on Blackie's back and was worried about Blackie facing Balerion alone. Why do we ordinary people only feel dizzy, but shapeshifters almost die tragically? Tyrion asked. I don't know. Danny shook her head. She had a guess. When the shapeshifters were attacked by the dragon horn, they subconsciously entered the state of sparrow spirit or cat spirit. As a result, after the soul left the body, there was no protection and they were directly exposed to the dragon's power. This was equivalent to the shapeshifters using their own souls to fight against the demigod dragon's soul. Wasn't it suicide? If they were like ordinary people and just held their heads and wailed, they probably wouldn't have been so miserable. Of course, at this time, the shapeshifters' souls were shattered and they were unconscious. Danny's guess couldn't be verified. General Wildfire looked at the shapeshifters on the bed, and then looked at the hesitant dragon queen. He asked curiously, "You didn't call me up just to see the shapeshifters, right? Even your white knight, Jorah Mormont, didn't come with me. What confidential matters do you have to tell me alone?" So obvious. Danny was a little embarrassed. Tyrion nodded and said, "It's obvious. You've never been so kind to me in the past, and you've never explained to me in such detail." Then he put on a vigilant look and said firmly, "Your Majesty, I'll make it clear in advance. Helping you with Wildfire is already the limit of my tolerance. I won't do any more dangerous missions. I'll resign." You think too much. What mission can be more dangerous than Wildfire? Danny's eyes flashed and she smiled. I heard that Mat Eris is a city of monsters. There are many dwarves and two-headed monsters. Maybe you want me to be a spy and go to Mat Eris to find the location of the Alliance's dragon nest, General Wildfire said with a straight face. Hehe, don't underestimate yourself. You're quite famous in the Alliance now. That's why I said it's more dangerous than Wildfire. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. You know that I've captured 6 pterosaurs, right? Danny stopped smiling and said seriously. Of the 20 dragons that surrounded Blackie, 17 died in the trap except for Benny's old green dragon, while the other 2 were burned and bitten to death by Blackie. Little Green's wings were broken, and a few pieces of flesh were torn off its thighs. Deep wounds were all over its body. However, it was still a true dragon and was very fierce. The other 5 dragons were in a worse state. 4 of them died, and the last remaining pterosaur was frightened by Blackie. Little White was unscathed and completed the mission of restraining the enemy perfectly. When the 5 dragons realized that something was wrong and were about to escape, Danny had already rushed over on Blackie. Blackie was too fast, and the 5 dragons were ambushed before. Their wings were torn by the arrows, and their speed was reduced. The 5 pterosaurs didn't dare to fight and scattered. If it wasn't for Little White, 1 or 2 of them might have escaped. When Blackie got close to a pterosaur, Danny controlled the dragon flame to burn through the pterosaur's wings and make it lose its ability to fly. Then when the 5 dragons landed, she used the true dragon roar with the black dragon spirit to break the control rune in the pterosaur's mind. At the same time she learned the rune. In this way she gained 6 pterosaurs. You can control the pterosaurs? Tyrion was surprised and expectant. Yes, the principle of using the dragon's horn to control the pterosaurs was very simple. She only needed a dragon soul that could frighten them. She used the spiritual power of the dragon soul to draw the rune and imprint it in the pterosaur's spirit ocean. Danny once had the dragon binder, and compared it with the rune in the pterosaur's spirit ocean. She easily learned how to control the pterosaurs. However, she was the mother of dragons and had 5 true dragons to choose from. She didn't like the pterosaur that looked like a megalosaurus but only knew how to fight. I need a pterosaur knight, Danny said. Chapter 503. Pterosaur Knight? Don't tell me, you intend to make me a pterosaur knight? Tyrion pointed at his black nostrils and said in shock. As if he was afraid that Danny would change her mind, he did not wait for her to answer and quickly said with a flattering smile, Your Majesty, I am very willing to serve you. Even if you want me to ride a pterosaur and fight the other party's dragons, I will be brave and fearless. A pterosaur was also a dragon. Ever since the grayscale disease was cured, Aegon regained his ambition and had been communicating with Blackie. He even sent him food, fed him personally, and told him about his difficulties in an attempt to move Blackie. In the end, even though his mouth was sore, the other party did not even look at him. Even Aegon could not become a true dragon knight. He, a Lannister, could only ride a dragon in his dreams. Now the pterosaur had no magic power, and its speed and endurance were not as good as a true dragon's. Its color was not as bright as a true dragon's, and it could not breathe fire. Its wings were also too big. But at a glance, the pterosaur was not much different from the megalosaurus. It was older, stronger, and stronger. The pterosaur was his best choice, and his last hope to realize his dream of riding a dragon. Dany looked down at the dwarf with admiration and said, "Tyrion, you are very smart, that's right. I have taken a fancy to your loyalty and your bravery. That day, you were conferred by me in the great cathedral, together with Aegon. You were conferred as an honorary knight by Dany, and swore to be loyal to me. Today, you have perfectly fulfilled your oath. So I want to reward you. With your loyalty and bravery, I will confer you as a holy knight with a pterosaur as a companion. How about it?" Plop! Without another word, Tyrion knelt in front of the queen. He was so excited that his ugly face was contorted. His nostrils flared like two black holes that absorbed light, unconsciously attracting the attention of others. "Your Majesty, I swear to you again to be your most loyal subject, from today until eternity. I swear to give you honest advice and absolute obedience, to protect your rights and honor. No matter how difficult the future is, I will always fight by your side." Tyrion swore that he had never been more sincere in his life. If the Dragon Queen was willing to give him a dragon and treat him as a vassal, he was truly willing to pledge his loyalty to her. Dragon Queen pulled out her sword and patted his shoulders. She smiled happily. "Very good, I can feel your loyalty. You are now my paladin, Wildfire Dragon Knight. Follow me to the Dragon Cave later and pick your favorite pterosaur." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Tyrion grinned foolishly. He stood up and rubbed his hands. "Your Majesty, I'm Lannister. I'm still wearing a lion helmet. Can you not call them Wildfire Dragon Knights? You can even call them Lion Knights." Tyrion's green helmet was in the shape of a lion's head. His green cloak was still fastened to his shoulders by the green lion head statue biting on the clasp. Although he killed his old father and was considered a traitor, he still followed the Westeros custom of using the symbol of a lion on his clothes. "You are still the Wildfire General. You are in charge of the production of wildfire. In the future, you will be riding a dragon and throwing wildfire bombs. In view of this, you should think of a way to increase the scale of wildfire production. We need more wildfire." Dragon Queen said earnestly. "All right." Tyrion nodded reluctantly. Since he had become a pterosaur knight, he also had the awareness to throw wildfire bombs. In the battle with Tauros, the queen had used up all the wildfire that had been accumulated for months. Now that there were 6 more dragons, it was indeed time to increase the production of wildfire. Dragon Queen's expression suddenly became very serious. She said in a low voice, "After you become a paladin, there is still an important mission to complete." It was indeed not that simple. However, he had already thought of it. What was to come had finally come. Tyrion sighed in his heart and also felt relieved. He nodded as if he had accepted his fate. He clenched his teeth and said, "Please tell me, I will do my best." "Have you heard of the story of An Old Horse Knows the Way?" Dragon Queen asked. "Never heard of it. However, this phrase, I can understand it. It is very interesting." Tyrion said thoughtfully, "Westeros. Oh, wrong, it is the barbarians. There was a scholar Guan in the barbarians. He followed the emperor to the grasslands in the north to fight with the zebra people. However, the terrain was too complicated. They lost their way and could not find the way back. Scholar Guan comforted the emperor and said, 'An old horse remembers the way back.' So, he picked an old horse from the army and put it in front. The army followed behind. As expected, they quickly found the way back. Dragon Queen gave him a meaningful look and asked, Tyrion, are you willing to be my scholar Guan? Tyrion's face suddenly turned pale. He said with a trembling voice, You want me to ride an old pterosaur to the Sosros continent to find the pterosaur's nest? Enough ants can kill an elephant. Dany gave him an appreciative look and sighed. If I hadn't set up an ambush in advance and let 30 pterosaurs besiege my 3 true dragons, I reckon the outcome would have been very tragic. Therefore, your mission is very important. Find the pterosaur's nest. With more dragon knights, we will have a certain chance of winning this battle. But Tyrion's ugly face twisted into a ball. He stammered, The Sosros continent is full of rainforests, shrubs and swamps. It is called the Green Hell. It is also the origin of the world's plagues. There are only named plagues. There are boiling blood, green blood, sweet rot, copperhead disease, red death, grayscale disease, brown leg disease, worm disease, sailor's disaster, pus, butterfly fever, yellow anthracnose. Stop, stop, stop. A series of strange names made Dany's head hurt. Who did you hear it from? Is it that exaggerated? The area next to Slave Bay is called the Red Hell. Didn't I walk out of it? Words are like the wind. Rumors are not to be trusted. She pressed her temples. Dr. Ambrose wrote about it in Plagues. Let's put it this way. There is no need to enter the depths of the Sosros rainforest. Just entering the bay and stepping on the coast, there is a 90% chance of being infected with plagues. Half of them will not survive, Tyrion said seriously. Fake news. Oh no, fake information, fake books. The doctor's words can't be trusted. Everyone knows that, Dragon Queen said. If it's fake, why don't you go there yourself? Tyrion said with a straight face. I have a lot of things to do every day. I'm very busy. Dany obviously knew that the plagues in Sosros were not fake. The truth was even more terrifying than what Tyrion said. Many plagues directly wiped out an entire city. The people outside did not even know or understand. Cities as strong as Giscali and Valeglia had built fortresses along the coast of Sosros. However, there had never been a city that could survive on its own. People kept dying in the city and had to be replaced by outsiders. You have already been infected with the grayscale disease. You are immune, Dany said again. This was not a lie. Although the grayscale disease could kill hundreds of people, if the person was lucky enough to survive, he would be immune to almost all plagues and viruses. Your nephew, Prince Aegon, has also been infected with the grayscale disease. Why don't you let him go? Tyrion said. I want to, but can I agree to that? You said it yourself. He is a prince. How can you let a prince take the risk? Don't forget, you made an oath before. Dragon Queen said bluntly. Tyrion's vision turned black. He wanted to faint immediately. Facing the strong and powerful Dragon Queen, he could only faint. He did not dare to flip out or throw a tantrum at her. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one. Then Dragon Queen's voice became gentle again. Don't worry. The Alliance army did not have dragons before. They walked there. Didn't they be fine? You can ride a dragon and fly in the sky. It's safer. I'll give you a bag of dragon essence to drink daily. I'll also give you a big pot of dragon essence sun wine to wipe your body and disinfect. Wear a leather coat that covers your whole body. Don't let mosquitoes and poisonous insects bite you. You won't get infected. The so-called sun wine was a high concentration of white wine and alcohol. After soaking in dragon dung, it indeed had a strong germ-suppressing effect. It had almost become the Dragon Queen's standard antiseptic and anti-inflammatory medicine. The dragon cave was not inside the cave. Instead, it was an open square. In the Valoris family's mansion, Blackie lay in the center of the square. Opposite the wall, there were 6 sharp-mouthed pterosaurs lying side by side. Blackie, this is the meat from the pterosaurs. Do you want to try it? Aegon was attentive. Blackie closed its eyes and pretended to sleep, ignoring him. Blackie, why don't you teach me Draconic? Blackie did not say a word. Aegon sighed. He sat on the stone opposite Blackie's head and said, Blackie, have you heard of the prophecy of the dragon having 3 heads? My aunt said it herself. She saw the prophecy in the Immortal Palace. She also wrote a letter to Illyrio, asking about the meaning of 3 heads. She also hoped to find a dragon knight for her dragon. Without a doubt, I should be one of the heads. You are like the reincarnation of Balerion, the king of the sky who was born in the Westeros. I am also Aegon. My current situation is very similar to Aegon's in the past. We can go home together to the Westeros. There is the Iron Throne that we Targaryens must fight for. This is my responsibility, and also your mission and glory. What do you think? Blackie, why aren't you saying anything? Laughter came from behind Blackie. Aegon suddenly stood up and shouted, "Who is it? Little devil, is that you?" Dany and the dwarf walked around Blackie's huge body with strange expressions and came to Aegon. Aegon blushed and glanced at Dany's aunt, then immediately turned to the dwarf who was smiling. He said angrily, What are you laughing at?" "No, I am not laughing." The dwarf grinned and waved his hand. "You are still laughing. I am not stupid. I can tell that you are mocking me," Aegon said. This? Tyrion was also embarrassed. He wiped the smile off his face and said seriously, "Your Highness, Blackie did not even look at you. This is very telling." "Why don't we change our target?" "Change our target?" Aegon's bitterness was about to freeze into ice. He was not stupid. He could sense the mockery on Tyrion's face and naturally, he could also feel Blackie's coldness towards him. However, Blackie was only cold. The other dragons were completely hostile towards him. Little Green directly burned him with dragon flame. Whitey was also majestic and awe-inspiring. He had used him as Blackie's spare tire, but in the end, facing Whitey's cold and bloodthirsty pale golden eyes, he was dumbstruck in the draconic aura. He was sweating profusely and was almost speechless. Even Little Gold, that 1-year-old little dragon that could barely carry a person, did not even have the time to say a word when he approached before it flapped its wings and sent him stumbling. Therefore, in comparison, Blackie was the friendliest to him. Blackie is just a loner and doesn't talk much. It will be fine after spending more time with him, Aegon said to Tyrion, but it also seemed like he was saying it to himself. Then he changed the topic and asked, "Aunt, it is almost lunchtime. What are you and the little devil doing here?" "I want to become a dragon knight too." Tyrion puffed out his chest and said proudly. Chapter 504. You want to be a dragon knight? Do you have the bloodline of a true dragon? Could it be that you are the illegitimate child of the Targaryen family? Aegon's lips curled up as he said with a hint of mockery. Tyrion was not annoyed. He turned his head and looked at the Dragon Queen with a grin, asking, "If I were an illegitimate child, would Her Majesty give me a true dragon?" "Whose illegitimate child are you?" Dany asked with a playful smile. "Definitely not my father." Aegon sneered. "Then, I'll be your uncle?" Tyrion teased. Aegon scolded angrily, "You really are a bastard. Even if you don't care about your father's reputation, what about your mother?" "Mother?" Tyrion was stunned and said sadly, "I don't think there has ever been a mother in my life." Aegon was also stunned. He remembered that the dwarf's mother had died in childbirth when she gave birth to him. After a while he sighed and said, "Me too. I've never seen my mother." Dany wanted to add "me too," but she really could not empathize with the two people in front of her. The three motherless children were silent for a while before Tyrion spoke first. "I want to become a pterosaur knight. Why don't you come with me, Your Highness? I'll give you the biggest one." "Pterosaur?" Aegon was suddenly enlightened. Looking at the 6 pterosaurs lying on the ground like obedient cats, then looking at Blackie who was still majestic even in its sleeping state, the excitement on his face gradually disappeared. He said calmly and firmly, "No, I'm a true dragon. I'll only ride a true dragon and be a true dragon knight." Tyrion shrugged indifferently and said, "All right then, the biggest one is mine." As he spoke, he strode with his deformed short legs and ran to the side of the 40-meter-long green and white striped pterosaur on his left. Hiss! The pterosaur opened its eyes that were filled with hostility and growled ferociously. It even opened its beak, eager to try and bite the dwarf in front of it. The joy on Tyrion's face disappeared, and his face turned pale with fright. "Humph! Danny's purple eyes flashed with a bright red light as she snorted coldly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The pterosaur was like a mouse that had encountered a fierce tiger. It actually lowered its head, and its entire body trembled like a sieve. Its mouth also whimpered, and it was full of pleading. What's going on? Tyrion took a few steps back and asked in surprise. Danny's footsteps were light, her long and slender iron boots clacking on the stone floor. She came to Tyrion's side and said indifferently, "You're very knowledgeable. You've read a lot of books about Sosros. Don't you know the habits of pterosaurs?" Sosros was so dangerous, plagued by plagues and countless monsters. It was known as the Green Hell, but the pterosaur was still the overlord, an existence at the top of the food chain. Although it was easier for Danny to tame a dragon than it was for her to tame a horse, in fact, be it a true dragon or a pterosaur, they were the most ferocious and dangerous creatures in the world. The Targaryen family had reared dragons for more than 6,000 years. They couldn't be more familiar with them, but there were still a large number of dragon tamers who were devoured by dragons while taming them. Pterosaurs had low intelligence and were untamed, making them even harder to tame. In fact, everyone in the world knew that Sosros had pterosaurs in the rainforest, but no one had ever thought of taming one as a mount. Apart from the people of Valeglia, there weren't even any pterosaur knights. For example, in the thousands of years of Earth's history, apart from unverifiable myths and legends, who had ever heard of a general using a lion or tiger as a mount? Even lions and tigers were difficult to tame, let alone pterosaurs that were 100 times stronger and more savage than lions and tigers. What should I do? Tyrion looked at Danny. Since she had let him be a dragon knight, it meant that she definitely had a way for him to control it. At this moment, Danny's expression was a little strange. After imprinting the runes in the pterosaur's mind, she could control them at will, and even remotely control the pterosaur within a certain range. Just like how Ginny forced the pterosaur to fight Blackie from dozens of kilometers away. However, in order to transfer control to a dragon knight, there was an additional requirement. The dragon knight had to have a bloodline or faith connection with the demigod, who controlled the megalosaurus. Therefore, Jenny sent out hero invitations, and gathered the young elites of the 14 Fire Peak families from all the major cities to come to Mat Aris for dragon knight training. For example, Linny's husband, Prince Treg O'Molin of Rhys Trade. After Danny burned down the Passion Garden, he almost became the most powerful person in Rhys, and the fleet of the Three Sisters was commanded by him. Steve Bellerus, who had been whipped into two by Blackie's tail, was just an ordinary noble of the Mill family. In terms of position and status, Steve was far inferior to Treg. However, Steve had become a dragon knight, and Treg of Newgith didn't even know that there was an army of pterosaurs. This was because Treg, like Illyrio of Pentos, was a newly risen prince of trade who relied on sea trade. Steve, on the other hand, had a pure bloodline. The Yuan-Kai war god Grazdan was a little better. His ancestors had also been married to a noble of Valeglia. However, it had been too long ago. Looking at his long black and red hair and copper skin, one could tell how thin his Valeglia bloodline was. After the dragon battle yesterday, Danny had captured more than 10 captives. Of course, the captives didn't know the blood witchcraft that transferred the control authority of the pterosaur, but they did know that they had become dragon knights through blood witchcraft. The next step was simple. The Dragon Queen used violent methods to break through the captives' mental defenses, enter their soul space, and plunder the blood witchcraft runes. After making 4 idiots, she successfully gathered the blood witchcraft runes. Then she contacted Kuei Shi and asked the big shot of blood witchcraft for advice. Danny herself had also helped Jia Kuan create the neither human nor ghost spell, and her knowledge of magic had increased greatly. In this way, in just one night, she created a blood witchcraft that was different from Bellerus. Yes, an improved version too. 0. Clang. Danny pulled out the clear sky sword from her waist, walked in front of Blackie's head, and tapped between his eyebrows. Crack! There was a trace of dark red dragon scales in the black, and a few drops of dark red dragon blood with faint white gas seeped out. Danny stretched out her hand, and a small light golden flame flew out of Blackie's nostrils, and wrapped around a bean-sized dragon blood, floating in the air. Come here. She waved to the dwarf who was standing aside. Oh, what should I do? Tyrion asked in surprise. Lie on the ground and close your eyes. It might hurt a little, but bear with it and don't scream, Dany said. Tyrion was at a loss, but he did as he was told. Dany held the dragon blood in her hand and chanted a spell. The blood gradually twisted into countless small runes that were invisible to the naked eye. When the small runes formed a complete QR code charm, she squatted down and pressed the rune between Tyrion's eyebrows. Like a red-hot soldering iron, she pressed it hard on raw pork. Sizzling sounds. White smoke mixed with a burnt smell filled the air. Tyrion screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He struggled to get up, but his body could only twitch uncontrollably, as if he was having a seizure. What's wrong with him? Aegon on the side trembled in fear. One can only rise above others after experiencing the worst of hardships. Without the bone-piercing pain now, how can you have the glory of riding a dragon in the future? Dany's aunt said lightly. When Dany retracted her right hand, a dark red pattern appeared between Tyrion's eyebrows. It was a square rune the size of a thumbnail. Huff, huff, huff. Tyrion opened his eyes and panted in a daze. What's wrong? It hurts. My brain split open. It's like a dragon has crawled inside. It's swollen and painful. It's a dragon. It's a brand formed by a trace of Blackie's spiritual power, Dany said with a smile. The spiritual power that had been activated by the divine power of the seven gods' faith also had the indestructible characteristic of the Green Prophet's soul. Other than Dany herself, or one day when Tyrion's ability surpassed her and Blackie's combined, or he received the help of a true god, no one could erase that spiritual mark. In other words, even if Balerion came personally, he could not take away Tyrion's control of the pterosaur. This was a kind of anti-theft insurance. Dany was happy that she had easily taken away Balerion's 6 pterosaurs. She did not want her dragon, even if it was a pterosaur, to be taken away by someone else. Yes, the right to use the pterosaur belonged to the Dragon Knights, but the final right to explain it belonged to the Dragon Queen. Go and try again, she encouraged. Try what? Tyrion was in so much pain that he was a little confused. Try to tame a pterosaur. Get close to it and press your head against its head. Put your forehead against its forehead and tell it that I want to be your partner forever and ever, even until death do us part. Tyrion got up and rubbed his swollen forehead. After coming to his senses, he said strangely, "Are you sure? It wanted to bite me just now. If I put my head over, will you compensate me if it breaks?" "I'll compensate," Dany said. Tyrion looked at Dany carefully. Although she was smiling, her expression did not seem to be joking. "Blackie, be careful. Don't let it bite me to death." After muttering a few words to Blackie, the little devil tried to take a few steps forward and slowly approached the green and white striped pterosaur. It did not bite him. It only stared blankly at the dwarf, who approached it cautiously with its bowl-sized eyes. The little devil reached out and touched its nose. The pterosaur snorted. Phew! This time he really heaved a sigh of relief. Following the Dragon Queen's instructions, he put his head over and said nervously, "Pterosaur, I want to form a partnership with you, forever and ever, until death." Just as he finished speaking, Tyrion's short body trembled. He felt a strange substance in his body flowing from his head to the other side. His swollen head suddenly relaxed. Then an ice-cold liquid flowed from the other side and spread from his head to his entire body. It was so comfortable that he could not help but shiver. At the same time, the square rune on Tyrion's forehead was like a group of small tadpoles that were squeezed together. It quickly crawled and formed a pterosaur that spread its wings and flew high. "Seven gods above, I feel a little..." Tyrion hugged the pterosaur's head and looked into its big eyes. He said in shock, "I feel that I can command it and communicate with it." Hissed the pterosaur, let out a low cry and tapped Tyrion's helmet with its sharp, hard beak. It's not an illusion. I can really command it." Tyrion was wild with joy. He shouted to Dany and Aegon, "Did you see that? Pecked my head. I told it to do so." As if worried that they would not believe him, the dwarf emphasized, "I swear, believe me." He could not transmit specific information to the pterosaur, but he could roughly understand what it meant. It was higher than a beast tamer's control over a beast's language and body language, but lower than a dragon spirit's control over a megalosaurus. How is that possible? Aegon muttered. Dany said matter-of-factly, "This is my blood magic. If I can't communicate with the pterosaur, how can I be a dragon knight?" When my little green recovers in the afternoon, I'll start healing them. Dany's eyes flashed as she said confidently, "How do you heal them?" Aegon asked curiously. "Blood witchcraft. You don't understand." Dany gave a perfunctory reply, then turned to Tyrion and said, "Now that this pterosaur is your companion, give it a name." "A name?" Tyrion was stunned. "How about Tywin? Won't it be fun to ride Tywin for a spin?" Dany teased. "Is my dragon male or female?" Tyrion bent down to look at the pterosaur's crotch. He looked at his own first, then lowered his head to look at the pterosaur beside him. After a while, he straightened his back and said with a strange expression, "It seems that mine is a female dragon. It's strange. True dragons don't differentiate between male and female. They can give birth without mating. But the pterosaur has a second brother. Aren't they close relatives? The difference is huge. True dragons did not need to reproduce sexually. Even before laying eggs, Megalosaurus did not have genitals, only a steel door for defecation. The life imprint of a true dragon came from the heavens. There was no such thing as parental blood. The dragon egg was just a medium for them to come to the world. Although the pterosaur was also very strong, it was still a magical beast in the end. A true dragon could be considered an innate god. Embryo. Why don't we call her Tessa? Perhaps the Tessa I've been looking for is here. Tyrion stroked the pterosaur's head, a complicated expression of disappointment and gentleness gradually rising on his face. But as the pterosaur shook its head in response to his caress, the disappointment on the dwarf's face disappeared, and it became unprecedentedly bright and relieved. The real Tessa might have died in a corner long ago. The hellish experience back then was enough to kill anyone. His whereas Tessa was more like a confession than a real attempt to find her. Even if he found her today, was she still the Tessa in his heart? It was time to let it go. Tyrion said to himself. After lunch, the last pterosaur's corpse in the bay had been dragged to the pier. The 23 dragon corpses almost occupied a long street at the pier. The free people of Tauros were driven by the Long family army to gather firewood and pile it on top of the pterosaur's corpse. At the same time, an open area was cleared out in the west of the city. It was filled with the mercenaries, soldiers, and civilians who had died in this battle. A third of the mercenaries had died, more than 10,000 people, and hundreds and thousands of civilians. The Long family army had almost no losses this time. There were less than 100 casualties, and half of them died from the fall of the pterosaur. Well, when the pterosaur was shot to death by the crossbow, it fell from the sky like a plane that had lost its momentum. It just so happened to smash onto the ship below, killing and injuring the crossbowmen hidden in the cabin. The day before yesterday, they had captured Tauros in the early hours of the morning. Yesterday the pterosaur attacked, and today they had finally collected all the corpses. "It's winter now, right?" Tyrion asked the old man beside him. The corpse was rotten and smelly. He was wearing a linen cotton mask, and his voice was muffled when he spoke. "Yes, Aegon, 300 years passed a week ago. According to the Westeros calculation, it's winter now." Clinton pulled at the mask that was uncomfortable to the point of his cheeks and said sullenly. He was not used to this feeling, nor did he understand the meaning of the Dragon Queen's so-called mask to prevent disease. Instead, he felt that the queen liked to torment people and waste precious cotton cloth. "Look at the weather, the temperature hasn't dropped at all. The corpses have only been here for 2 days, and the stench is unbearable. Does it look like the long night is coming?" Tyrion pointed to the pile of corpses below. The two of them were currently standing on the sentry tower of the western city wall, watching as the Dragon Queen commanded the White Dragon, Black Dragon, and Gold Dragon to spit fire and burn the corpses. Thick smoke billowed, flames soared into the sky, and the stench of charred flesh and the strange fragrance of barbecued meat filled the entire city. From this point of view, the mask at least blocked the nauseating smell of smoke. "What do you want to say?" Clinton said. "Perhaps the deviant ghost is real, but the long night will not come. It is very likely that the deviant ghost has always been living in the land of Everwinter, and the Queen also said so," Tyrion said. Clinton's heart skipped a beat, and he said thoughtfully, So, let me ask you, sir, are you a subject of Prince Aegon or a subject of the Dragon Queen?" Tyrion asked in an inaudible voice. Clinton's lips squirmed a few times, and he said in a deep voice, "They are both Targaryens, and I work for Targaryens." Tyrion chuckled. Clinton's face turned cold, and he said sternly, "The Queen just gave you a pterosaur this morning, didn't she? Is this how you repay her?" "That's because you don't know what she wants me to do," Tyrion complained in his heart, and the playful expression on his face disappeared. He said seriously, "I am not trying to sow discord between the Queen and the Prince. I am just reminding you to recognize reality. The Prince and the Queen are not the same kind of people. You should have made arrangements for the Prince earlier, and not let him call you foster father for more than 10 years in vain." "Sigh, this is fate." Clinton sighed and shook his head. "When Illyrio sent us here, he did not know that His Majesty would go to the Westeros, did not know that there were deviants beyond the Great Wall, and did not know that His Majesty would make an oath to end the long night as king. Even if I wanted the Queen to ride a dragon and bring the Prince to the Westeros, I would not do so. I cannot force the Queen to break her sacred oath, and the Queen herself will not break her oath for the Prince. We all know what you said. The key now is what the Prince will do next," Tyrion said. Clinton had already considered this question, and almost without thinking he blurted out, "The Prince is still young. He can wait a few more years, wait for winter to pass, wait for the next summer to come, wait for the war at Slave Bay to end. In this way, the Queen's oath to end the long night as king will be completed, and her dragon will be stronger. In a few years, the Prince will be able to tame a dragon. At that time we will fight back to the Westeros together. After all, the Queen has already promised to recognize the Prince's priority to the Iron Throne." "A very beautiful idea, but you have made a big mistake," Tyrion said. "What mistake?" "Placing all your hopes on the Queen." Clinton said seriously, "Her Majesty has a noble character, is upright, and keeps her promises. She is fair and compassionate. She is practically the most perfect ruler, and also the most typical knight. I cannot find any reason to doubt her." "Perhaps," Tyrion shrugged and said briskly, "but what will the nobles and people of the Seven Kingdoms think if she sits on the Iron Throne with her strength alone? How will they look at the Prince on the Iron Throne?" Clinton asked hesitantly, "What's your plan?" Tyrion smiled and whispered into Clinton's ear, "While the Seven Kingdoms are in chaos, we will first occupy a piece of territory, such as Storm's End Castle. Then we will join forces with Dorne. There is an engagement. Together with Dragonstone Island, the three parties will be enough to form a force that can contend against the Iron Throne. No matter what the Queen of Slave Bay thinks, Dragonstone Island will definitely not stand on my uncle's side. In this way, Prince Aegon will no longer be a beggar being helped by Ant, but a ruler." "What can you gain?" Clinton said coldly. Tyrion whispered, "I want to leave Slave Bay legally, reasonably, and reasonably. Let me be Prince Aegon's hand of the king. Have you seen my wisdom and experience? I am still a winged dragon knight, and I know how to make wildfire bullets. I can help the prince easily take over most of the castles in the Seven Kingdoms." "Why? The Queen just made you a winged dragon knight this morning, and you even swore loyalty to her. Why did you come to me in the afternoon to tell me this?" Clinton was unmoved and continued to ask. Chapter 506. Tyrion sighed and said, "When I see the slaves wailing under the whips of the slave masters, I feel sympathy. But I won't hack the slave masters to death for the freedom of the slaves. This world is full of oppression and slavery. Maybe it's just that the name is different, it's not called slaves. Just like the contract workers of Pentos, they are free people in name, but in order to live they have to work and sign labor contracts with the rich. But the income from labor is often less than what they need for food and clothing, and they live under the master's roof and have to pay rent. Their income can't make ends meet, and their debts grow day by day, never to rise again. Even the Westeros, you and I are both from noble families, and should understand that the farmers under the Lord's rule are no different from the slaves of Ursos. But we're used to it, aren't we? We're nobles, but we lead the slaves to overthrow the nobles. It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Are you mocking the queen? Clinton didn't have much of a reaction to Tyrion's previous long speech, neither objecting nor agreeing. But the dwarf's last sentence made him put his hand on the hilt of his sword. A true knight will charge at the enemy to protect the queen's honor. Old John was a true knight, and he was now serving the queen. Hey, don't get excited. Tyrion waved his hand and quickly explained. How would I dare to mock the queen? I'm just saying I'm not even interested in freeing the slaves. The war at Slavers Bay doesn't belong to me. Well, it doesn't belong to us, you mean Prince Aegon and maybe us from Dorne Quinton. Clinton shook his head slowly and said solemnly, Little devil, you'll never become a true knight. Sorry, I can't agree with you. Tyrion poked the plate armor in front of his chest and said proudly, I'm not only a knight, but also a glorious holy knight, a winged dragon knight. The old man acted as if he didn't hear it and continued, The highest honor of a knight is to follow a great king and become the sharp sword in his hand, to cut through all obstacles for him, to help him realize the justice in his heart, and to pursue the highest glory together. Tyrion sighed and said, Okay, I'm just a rider with armor and a mount, not a knight. However, I am not without honor. If it weren't for the fact that my life is in danger, I would be happy to stay in Slaves Bay for a few more years. I would be able to eat and drink well, live comfortably, and also be able to witness the queen's elegant demeanor of sweeping away the slave masters. Why is his life in danger? Clinton asked doubtfully. Tyrion smiled bitterly and said, General Wildfire is already walking on a tightrope on a cliff. Becoming a pterosaur knight is like dancing on the tip of a blade. The Alliance army had sent 30 pterosaurs yesterday, and they could send another 30 tomorrow. At that time I, as a winged dragon knight, will have to go up. Also, the queen intends to send me to the Sosros continent to search for the pterosaur tribe. You should know the mortality rate of those who set foot on that continent, right? I don't want to die. Previously my life was worthless and I wasn't afraid of death. Now that I've finally realized my dream and become a dragon knight, I don't want to die anymore. That's why I hope to leave Slaves Bay as soon as possible without angering or betraying the queen. You said yourself that you serve Targaryen. If I work for Prince Aegon, I won't be breaking my oath. The queen should be able to forgive me. She has many capable people under her, and she doesn't need an ugly dwarf without a nose like me. Tyrion told the truth to John Clinton. You're really hopeless. You don't have any sense of honor at all. To think that the queen thinks so highly of you. Clinton's eyes were filled with disdain. If it were you, would you go or not? 90% chance of infection, half chance of death. What's the difference between that and sending yourself to your death? Tyrion said angrily. I'll go. Clinton said resolutely. You don't have to play such tricks. I'll volunteer myself to the queen later. Let me replace you and go to the rainforest to search for the pterosaur nest. Tyrion was stunned for a moment before he sighed and said, That's right, we're not on the same path. We've never been on the same path. Clinton laughed coldly and turned to leave. In the courtyard separated from the crematorium by the city wall, 6 pterosaurs were crawling on the ground side by side. The miserable-looking greenie was opposite them. There were 3 stretchers in the middle, and on them lay transfigurines with shattered souls. Outside the city, more than 10,000 corpses and 23 pterosaurs were burned. Spiritual substance fell into Greenie's body like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. The broken scales on his body, the cracked wounds, and the torn wings slowly but surely healed. Type B active spiritual substance could strengthen the activity of the body's cells, but when used to heal injuries, the effect was not as immediate as the real holy light. Dany really hoped that she could add the power of faith to it. It would be best if she could modify it into a recovery spell, or even a great resurrection spell. Unfortunately, she could not do it now, so she could only make do with it. When the spiritual substance rain began to decrease, Danny began to divide the spiritual substance into two. Through the contract mark, she divided the Type B active spiritual substance to the 6 pterosaurs and absorbed the Type A willpower spiritual substance herself. The remaining spiritual substance was 70% for Blackie, 20% for Little White, and 10% for Little Gold. Little Red did not follow. In the short term, Little White would not be able to absorb divinity, and its strength was limited. It was better to let Blackie continue to improve. If Blackie could surpass Balerion, it would not matter if Little White and Little Gold were weak. If they advanced together and were all mediocre, it would be better to nurture an absolute powerhouse with all their strength. The Type A willpower spiritual substance seemed to be very effective in strengthening the strength and toughness of the soul, but Danny had a limit to the amount she could absorb. Soon her soul was full. Thus, she brought the second ring and Little White's dragon spirit into the mind of the white mask Morona. There was no obstruction at all. It was like a gust of wind blowing into a courtyard with collapsed walls and collapsed doors. Morona was in a worse state than the spearwoman who was possessed by the 6 forms person. The spearwoman's soul was only shattered, like a piece of crystal that was shattered into thousands of pieces. Morona's soul, on the other hand, was like a house that had caught fire. All that was left was the pitch-black ruins. If Danny had not used the spiritual substance to keep them alive since yesterday, the corpses of the 3 shapeshifters would have been smelly by now. Today she gave them pure Type A willpower spiritual substance. After confirming that the shapeshifters had powerful information-gathering abilities in the war, Danny naturally wanted to take the 3 of them in for her own use. She would not deliberately distort their wills, just to ensure their loyalty. Well, if they were just 3 ordinary shapeshifters, with their strength that could be replaced by others at any time, Danny would not have to use such a small trick. If she excluded the Type A willpower spiritual substance, she would not be able to use Danny's whisper on the 3 of them. But she planned to give the 3 of them an opportunity. After the spirit bestowing spell repaired their soul realms, she could continue to bestow them with spiritual substances in the future and strengthen their souls, just like how Danny improved her own soul strength. The spiritual barrier of ordinary people was like a fortress that would block the invasion of external spiritual power. This was the natural self-protection characteristic of the soul. But the 3 shapeshifters' soul realms were repaired by Danny, which was equivalent to her repairing a house that was on fire and building walls and doors. She built the castle, so of course she could enter it at any time. She could even quietly send something in, such as the Type A willpower spiritual substance. In this way, these 3 ordinary shapeshifters had the possibility of surpassing the 6 forms person, Valamir. She had to control them in her hands. Hey, it's only been a few hours, but the holes on Tessa's wings seem to have recovered a lot. In the evening, the large crematorium outside the city gradually extinguished. Tyrion and Clinton came together. Stroking the pink scars on the pterosaur's wings, Tyrion was very surprised. Look at Little Green. In the morning, there were 2 wounds on its legs that could be stuffed with thumbs. Now it's filled up. How did you do it? Clinton pointed at Little Green on the other side and asked. Blood witchcraft, Danny said lightly. Tyrion remembered that she said in the morning that she would use blood witchcraft to heal the pterosaur's wounds. He suddenly said, I didn't expect blood witchcraft to be so strong. I wonder when they can fly? In a few days when we retreat they will naturally be able to fly, Danny said. At this time, only 1,000 Unsullied and the second fleet of Garth stayed in Tauros. Danny stayed here for 3 purposes. First and most importantly, she took on the task of covering the retreat. More than 1,500 large cargo ships transported nearly 100,000 captives and newly liberated freedmen, as well as hundreds of thousands of tons of supplies. They almost covered the entire sea. If no one stayed in Tauros to cover the retreat, if the Allied army suddenly attacked, it would be more tragic than the Japanese sneak attack on Pearl Harbor. Secondly, Danny could not let go of the corpses of more than 10,000 undead mercenaries. Lastly, the pterosaur and Little Green were more seriously injured and could not fly for the time being. Noticing that Clinton wanted to say something but stopped, Danny guessed that he probably had something to say to her. She took the initiative to ask, Why did you come to me? Before Clinton could say anything, Tyrion said, Your Majesty, Sir Clinton also wants to become a pterosaur knight. He is willing to become your scholar Guan, and go to the Soros rainforest to find the dragon's nest. Your Majesty, it's not that I'm afraid of death. It's just that Sir Clinton's swordsmanship is superb, his strength is strong, and he has many years of experience as a mercenary. His survival ability is higher. Let the carpenters do the woodwork, the farmers farm, and the warriors go to the battlefield. This is the most reasonable arrangement. Clinton frowned and looked at the dwarf. He nodded and said, Your Majesty, I am willing to die for you. Dany was a little troubled. Although the seal of contract had a unique function that surpassed Balerian's original blood magic, the root of the problem was still the same. There had to be a relationship of blood and faith, a relatively pure Valeglia bloodline, or a believer in Balerion. Well, it was not necessary to believe in Balerion. The pterosaur knight had to believe in whoever subdued the pterosaur. For example, John Clinton did not have the Targaryen bloodline. If he wanted to become a pterosaur knight, he could only believe in Blackie and establish a channel of faith with Blackie. It was similar to the witch's blood sacrifice to the evil god. The witch provided the evil god with blood, and the evil god lent the witch's power. Another example was the Red God Church. The red-robed monks obviously could not revive the dead with their own power. The divine spell came from their faith in Lalo. Lalo and the priests had a channel of faith, and could bestow their power to their believers. It's a little complicated. Dany was a little helpless in the face of Clinton, who had a heroic expression. How complicated? Isn't it just a blood witchcraft? Tyrion said hurriedly, Your Majesty, you don't want me to die, do you? How did I offend you? Blood witchcraft is one thing and faith. Dany glared at the dwarf. I'll deal with you sooner or later. Then she turned to Clinton and asked, Sir, what do you believe in? Of course it's the 7 gods. Clinton said without hesitation. How dare you say you believe in the 7 gods when you have a crush on Rhaegar? Dany complained in her heart. Raising the 7 gods sect, Dany's body stiffened. She was pulled into the dragon spirit state by Blackie. Her consciousness entered a white light and crossed thousands of miles in an instant. When the white light disappeared, she saw the big sparrow praying devoutly. Chapter 507. As soon as Dany told Bution about the plan of the 7 gods sect, the president of the Necromancer Association understood her plan to obtain the power of faith. While Bution was not right, Blackie had already occupied the faith pool of the 7 gods. Of course, Dany longed for the power of faith, but her most important task now was to usurp the priesthood of the 7 gods. Very few people in this world knew about the secrets of the priesthood of the gods in the supernatural world. Even those gods who had become true gods and demigods did not have the concept of priesthood, and only regarded the special power given by the priesthood as a higher level of divine power. The fire god should have a strong ability to control fire, the Anami should be able to control the sea better than other gods, and the storm god should have a stronger ability to control the storm. Priesthood or not, these abilities were natural, or else why would they be called fire god, Inami, and storm god? In a sense, this idea was not wrong. The priesthood was a kind of converter, transforming the power of faith into divine power for special purposes. Knowing the theory of the priesthood had no effect on the gods. Especially the demigods, they acted by instinct, and did not need a complete theory of the gods. It was not that the demigods were stupid, but the law of the world. Ordinary people could not become true gods step by step through cultivation. If there were no dragons, what was the point of cultivating dragon-slaying skills? If one could not become a true god, what was the point of studying the theory of becoming a god? The big sparrow was a muggle, and did not know the secrets of the gods. He did not expect Saint Dany to be so bold as to attempt to usurp the position of the 7 gods. That was the 7 gods. The big sparrow sincerely believed in the 7 gods, and never doubted the authenticity of the 7 gods. So he considered the problem from the perspective of whether this would go against the doctrine of the 7 gods. If not, how would this benefit the development of the 7 gods sect? If it was good for the church, what would he, as the archbishop, gain from it? Well, the big sparrow's thinking was clear and simple. First, it did not go against the doctrine of the 7 gods. Second, it was good for the church. Third, he could also gain from it. He never worried about the faith of the 7 gods being usurped by other gods. The 7 gods were real, the number 1 in the 7 gods world. Who could take away the faith of the 7 gods? Even if there was a supernatural who reminded him, he would still answer. In fact, someone had warned him. He was Circe's number 1 lackey, the new chief of intelligence who replaced Varus, spellcaster scholar Cobhorn. After Big Black accepted the baptism of the Great Sparrow and became an official great guardian of the 7 gods, the sparrows began to break ground in the great cathedral of Baylor to build a statue of the great guardian of light. At that time, Cobhorn found the big sparrow and told him, "Since ancient times, I've never heard of a megalosaurus being so intelligent and able to speak human language." That night in Bravos proved the strength of the black dragon. So, I guess he has the potential to become a demigod. Now, make him the great guardian and erect a statue for him. When the believers start praying to the statue, it is very likely that it will help him become a demigod and even divert the power of faith from the 7 gods. Cobhorn also knew that the 7 gods were 7 pieces of wood, but he didn't dare to say it in front of the Holy Sun. Moreover, he thought that without a god to absorb it, the power of faith delivered by the believers would disappear. He didn't think that Dahe could inherit the vast wealth of the 7 gods. The 7 gods are supreme. There's nothing wrong with having a demigod black dragon as a great guardian. It's just like the king has the king's guard. The king's guard protects the king, and the king grants them glory and power, the big sparrow said lightly. In his heart, however, he was thinking, this rotten old man is very bad. Seeing the black dragon join the church and countless good men and women follow, becoming believers and the church's armed forces, the Iron Throne can't help but want to destroy my relationship with the black dragon and the mother of dragons. The big sparrow didn't wrongly accuse Cobhorn. Although most of what the spellcaster scholar said was true, his purpose wasn't simple. Because the black dragon becoming a great guardian of the church had a great influence and set off a storm in the 7 kingdoms. Countless productive knights even donated their land to the church and joined the church themselves, becoming the children of war. Cobhorn received the order from Prince Regent Kevin to stop the black dragon statue from being built. After the statue was built, the Dragon Queen sent a letter, suggesting that the megalosaurus become the hand of the 7 gods, just like the king had the hand of the king. This was too unorthodox. It was also not in line with the big sparrow's simple worldview. Therefore, on the surface, he promised the queen that he would seek the guidance of the wise old woman, but in fact, he never went to the statue of the 7 gods to abstain from food and pray. He fooled the Dragon Queen. The Black Dragon Guardian's effect was too good and too powerful. He didn't want to destroy his friendship with the queen because his rejection was too direct and too blunt. Recently, he was judging Queen Marjorie and was under a lot of pressure. Even later, like how a certain coffee company fooled the investors in America, the Dragon Queen used the data of opening shop, crazily in barren land, 107 god temples, to tempt the big sparrow to invest, adjust the doctrine of the 7 gods and the statue. The archbishop could only sigh. Saint Danny was indeed Saint Danny. She was very aggressive and capable. Not only did she let the Church of the 7 Gods in Slave Bay gain a foothold, but she also went to barren land, which was full of evil cults, to open branches. Of course, the Church of the 7 Gods, in barren land also made him more aware of the power and influence of the megalosaurus. If there was a gray plague in Westeros at this time and they had to rely on the megalosaurus to save lives, the big sparrow might really agree with the Dragon Queen's suggestion. He was devout in his beliefs, but he was not rigid in his thinking. He knew how to compromise and judge the situation. If it was not necessary, he would not change the doctrine in a short time. Then the necessary came. Sam lost the deviant ghost baby. Dany said that she did not care, and indeed did not have the time to care. But in the process of sending Blackie to pick up the 3 shapeshifters, she also picked up a corpse ghost and threw it in the great cathedral of Baylor. Well, there were no deviant ghost captives at the Great Wall, but there were more than a dozen corpse ghosts. The first time he saw a corpse ghost, the big sparrow almost had a mental breakdown. Especially after the limbs were cut off with a sword, those limbs could still crawl. That kind of scalp-numbing scene immediately woke the big sparrow up from the game of power. Maybe the Dragon Queen was not crazy, maybe the long night was real. Then he decided it was not to contact the Dragon Queen, nor to gather the believers and issue a holy war declaration against the deviant ghosts, nor to change the doctrine and recast the statues of the 7 gods according to the Dragon Queen's plan. He decided to abstain from food and pray. A true abstention from food and prayer, only drinking a small bowl of rice soup every day, hanging on to his last breath, kneeling in front of the statue of the great cathedral without sleep, and maybe he would doze off while kneeling. The big sparrow prayed to every god in the great cathedral, starting from the old woman, the Holy Father, the Holy Mother. Finally, he was hungry and tired, and in a daze he prayed to Blackie. The big sparrow was the Holy Son, and his piety was very high. Blackie immediately sensed it. With the intelligence of a 10-year-old child, Blackie also understood that Danny had been waiting for this moment. So without any hesitation, he took the initiative to pull Danny's dragon spirit, and through the line of faith between the big sparrow and the statue, his consciousness descended into the great cathedral. The great cathedral of Baylor, with a dome made of glass, gold, and crystal, a white marble floor, and huge windows on the wall, embedded with colored lead glass. The 7 gods, the 7 altars, and in front of the altars, there were hundreds and thousands of candles lit by believers. The big sparrow knelt in front of the statue of the old woman holding a golden lamp, the light of the candles illuminating his pale and dazed thin face. "Guide me, wise old woman. Use your golden lamp that can predict fate to dispel the darkness in front of me, and guide me onto the right path. Great guardian of light, can your flaming sword defeat the demons of the north? Great warrior, please bestow upon me strength." Following the line of faith, Danny could feel the big sparrow's feelings at the moment. Hesitation, helplessness, but also piety and perseverance. He firmly believed that the 7 gods would give him guidance. Without the 7 gods' guidance, the big sparrow would not end this fasting prayer. Under normal circumstances, he could achieve his wish. As long as he was hungry for a long time, tired, hungry, and on the verge of death, even the most strong-willed person would have hallucinations. Just like the little girl selling matches, she saw everything she wanted to see in the winter snow. But this time was different. The big sparrow had only fasted for a week, and the 7 gods had given him a response. "Child, don't be hesitant," a gentle voice said. "Old woman." The big sparrow was dazed for a moment, and saw a woman in a white robe, white dress, and white headscarf appear in front of him. She was half floating in the air, the lower half of her body shrouded in white mist. She had a kind face, and her face was extremely beautiful, and also extremely gentle. Even the holy and majestic aura she exuded could not stop others from getting close to her. "Holy Mother. You're the Holy Mother. Holy Mother is merciful." The big sparrow cried out. Strangely, there was an additional person in front of him, and her voice was so loud, but no cultivator was alarmed. "Are there many holy sons?" the great sparrow asked. "Very few. A holy son as devout as you is rare." The girl turned into the form of the Holy Mother, and said with a kind expression. With the great sparrow's maturity, he could not help but feel a little complacent. What else could make him more honored and happy than the recognition of the 7 gods? Then he frowned again. It was already very difficult for Blackie to become a follower of the 7 gods. Asking him to be as devout as himself, would it not be too difficult? The point was, if he was as devout as himself, then who would be the Holy Son of Light? He was devout, that was true. But devout faith had nothing to do with selfishness. He had selfishness, desire for power, scheming, and insidious means, but he was still a good holy son of the 7 gods. In that case, the first path would not work. The Holy Mother is merciful. The black dragon is slow. I am afraid it will be difficult for him to understand the teachings of the Bible in a short time. If he does not become the Holy Son, he will not be able to establish a cross-level passage between the human world and His Majesty. The night is coming. Without your divine power, I am afraid the Westeros will be plunged into misery and suffering. The Great Sparrow knelt on the ground and begged. Dany still understood his choice. In other words, this was a trap set for the Great Sparrow. She knew his character, knew his way of dealing with people, and knew every dark or bright idea he had at this time. Of course, she could easily lead him into the trap. So, she could deliberately put on airs. The Holy Mother's tone was still gentle, but there was a trace of hesitation in her expression. It is not a big deal to accept a low-level stupid dragon as the spokesperson of the 7 gods in this plane. I have gods in every world. I myself do not care about the changes in the 7 Stars Bible, because the root of the teachings of the 7 gods is justice, talent, mercy, Holy Mother, purity, young girl, hard work, blacksmith, courage, warrior, wisdom, old woman, and knowing reverence, stranger. The 7 virtues do not change, and the other details are not important. But if the teachings are changed, will the believers accept it? How about you teach the Black Dragon well and train him as your successor? This way you can reduce a lot of disputes. The Great Sparrow was moved and asked, if Big Black becomes your spokesperson, can he become a god? If there was such a good thing, it would be too enviable. He also wanted to become a god under His Majesty of the 7 gods. Therefore, the goddess decisively fulfilled his wish. No, I can't. No. Whether he can become a god or not depends on his talent and luck. I will give him more precious things: justice, mercy, purity, hard work, courage, wisdom, reverence. The title of the great guardian of the 7 gods is like the Archbishop of the Church. The first great guardian's soul will go to heaven, and the second great guardian will take over. The Great Sparrow was completely satisfied. He begged, the Holy Mother is merciful, have mercy on your lamb. Child, do as you see fit. You are the Holy Son, you can decide the Church's affairs in this world. The Holy Mother faintly sighed and disappeared. The next morning the sun shone through the mosaic glass and cast colorful spots on the marble floor. A barefoot old man in a gray robe was crawling on the ground, as if he was prostrating himself on the ground, worshipping someone. His head was tilted to the side, and there was a trace of saliva at the corner of his mouth, wetting the floor. Lancel carefully approached the Archbishop and lowered her body. After hearing the faint snoring, she was relieved. The Archbishop did not follow in St. Bailey's footsteps and starve to death. In the process of fasting and praying, he was too tired and fell asleep. Lord Archbishop, Lord Archbishop? The old man's tiredness made the one-armed hero feel sorry, but he also understood. He could not let the believers see the Archbishop in such a state. He gently pushed the Archbishop a few times, waking up the old man with sunken cheeks and pale skin. Lord Archbishop, you must be hungry, come and have some oatmeal. Lancel carefully brought a bowl of clear oatmeal to the Great Sparrow's lips. It was not that he wanted to be harsh to his superior. It was just that during fasting he could not eat and could only drink water. This bowl of oatmeal was water. No. The Great Sparrow firmly pushed the porcelain bowl away. Lord, this is not food, you did not break the fast. Lancel advised. No, this is too bland. I want to eat meat pie, drink meat soup, and add 2 big duck eggs. The Great Sparrow said sternly. The Lancel's body swayed, and he almost fell down. However, he soon understood. Lord, you have finished fasting? It usually takes at least half a month, why is it so fast this time? Yes, I saw the Holy Mother. The Great Sparrow licked his lips, unable to resist the hunger in his heart. He took the porcelain bowl and gulped it down. Lancel, immediately summon the stonemasons in the city. We need to redecorate the statues of the 7 gods. Yes, according to Dany Rise's suggestion, let the 7 gods ride dragons. Also, the doctrine needs to be changed. The spiritual core of the 7 gods will not change, but just like the king needs the king's hand and the king's guard, the 7 gods need the hand of the 7 gods and the great protector. This? Lancel hesitated and did not move. He asked softly, are you sure? Do you want to rest for a few days? Wait for you to wake up. And wait for you, I am very awake. This is the order of the old woman. The Great Sparrow said seriously. Didn't you just say that you saw the Holy Mother? Lancel began to suspect that there was something wrong with the old man's head. The 7 gods are one. The Holy Mother is both an old woman and a young girl. Lancel wanted to ask, did you see the old woman in your dreams? But the Great Sparrow's prestige was too high for Lancel to blaspheme. Is the old woman the same as before? What does she look like? When I first came in, you seemed to be sleeping. The one-armed knight reminded him in a roundabout way. He could not remember clearly, but her appearance was similar to that of the gods. Her demeanor and tone were familiar, and she called him child. It was definitely not a dream, the Great Sparrow thought. But he did not intend to explain this to his subordinates. He only said with a stern look, do as I say, and you will see the 7 gods perform miracles in the future. At noon that day, the news of the Great Sparrow adding different black dragon mounts for the 7 gods spread. On the same day, Yuluan Greyjoy, who had inherited Balan's title of King of the Iron Islands and the North, crossed the river and arrived at the King's Landing with a few dozen carriages of betrothal gifts. Yuluan came to the King's Landing for a blind date with Cersei. During the trial of Queen Marjorie by the Great Sparrow, the experienced Kevin had already reached an agreement with Yuluan. At this time, Tywin was still occupying the Shield Islands at the mouth of the Mander River. According to the agreement, after Yuluan married Cersei, he would personally hand over the islands to Tyrell. At that time, the last trace of the rebellion of the 4 kings would completely end. Everyone ignored one of the main characters of the rebellion of the 4 kings, Stannis. Red Keep, Maegor Tower, on the arc-shaped balcony of the Queen Dowager's palace. Cersei and Yuluan sat opposite each other. There was no one else except the White Knight, Robert Strong, who was guarding the balcony door. In order to eliminate his niece's rejection of marriage, Kevin had arranged this blind date. Cersei looked at the man with a cold face for a while. She suddenly stood up and came to Yuluan's side. She gently touched his cheek, which was full of twisted scars. Yuluan's cheek muscles twitched, but he did not avoid it. My lord, you are more handsome than the rumors say. If you did not have this scar that looks like a child's scrawl, Cersei mocked. Yuluan's bright blue eyes were full of gentle smile. He said, Your Highness, you are more beautiful than the rumors say if you wear a wig. Chapter 509. 3 years ago, Yuluan's face was washed away by the black dragon flame. Although he survived, he lost his handsome face and became an ugly man with a scar on his face. Before Cersei paraded through the streets, the nuns had shaved off all her hair, including her eyebrows. Now her head was covered with a ragged buzz cut, which made her look ugly. Hair can grow back, but the scars on your face will never recover, Cersei said calmly as she returned to her seat. If you knew where these scars came from, you wouldn't be so mean. Yuluan touched his black, hard skin and said, They came from the dragon flame of the Megalosaurus. Dany Rise and her 3 dragons attacked me together. In today's world, who would be able to escape from the surprise attack of 3 giant dragons? She burned Slaver's Bay to the ground. Hundreds of nobles in Volantis died. Dozens of princes in Lys were melted into meat in the dragon flame, and even bravos. So this scar represents glory. I can proudly say to everyone that this is the medal of my battle with the 3 Megalosaurus and the mother of dragons. But you, on the contrary, your hair can grow back, and it will be as shiny as gold, as smooth as silk. But the glory you lost in the gutter will never be found again. Yuluan's skin had lost its normal texture, and there were no pores. It looked smooth and even reflected the sunlight. But the scars were black and hard, full of pockmarks and pits, and red cracks appeared when he spoke. It was terrifying. Cersei glared at him several times, but she turned her head away as if she couldn't bear it. Marry me and I can help you build a more glorious life, Yuluan said with a smile. You. Cersei looked at the man in front of her and proudly raised her smooth chin. If the hound is still alive, he will be happy to see you, because there is finally someone uglier than him. Oh no, I still have a White Knight, Loras. He is uglier than you. You should go and meet him. After meeting him, you will be more confident than you are now. Hound, you and Loras can form the Knights of Fire of the Westeros. Ha! Cersei covered her mouth and laughed. Yuluen leaned back in his chair and lifted his hips as if he didn't mean to. He said lazily, "A man's confidence never lies in his appearance. If you don't have a deep understanding of certain abilities, you won't be able to discover them." Cersei glanced at him, and the disdain in her eyes deepened. "There's no need to try. I'm experienced. I can see through you with one glance." Yuluen raised his index finger and shook it gently. "No, you don't understand. You don't understand what I can do. I've said it before, in this world, only I can help you restore your honor. Or are you going to give up just like that?" "Give up what?" Yuluen's eyes flashed as he said, "Revenge and the Iron Throne." Cersei leaned forward and said in a low voice, "Tell me about it. You must want to take revenge on the Great Sparrow and everyone who laughed at you, right? You don't want to leave King's Landing and give up the Iron Throne, right?" Yuluen's smile widened when he saw Cersei's expression change. "I can help you. Lannister's army in Riverlands has returned to King's Landing, but your uncle has never planned to massacre the Holy Cathedral. But some shame can only be washed away with blood." Yuluen leaned forward slowly. He could almost smell the sweet fragrance of the Empress Dowager's breath from a palm away. "I can," he said. Cersei looked at him, almost as if she could smell blood on his dark blue lips. She was fascinated by the taste. She licked her full red lips and asked, "What can you do?" "I can kill all your enemies, all of them." He stared at those moist lips and emphasized, "Men love to boast, especially when they have other plans for a woman." Cersei suddenly smiled, charming and seductive. "If a man has no plans for you, Empress Dowager, then he is not a man." "But I am different from others. I never boast." Yuluen smiled as well. Cersei leaned back and put some distance between them. She then leaned back in her chair and put away all her emotions. "Prove it to me. You have to marry me first." Before Cersei could mock him, Yuluen raised his hand and said quickly, "Killing him is easy, but without him, who can guarantee that you will marry me?" "Kill who?" Cersei's eyes flashed. "Who else could it be? The person who stopped you from ascending the Iron Throne, of course." Yuluen smiled. "Maybe he doesn't have to die." Cersei paled and hesitated. "Don't be silly. All the ministers are his men. Lannister's army is also under his control. Even you are under his control, aren't you? You don't like me, but you still want to marry me." Yuluen shook his head. "How dare you say that to me?" Cersei pursed her lips. Her beautiful face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. Her hands were clenched tightly and trembling slightly. "Because I am your husband. Husband and wife are of the same mind." Cersei was dazed for a moment. Legger and Robert appeared in front of her eyes. Finally, the image stopped on a golden-haired man who shone like the son of the sun. "Jaime, where are you? Do you know that I am about to get married? Once again, you are not the groom." Cersei felt a dull pain in her heart. Her expression became firm as she declared loudly, "Give up. I will not marry you. I want the Iron Throne so that I can live my life according to my heart. I will not put the cart before the horse." "You are so cute." Yuluen smiled playfully and said slowly, "Tywin controls the door to High Court in the Shield Islands. Tywin firmly guards the door to the Northern Territory. Roose Bolton's 10,000 troops have been blocked at Carlin Bay for 2 years. The Iron Fleet is suppressing Lannister's fleet and restraining Qingting Island's fleet so that Redwyne does not dare to act rashly. If I want to, I can immediately send troops to Coastal City, sweep through Hajien, destroy the Royal Territory, and even occupy the empty Western Territory. Everyone hopes that you will marry me. If you marry me, you can easily solve all these problems. If you marry me, the royal family will also lose a piece of shit." "Shit?" Cersei clenched her teeth. Yuluen shrugged and said disapprovingly, "Don't doubt it. You stink worse than shit. If you don't believe me, go walk around the streets of King's Landing. You are almost the model of a wanton, depraved woman. Your name will go down in history." Cersei's face was ashen. "Your Highness, you have to understand that everywhere you look, you are surrounded by enemies. Even the Big Sparrow and Dany Rise, these two powerful enemies, are closely allied. You need power. Power cannot appear out of thin air. Either you return to Casterly Rock and live alone for the rest of your life, or you find an ally. Who is more trustworthy than your husband? Chapter 5:10. After a moment of silence, Kevin touched his bald head and said tiredly, "Did you know? The Great Sparrow is building new statues of the seven gods and changing the doctrine, saying that the Great Protector is equivalent to the Kingsguard of the seven gods." Obviously, after seeing the influence of the Megalosaurus on believers, he intends to further strengthen the relationship between the Church and the Megalosaurus. Naturally, the relationship between the Church and Daenerys will also become closer. The army should immediately flatten the Church when they return from Hajien. But you put tens of thousands of elite soldiers who have been baptized in war aside as decorations, Cersei mocked. Kevin said in a deep voice, "At your command, Robert Strong eliminated hundreds of people who insulted you on the day of the parade. He was also ambushed by the families of the victims, but he fought 1 against 10 and broke out of the siege. Who doesn't know about the King's Landing?" The Great Sparrow felt the pressure and planned to cancel the trial by martial arts and change it to the church trial like Marjorie. But the 30,000 Lion Helmet army taught him to make a rational choice. "Also Lannister, a debt must be repaid. I am also Lannister. I will not let the Great Sparrow go. But it can't be our family doing blasphemy against the seven gods. We have to wait. When winter comes, the sparrows will starve and freeze to death in large numbers. When the Church continues to encroach on the nobles' rights to feed the refugees, when the nobles' patience with the Church reaches its limit, at that time, I will unite all the nobles and strike together. If only our family goes to flatten the great cathedral, the nobles on Lannister's side will be happy, but they will immediately turn from our allies to enemies, just like when they denounced the cruel Meg. Also, we have to consider the possibility of the Megalosaurus intervening. After all, he is the great protector of the seven gods. Lannister's family can't take the thunder. It's best to have someone else fill in the hole. Didn't you say that Yuluen has the dragon's horn and can control the Megalosaurus? Flatten the cathedral, lure the Megalosaurus to attack, and take control of 1 or 2 Megalosaurus. Who would dare oppose us? Cersei said. Kevin gently massaged his temples and carefully analyzed the situation for his niece. First of all, the dragon's horn cannot control the black dragon. We have to wait for the white dragon or the green dragon. It would be best if it was a young golden dragon. Secondly, Yuluen has the horn, not us. In the end, Meg also had a dragon, and it was the most powerful Balerion, but he was also betrayed by everyone because he burned the great cathedral. Yuluen is in the Red Keep, Cersei said in a low voice. Yuluen is in the Red Keep. You can control him or kill him, force the Ironborn to swear allegiance to the Iron Throne, and then take away his horn. Sigh. Kevin face-bombed. He almost cried at his niece's stupidity. I swore sacred oath. I entertained him, guests right. Not only me, but Prime Minister Tyrell and Count Tully also swore to ensure his safety. Anyway, we are not the only ones who have violated the oath and guests right. Everyone is used to it, Cersei mumbled. Sir Kevin almost fainted. This niece must be packed up and sent away as soon as possible. Let her go to the Iron Islands to harm Tywin. We can solve the problem peacefully through marriage. Why throw away our honor and bear the sin of being spat on by thousands? Furthermore, the dragon's horn is not with him. It is in the custody of his younger brother, Victarion. Yuluen met with an accident in the Red Keep. Victarion will take revenge on us even more crazily. Seeing that his niece was silent, Sir Kevin sighed and said earnestly, there is also the Northern Territory. Roose Bolton must return immediately. Chapter 511. Mercenaries had always been known to be capricious and untrustworthy, but the Golden Band was almost a clean stream of mercenaries. Their reputation was terrifyingly good. Their motto was, "Words are like gold." Ever since the Golden Band was established, they had never broken a contract. In recent years the Golden Band had been serving Mir, and the contract was signed once a year. The date of the next contract signing was approaching. The current leader of the Golden Mercenary Group, Homeless Harry, was somewhat confused by the unpredictable situation. He was not sure if he should sign another contract with Mir. Because according to the agreement, the Dragon Queen should have married Prince Aegon by now and ridden to Pentos. She would be defeated by the alliance, Illyrio's analysis. So, Harry wrote to Governor Pentos and asked the fat man to give him the answer as soon as possible. Let's sign it. When the country is successfully restored, all the commanders will be able to take back their former titles and lands. There is no need for the Golden Band to exist. Breaking the contract once is no big deal. Varys frowned. They are also annoyed by the repeated changes in the plan. Illyrio smiled bitterly. In the original plan, Dany Lys would marry the Horse King, and Viserys would soon lead the Centaurs to invade the Westeros. At that time, Varys would reveal to Robert that Cersei and Jaime were having an affair, causing the lions and stags to fall into civil strife. When the Seven Kingdoms fell into chaos, second brother Way would not be taken away by the Westeros Knights. When Way-Urge and Robert fought until both sides were injured, Way-Urge was defeated and killed, and Robert was severely injured, Aegon the Son of Heaven would make his grand entrance. As for Dany in the Sea of Grasses, sorry, but her value was in exchange for the Horse King's roaring warriors. Her historical mission had been completed, and no one cared about her future. The two fat men did not even consider marrying her to Aegon to improve the bloodline of the dragon family, because Aegon needed a better marriage partner, and the Dothraki Sea's Dosh Khaleen was worthless. Yes, Varys knew about the contract between William Darry and the Sea King, Princess Dorne married to second brother Way. But Prince Dothraki, who drafted the contract, did not know that they knew. The two fat men's plan was very thorough. In the end, the Golden Band waited and waited for news of second brother Way's tragic death. For the first time, his plan was disrupted by God. Then Illyrio comforted the descendants of the exiles. Don't worry, don't panic. Dany Lilith's junk stock has suddenly become a stock with a dragon hatched. It's about to hit its upper limit. Our chances of success are even greater. Hence, the Golden Group continued to wait. He waited for countless messages related to the Dragon Queen, but none of them had anything to do with attacking the Westeros. Do you think Daenerys will be able to get past the alliance? Varys asked uncertainly. In all their previous plans, they had never considered that Dragon Queen could defeat the World Alliance army. They all thought that after the Dragon Queen failed, she would give up her dream of freeing the slaves, reach an agreement with the allies, and return to the Westeros to inherit her ancestral land. She would promise never to set foot on the continent of Essos again, and she might even have to pay a dragon or two as compensation. The word world in the World Allied Forces proved that the Allied forces could not be defeated. Even Valeglia lost hundreds of thousands of people to conquer the world and took 4,000 years. How many dragons did Valeglia have, and how many did Dragon Queen have? To be honest, if not for this transmigrator Dany, even if the conqueror Aegon was reborn, he would have fallen to the Alliance army. The difference in strength was too great, but dragons were not invincible. I thought she couldn't before, but now I'm not so sure, Illyrio said with a frown. If she can defeat the Alliance army and conquer the western continent of Essos, then will Aegon return to the Westeros or become the Emperor of the world? The fat governor's eyes began to shine with a strange light. Varys' oily fat face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He emphasized coldly, Aegon belongs to the Westeros. We can't ask for more. He's the best. The fat on Illyrio's face jiggled a few times. He looked at his companion with a gaze as firm as a rock. He doesn't have the ability. The training we gave him only qualified him to be the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Varys placed his right hand on the fat governor's shoulder. His squinted eyes widened to the maximum, revealing his unquestionable thoughts to the person opposite him. Old friend, don't be greedy. You can eat as much as you want. If Danny Alice can defeat the Alliance army, it only means that she has the qualifications to rule the world. I'll take out some money to help you train more little birds. You can try. Illyrio's face had a hint of pleading. Who do you think Daenerys is? Or is she that poor little girl who lives in your house? Wake up. The little bird could deal with many people, including Prince Regent Kevin, but he could not hurt her at all. No matter how strong little birds are, they can't compare to Faceless. Varys roared angrily. Illyrio looked at the burning eyes for a moment. Finally, he turned his head and shrugged as if compromising. All right, there's still no sign of the king of the world. It's too early to talk about this. Tell me, what should we do next? Should we contact Danny Alice? This time we'll follow her closely. She says to guard against the long night, so we'll prepare for the long night. She says to fight deviants, so we'll fight deviants. She says to not start a war in winter, so we'll rest and watch the Lannister family's drama. When summer comes and she thinks it's time to seize the Iron Throne for her nephew, then we'll start the next step of the plan. This won't be bad for Prince Aegon. He's young and can wait. Besides his bloodline. Varys hesitated. He needs more time to tame the dragon. You've given up all the initiative? Illyrio frowned. Varys said seriously, whoever is stronger will control the game. Before, we were stronger than the little girl so we could manipulate her life. Now that girl is strong enough to shake the world. We can only cooperate with her. All right, I'll tell Harry to continue signing the contract with Myr. Illyrio said helplessly. The Gulf of Sorrows. 500 kilometers south of Liberty Island, only 300 kilometers away from New Gith. In the morning, the smiling face of the sun was half hidden by marshmallow-like clouds. 100 ships meandered southward. White sails, brown hulls, and blue sea. Like 100 ribbons woven from white tulips, they were sewn onto the blue tablecloth. 10 dragons flapping their wings suddenly jumped onto the blue tablecloth like 10 ants. They crawled and crawled, finally attaching themselves to the tail of the tulip ribbon. Dragon, the Megalosaurus is attacking. Woo on the mast at the stern of the ship. The mournful cries of the lookout could be heard. Then a loud bugle horn sounded from the fleet. The flagship at the head of the fleet used flag signals to send an order to the entire fleet. Lower the sails and get into formation. In fact, there was an order that didn't need the captain to give it. Everyone did it immediately. They lifted the tarpaulin, twisted the turntable, and loaded the crossbows, aiming at the Megalosaurus in the sky. On the deck of every warship, the figures of countless sailors could be seen bustling about. The sails were lowered, but the ships didn't stop. The oarsmen took their positions and forcefully paddled the oars to keep the ships in motion. It was difficult for a moving ship to be hit by a vertically falling kerosene bomb. For ships formed a group, forming a loose diamond-shaped formation. Yo-ho yo-ho, the oarsmen shouted the same tune in the same drum, trying to maintain the same speed as they sailed forward. Blackie's voice rumbled over the noise on the deck. Tauros was captured by the Great Mother of Dragons 5 days ago. Illyria was burned to ruins a day ago. The Allies have no supplies and are doomed to be defeated. Crew of the First Fleet, you have no hope. You will lose without a doubt. Surrender. Well, it was already the 5th day since Danny captured Tauros. A day ago, 1,500 ships loaded with captives and looted supplies passed Nan and town. Danny's task of covering the rear was basically completed. Before leaving Tauros, she took Garth's fleet and several dragons to drop the last 500 pounds of wildfire, and about 10 tons of kerosene to Illyria Pier 50 kilometers away. Illyria was a small island that was 10 kilometers long and 3 kilometers wide. There was only one small pier on the island. After Danny's torment, it almost completely lost its ability to transport goods. She didn't arrange for anyone to seize the island, not because she sensed any danger. It was because Illyria was too small and had little value. It wasn't worth investing time and manpower to conquer. Just after leaving Tauros, Danny caught up with the Big Crab's fleet. After capturing Tauros, the Big Crab left first and went south to catch up with the First Fleet of the Allied Army. At this time, the First Fleet of the Allied Army was only 300 kilometers away from New Gith. But Danny didn't attack immediately. The big crab's 30 ships were still 100 kilometers away. She now only had 4 megalosaurus and 6 pterosaurs. She couldn't take down 100 ships. You have no reinforcements. There is no hope. Without Tauros, the food transfer center, the Allied army will collapse due to lack of food. The Allied army will lose. Surrender and you will be spared. Blackie's words were still very useful. Although no one surrendered, the crew on the ship was shocked by the news he brought. The high-ranking officers had already known about the battle at Tauros through the messenger crows, but the ordinary soldiers were naturally kept in the dark. The rowers panicked and whispered to each other. The already slow speed of the ship was further reduced. Suddenly the flagship's horn sounded. After attracting the attention of all the warship's lookouts, the chess player on the mast sent a message to the fleet. Don't panic. The enemy has no fleet to follow. The Megalosaurus has no kerosene ammunition, so they are harmless to us. Idiot! Aren't you forcing me to kill you first? Danny complained. Idiots! You have activated the Mother of Dragons' wrath of the sleeping dragon. Blackie roared at the right time. Squeak Whitey left the team and accelerated forward. The great bullets in its claws were thrown out. It was like a flying hen, clucking and laying eggs in the air. Thump, thump, thump boom. More than 10 splashes appeared on the surface of the sea. Red flames rose 4 to 5 meters high from the deck of a brown ship. In only 3 minutes, it was extinguished by more than 10 sailors with seawater and sand. The hit rate of the bullets is really low when moving. Danny muttered and didn't care. She only urged Blackie to speed up. While increasing the altitude, she followed Whitey closely. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.